Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Lior, this is Joel, and today we have a long anticipated video for you about probably arguably the most important subject that's affecting every single one of our lives today. A subject that nobody, not churches, not media personalities, nobody is willing to touch even with a 10-foot pole, and that's because it's politically incorrect, it's uncomfortable, but it's so important, and that is the subject of dating. Now, it's no news to anybody that our dating culture is flawed. Women are more miserable than ever, marriages are failing more than ever despite having the ability to choose your partner. Most marriages are actually more likely to fail than to succeed. The amount of crime and sin and everything in our society has risen, and that's due to the upbringing of our children, so the dating culture isn't working the way it is, and that's because of a series of events that has been in the works for years, decades, arguably a century, even a little more, and since the beginning of time actually. But the question is, why isn't it? What are we doing? Why isn't it working? How was it done in the past? So, Jolie, start us off. What are we doing right now, and why isn't it working?
All right. Well, long-awaited seminar. We've been wanting to make this video, before we started our channel. So, gosh, for more than 3 months, and I know I've been wanting to make this video for 20 years. So we're not going to care about the time on this one. If it goes 4 hours, it goes 4 hours. Our objective was an hour and 45 minutes, but whether it's shorter or longer, we don't care. It's one of literally the least talked about topics out of all of them, and everyone pretends to talk about it. And every time they talk about it, it's actually an absolute trash perspective. And this is coming from people that you're gonna be mind blown on the stuff that we share, and this is gonna be very real too. We're not gonna tiptoe around your feelings, blah blah blah. No, I mean, this is gonna be absolute real talk. So, and people are making a ton of money off this industry, and everyone's so confused, and everyone's miserable, and there are more people alone than ever before. And so I have like 5 pages of notes here. I could write 1,000 pages. I probably won't have to look at them just so I don't forget anything. But to start out with, dating simply doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now, why do we say that? If dating worked, we should have a less than 1% divorce rate. But the divorce rate is higher than ever in the history of the world. You have a higher percentage chance of getting divorced than you do staying married. And the few people that, if you do actually come across a couple and they have been together forever, for decades, you're like, oh my goodness gracious, how did you do it? You know how you do it? You know what the secret is? The secret is there is no secret, and they just didn't leave when they felt like it. That's the secret. That's how you make a marriage work. You don't leave when you feel like it. That literally is the secret. Oh, wow, man. So, and tell you the truth, dating is completely ruined our society. Absolutely ruined it. So we're going to talk about how it should have been, but today. So how's it ruined our society? Well, kids are growing up without a father. 54% of white moms are single. They have no father in the home, no husband. 77% of black women don't have a husband. And the percentages are actually better for Latinos and Asians. Asians are the most married. But so if you average all of that, at least 1 out of 2 kids is growing up without a father in the home. And a father is the key to success for a kid, boy or girl, in society. So women, despite what someone might say, they are clearly outrageously angsty and unfulfilled. Women are more miserable and unfulfilled and lost than they've ever been in the history of the world. And it's hurting men too. Men are having their families destroyed, and what they think, what the most fulfilling part of life, outside of God and theology and studying history, is your personal relationships, and your closest personal relationships are family. And so that's, for a woman, that's going to be her father and then her husband. And for a boy especially, that's going to be his mom and then his wife. Oh, and guess what? There are less husbands and wives than ever before in all of history, and then for kids, it's going to be their parents. Well, guess what? A lot of them don't have dads. And that is not the men's fault. This is a huge myth that we've been going on in our society. It's always the man's fault. Everything's always the man's fault. No matter what. So again, if dating worked, and we'll tell you what should have been happening. If dating worked, we should have a near 0% divorce rate. You know why? You get to pick who you marry. And like you can date as long as you want, you can date as many people as you want, and you never actually have to get married. So if compatibility is really a thing, and like no one's talking about this, obviously not the left, but like even churches aren't talking about it. The places that should be talking about it aren't. Churches aren't talking about this. You parents aren't talking about this. Conservatives aren't talking about this. Like that the outsources that are, like everyone's lost. Like I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the problem is. So God designed this a certain way, and when you do things differently, it doesn't work. It hurts everyone. And even if you don't believe in God and the Bible, literally everyone in the world has done something a certain way. And what is that way? Arranged marriages. Arranged marriages is how humans have done marriage throughout all of history, over 6,000 years in every single continent. No one's ever done it differently until the last 100 years in the West. That is a vastly minority percentage. The last 100 years out of over 6,000, only in the Western countries. Now again, I'm gonna tell you what the West is again, because all you should know what that is, but most of you don't. It's basically the former British Empire. So you have Western Europe, you have America, and you have Canada, you have Australia, and New Zealand, and Israel. That's the whole West right there. That's the West. So, it's so funny, it sounds so backwards and wrong. Oh my gosh, like Hollywood is cranking out movies. Hollywood, who's controlled by Lucifer, is cranking out movies. This is why you guys think this. You've been brainwashed since birth. I was too. We were like biggest fans of dating too growing up. We thought dating was it. Dating was the secret. Yeah! But it's not. So Hollywood is cranking out movies saying that arranged marriages is, no one's loved. It's all about love. You can only get love if you get to pick your spouse. In arranged marriage, there's no love. Really? Did you get to pick your parents? So you don't love your parents don't love you? Did you get to pick your kid? Did you go shopping at the adoption clinic? No, you got what you got, and you loved your kid more than anything. Did you get to pick your parents? Did you go shopping at the parent store? Or did you just get what you get and you loved them, and it was actually more special that way? Exactly. Dating is not special at all. Dating is not romantic. Dating literally is practice for divorce. So, so again, if dating worked, we would have like couples, we would have like over 99% of them staying together for life, and they'd be happy, blah, 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 and it's because we have women running the show that they don't know anything about history. They don't know what works and what doesn't work. They jump from one emotion to the next every 30 seconds, and they live based on their emotions. They don't and that's the secret to success in life, is don't live based on your emotions. You live based on truth and morality. You do the right thing despite your emotions. And we don't have, and Western men are so incredibly cowardly. We don't have any we don't have strong, smart Western men anymore. They're all feminized. They're all raised by a single mom. They're all lots. They're all trying to, be beta simps, pleasing women. And so, and by the way, we're gonna get some real talk here. We started off soft. I started off soft, teaching theology and history, so it'd be palatable for you guys. Lior had a soft video for an hour and 12 minutes on Western women through God's eyes. It was so incredibly successful. Literally, the longest seminar, an hour and 12 minutes, got by far the most amount of views. Right now, it's around like 720 views. Whereas the shortest seminar for me, my first one, 17 minutes, God's Name, which I thought would be pretty popular, only got 17 minutes. It's still at like 182 views as of now. So. So it's the topic. So I'm sure that this one's going to be the most popular. Everyone's talking about dating constantly on Facebook. It's so funny. Women have demanded so many different things for 100 years, and they got everything they asked for and more so. They gobbled up all the privilege. They're miserable every single day on Facebook. I have 5,000 friends on Facebook. Leora has 5,000 friends on Facebook. Every single day, you just scroll down the news feed, and they're all complaining. They're so filled with angst. They have no fulfillment. They have no sense of well-being. They're not loved. You know why? Because they're not married. They don't have a husband. They have no idea. The easiest thing in the world is how to get and keep a husband. They can't figure it out. They can't do it. They're not doing it.
And instead of taking any accountability for themselves, all they do is type angst. All they say is men are messing it up. Doesn't anybody love me? Why won't they change for me? But there's no accountability for what women can improve. It's just shocking. All day, every day on Facebook.
So yeah, we just jumped right into the meat though, but I'm talking about like what the situation is today, and then like what it used to be. So we're gonna identify the problem, and we're gonna tell you how to fix the problem. So a lot of times people do identify the problem. Number one, people don't even do those two things. They don't identify the problem, and they surely don't tell you how to fix the problem. But so the problem today is like, actually 50% or more people aren't married. People are living and dying alone. No matter what anyone says, that's the last thing that anyone wants, especially women. So what do we have? Suicide's at an all-time rate. 50,000 people commit suicide in America alone. 80% of those are men. And the number one thing that leads them to commit suicide is not being loved. Like not having a wife that loves them. Like first it's their mom. The only people that truly love a man in life is first their mom, if you have a good one, and many don't, unfortunately, but most moms do love their kids. Their mom loves them unconditionally for the most part, and then their wife is supposed to love them unconditionally for the most part. And if they don't have that, they're like, what's the point of this life? This life is awful. And of course, a tangible relationship with God happened in the garden. It will happen in paradise and Sheol. It will happen again during the 1,000-year reign in the new earth, especially the new earth. But we do not have a tangible relationship with God right now. So that's not going to fix the hole. That's not going to be tangible love. It's not. And that's the whole point. We were separated since getting kicked out of the garden. So, but again, no matter what you believe in, this system works. And this is coming from people that are not Amish. We dated a lot. We dated more than what was ideal. And only after going through the entire process, we were the biggest fans of dating. We thought, oh my gosh, dating is the key to success. You can pick exactly who you want, you're most compatible. That's kind of a misnomer, really and truly. What really makes a good marriage is each person trying to be the best at their role, trying to be a loving spouse to the other spouse, and none of you being facetious and being like, well, I'm not gonna, that is something, and so. Women I'm not gonna submit to him, love him unless he gives me everything I want. Well, he's not making, we're gonna get into this, but the situation is, okay, so literally 80% of the suicides are by men. And a lot of it is because their wife left them. And when you get betrayed by your closest person that was supposed to be obligated to love you unconditionally, why would you want to keep on living in a world filled with no love and no purpose? So yeah, it literally leads to suicide for men. Number two, kids are more lost and messed up than ever. You got with the gay movement and the transgender movement, and girls are allowed to be girls, but boys aren't allowed to be men anymore. Masculinity is completely demonized. Talks about toxic femininity. Talk about sexism. Boys aren't allowed to be boys anymore. Being a boy is evil. If it wasn't for boys and men, we wouldn't have any of the civilized society that women enjoy every single day. Everyone would be living near a river that'd be contaminated. You'd be living in a manure hut. So thank God for men, first of all. So for the few conservative men that are still out there that have a backbone and haven't been brainwashed and aren't feminized, thank God for you. Thank you. Thank you for doing everything that you do. Thank you so much for making up almost 100% of construction workers, car factory workers and mechanics, construction workers for homes. You build the highways. You make up almost the entire military. You defend us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Men build society. Men maintain society. Men do essentially everything, virtually everything, 100%. And so,
and if they didn't do that, your babies, ladies, wouldn't survive. So don't pull that line out. We already know all your lines. Don't pull it out, because you would not be surviving if it weren't. You and your children would not survive if it weren't for a man. And because of alimony and welfare and child support, which is the man, that is the only reason that as single mothers you're even able to survive. And we believe that child support and alimony and welfare should be removed, because that would make women think twice as hard before they bear children to men and before they decide to leave them or be single mothers. We live in a society that completely encourages and enables single motherhood, and it's destroying everything. It's destroying young girls' sense of well-being. They become promiscuous. It's destroying men's sense of masculinity and identity. They go into gangs. So single mother households will be the ruin of our country, truly.
Right, and the parents are the number one example. So the father is the number one example for, what a man should be, especially like, to both parties really. But like, let's say for a daughter in this example, and then the mom is the number one example what a woman should be for both the kids. Especially for, a boy. So if you don't have a father in the home, like women are lost, they're unfulfilled, they don't feel loved, they feel unsafe, they're not taught truth, they're not grounded, they're not taught reality. They're, and that's the thing too, and Leroy's gonna talk about this like a lot, is that, but they tend to be, they turn out to be wackadoodles. They turn out to be more promiscuous. Like they turn out to be porn stars, turn out to be strippers, OnlyFans, and even if they're not getting paid for it, they turn out to be way too promiscuous. And you know what that leads to? Unfulfillment.
Resentment.
Pain, resentment. Then they think all men are the evil. Like they're like, I was entitled to a dad, and they are, and I was entitled to a husband, and they would all have them in the former system, arranged marriages. And they're like, because I didn't get one, I just hate men because I didn't get what I was supposed to get. Like, okay, but whose fault is that? That is Western women's fault since the 60s. That's whose fault it is. Blame your mom. Blame your grandmas. Blame your sisters, your cousins, your friends. That's who freaking campaigned for it, and that's who keeps it going.
And why do they campaign for it? Why were women have this never satisfied, cup never full, never enough type attitude, and in the dating world that translates into hypergamy. And hypergamy is really women's ruin. It makes them more miserable. It makes them not happy with the little bit they have, ungrateful, Luciferian attitude. And that is why women fought for, resisted this wonderful, safe, secure system that men have given them, and resisted and insisted on the dating culture because they wanted the richer man, they wanted the hotter man, despite having a stable, loving husband given to them at a young age, no less.
I've heard so many people in different churches and Bible studies, they always bring up, and I think I even brought about it when I was younger, but definitely girls bring it up. They're like, why isn't there any information about dating in the Bible? Why didn't talk about dating in the Bible? It's like, boy, no history learning at all. It's because dating never existed, nor should it have. God, who created you, who knows men and women better than we do, who's the oldest, who's the wisest, who's the smartest, who has created everything, who saw everything, it was never supposed to exist. He didn't design it. Like, does anyone think like, Adam and Eve didn't get to pick each other, it's not special, oh my gosh, not special enough, they didn't get to pick, they didn't get to date, so unspecial. Like, so it never existed. It only existed in the West only for the last 100 years. And it's ruined society. So women are more lost, more unloved, more unfulfilled, more angsty than ever before. They're poor, and they get involved in like the craziest stuff. They love Buddhism and Hinduism,
astrology, astronomy, superstition.
They shop too much. Yeah, they shop too much. They don't do investments and think ahead. It's like, what's going to make me happy in the moment? Just like all the angst on Facebook. Is as soon as a woman's born, like they love their dad, they want to marry their dad, and so when they realize they can't do that, like they're like, when do I get my own husband? They want a husband like as soon as they can even start thinking about that, because they're like, wow, my dad's so wonderful, I feel so fulfilled for my dad, I can't wait to have one of those for my own, and so. So churches and Bible studies aren't talking about this at all. They don't know. they don't know, and they're adopting the left's perspective. And again, the left is 100% from Lucifer. Lucifer's left is the term that we're saying now. So, and here's the thing: arranged marriages is still how they do it throughout the rest of the world, where Asia, like India, Africa. South America. Now, sure, there are some places that are more westernized, like Brazil has like westernization, of course, but it still takes place in South America. So literally everywhere else, even some parts of Eastern Europe. So most places do have some Western influence, etc. And so as Western influence comes, like feminism and dating comes in, but other places that haven't drank the Kool-Aid, that aren't fully incredibly westernized and feminized, still do arranged marriages. I know it's still definitely a popular thing in India for so it's still going on to this day. So so why is that bad? So like, because you take the dating mentality into marriage, and you're like, hey, I'm going to be in this until I don't feel like it anymore. So I'm going to be in this marriage until I have a feeling, I have a bad feeling.
I don't like him.
I'm not, yeah, until the butterflies go away, until the honeymoon phase is over, until I'm not getting everything I want, until I'm annoyed or blah blah blah, or until my brain wants something better. Butterfly, squirrel.
Or until I did get everything I want from him, and now I'm going to hunt somebody else to get everything I want from them.
And then they're bored. So
I
literally,
got the kids, I got the house. Now I'm gonna take it all. That's their attitude. That's their outlook.
So dating literally is practice for divorce. Dating is almost a guaranteed way to get divorced. And even when dating in its early days, like in the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, it wasn't dating like we do today. Like, and they were pretty much doing like a compromise between like an arranged marriage and dating. They were doing like a very short courtship, and they were getting married like super soon and just starting a family. Like,
because you weren't intimate until you were married, and no human in their right mind is going to wait until they're 25, 27, 30 years old to be intimate. And this is the big misnomer about arranged marriages, dating. I can guarantee so many of you are sitting hearing the word arranged marriages and you're like you're triggered as fuck, like, oh my gosh,
triggered.
How can you say that if I arranged marriages means that I would have to get married like when I'm 16 or so? Let me ask you this: when did you start noticing boys? Probably around elementary school. Probably when you were like 8 or 9. You started holding hands, you whispered that Tommy likes Susie, sitting in a tree, Kissing. Okay, that's when you started noticing. That's when the hormones were beginning. Then by the time you were 11, 12, hormones are full blast. So in scripture, like nowadays, the age of consent is completely arbitrary. By the time you're 18, you're already fully developed. So by the time you're like 14, 15, that is when you are really seeking a boyfriend, a husband, a male partner for life. Women do not want to be, it goes against women's nature to be bouncing from man to man to man, because they want somebody there for them, and like sex is an extremely intimate practice for women. It's totally emotional, unlike for men. So people are triggered. They're like, arranged marriages means I'll have to I would ideally have to be married by the time I'm 16, and nobody knows what they want by the age of 16. Most women nowadays are 30 and don't even have a husband, don't have a man in their life in any way. So you still don't know what you want. You have not developed past the age of 16, my sis. You are exactly the same girl, and that is why it's so important for your dad to choose your man for you. Like, women go for the bad guys most of the time. And guess, newsflash, ladies, those don't make good husbands. Those don't make good fathers. And then you act surprised. But maybe if your father was a little bit more involved in the type of man that you're committing to for life, you wouldn't have such terrible choice in men. And your situation right now is entirely your responsibility. If you point a finger or blame anybody else, you just need to take that and flip it right back into your face. You need to look in the mirror, sister, because all of your choices, your lack of finances, your lack of love is entirely your fault. I didn't feel loved, so I left him. Maybe you didn't feel loved because you weren't lovable. And this is what the left is perpetuating through Hollywood, is this they want to edify women. They want to say that femininity is the most righteous and beautiful thing. They're demonize manhood, but then they make women adapt these traits, and men don't want a wife to contend with. So women don't even know how to keep a man. Ladies, sex isn't going to keep a man in your life. Everybody has a vagine, okay? There's nothing special about you. Your personality and your behavior and how you treat that man as an individual is what's going to keep a man in your life.
You being good to him all the days of his life is going to keep him in.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you doing him good, not evil, Proverbs 31:10, is going to keep him in. You being good to him. Oh, imagine that. That's exactly what you expect from him. He expects that from you too. Oh, wow, never thought of that one before. So we were supposed to use this. Did you use your thought, baby?
Yeah.
We were going to do a disclaimer here, but we got so excited, and we have all kinds of notes written down, but obviously we could just talk about this topic for truly all day long. We're just going to flow unless we draw a blank, or we just make sure we don't forget anything. But I was gonna do a disclaimer here, like, about a couple topics. We're gonna talk about some adult topics here. We're gonna talk about sex, and we're gonna maybe even use a swear word. So, and honestly, that's a social construct. I want to have a real talk so it actually works. There are so many trash videos on dating out there and like in gender and like, and they're trash. And what do? You just dismiss them or you just pick whichever one you like better. It's not, and unfortunately with West, there's so much, in the West, there's so much white noise out there. Unless you get talked to directly, firmly, and unless there is a swear word in here, like you just, one ear out the other, you just don't care. It doesn't get through. It doesn't work. We're just desensitized in the West. So with the swear words, it's kind of like a misnomer. It's a social construct. Like, a lot, like for example, the word hell is considered a swear word, where that's a real place in the Bible. It's not a bad word at all. Yeshua uses it. The word damn is considered a bad word, but that's short for damnation. That's not a bad word at all. That's in the Bible as well. Like the word like poo is a totally acceptable word, but then the S word, shit, is considered, I can't say that one, but it's representing the same thing. It's representing feces. Why is it bad? Because it like sounds crass. I think the swear words, most of them came around in like the Victorian era. And so the whole thing is a social construct. You think a word is bad or not based on if it sounds crass to your ears. Okay, that's not real. That's not a thing. That's absolutely not a thing. So I think some people overdo it, like in movies, like with Leonardo DiCaprio, he's saying the F word every single word, every single sentence. I think that F word is probably the most crass one. And so I think every single sentence is too much. But if you say one here and there, like that's fine. And it's being an adult. And again, the whole thing's a social construct. So we might use one of those. There's actually an interesting story for how like the middle finger came about. It goes back to the Battle of Agincourt in 1415. It was a battle of King Henry V and the British that were outnumbered 3-1 by the French. And I actually got to go there. But so the like there's a cute story like behind the whole middle finger thing. And I'll save that story for later.
It's a good story.
But yeah, so if you're watching this with your kids or whatever, and you don't want them to hear an adult word, okay, cool. Don't watch it with your kids around or whatever. But like, put your big girl panties on, guys, put your big boy briefs on. Like we're gonna have an adult conversation. We're not gonna keep you in a perpetual childhood state like the West has done and Disney's done. To like water things down and like really stunt your maturity and your growth. So it's gonna happen.
We're not gonna say what you want to hear.
Get ready, exactly. We're not gonna say what you want to hear, like everyone else is doing. We're gonna say what you need to hear. So
buckle in.
Yeah, so buckle up. So like as I was talking about before, like it's destroying girls because like it's so funny. Like girls, as soon as they're old enough to think about it, they're like, oh yeah, I want a husband. Where's my husband? When do I get to have a husband? And then the message even from like churchgoers or Christian parents and Bible studies is like, well, see, sweetie, you don't get to have one. Maybe at 30 or 40, yeah, that's when you get to have one. And they're like, what? That's like forever. I can't wait that long. And no one is waiting. No one is waiting that long. Exactly. That's absurd. And they're told to wait until a ridiculous age. Their late 20s or 30s or their late 30s. And like, no one's done that throughout all of history. So I'll tell you what people have done throughout all of history. So this is the way we do it in the West. And I'll tell you how they used to do it throughout, all the continents throughout all the time. So in the West, you're considered a child from 0 to 12. You're considered an adolescent, like, in your teens. So like from middle school, so like around 12, 11, 12, 13, all the way to, here's the interesting thing, all the way to 18. You're still an adolescent when you're 17 years old. That's backwards. That's regressive. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. That's arbitrary. The whole reason that like America established like 18, we just had like pick a number, that's arbitrary. The Bible says nothing about being 18. Not even God, the strictest, most conservative person out there, has a rule about 18 nothing. Like I remember when I was young and I was considering all kinds of like, adult topics and, I was like a fully functioning, thinking, person at a much younger age than 18. So that whole thing's a social construct, 18 as well. But then if you go to the maximum length of college, if you get your PhD or your doctorate or whatever, you go for undergrad and graduate school and you go for 8 years total, you'd be 26 years old. So by one standard, especially with Obamacare, you can stay in your plan all the way up to 26. You could be considered an adolescent, not a full-grown adult, until you're 26 years old. So you're either considered an adult like at 18, but a lot of society don't consider you a fully blown adult until you have a full-time job and you're paying your own bills, you have your own house, your own car, etc. So that might be up to 26 or 27 for some people in some scenarios. That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. So we have this delayed childhood and adolescence. But let me tell you how they used to, and they're like, oh yeah, now that you're 27, now you can start thinking about getting married. Is that, but do people like not start dating until 27? No, not even close, not even close. I just looked it up on Google, you look it up yourself. The average age, and it really varies across the board, but the average age, you know, when I was actually in high school, the average age people were experimenting with sexual activity was 17, their junior year of high school. And today it's even younger, it's 15 and a half. On average, there are people that are younger, there are people that are slightly older, but the average age that people first start engaging in sexual activity is 15 and a half. That's a freshman in high school. And I knew even some middle schoolers that were in like a long-term relationship that started engaging in sexual activity in middle school. So like churchgoers and Bible study people, like, you know, like, I'm gonna talk to you here, and you're literally part of the problem. Like, people, they're not just gonna wait just because you tell them to wait. You have to provide for them a godly, righteous, biblical alternative. Not just like, you know, that whole like, you know, testosterone, estrogen, and puberty that God designed you to go through at 11. Yeah, just don't let that bother you. Yeah, just wait till you're 40 or 35. Yeah, that'll be fine. No one has waited ever. The only people that are virgins till that age are people literally that, not by choice. It's that they're so incredibly ugly or fat or socially awkward that they no one would have sex with them, you know. And so those are the only virgins by that age. So the reason why and virginity was like really important throughout all of history and in all different cultures, still is today in places like India and in Africa, like, and it is in the Bible too. It's so crazy. Literally, like your typical Western woman, the way she dresses, how scandalously she dresses, her makeup, her jewelry, her hair, like how many partners she's with. The average normal Western woman is more scandalous, is more promiscuous than a prostitute back in the day throughout all of history. God views every single Western woman as a prostitute throughout history, and so would everyone, literally everyone before, like from everyone from 1899 and before would consider that as well. It's absurd, it's regressive, it's so incredibly harmful and detrimental. So we know how girls turn out, they don't have a dad. So how boys turn out is they have no standard of what a man should be, and they become like either overly feminized, and they get involved, and they become leftist, they become gay, they become transgender, they become lost, they become undesirable by other women, by the way. A woman cannot raise a man. She's not one. How can she? A woman cannot raise a boy to be a man at all. And also too, like dads, stop freaking raising your daughters to be masculine and play sports because you wanted a boy and blah, blah, blah. Stop it. That's freaking cringe. Stop it. Raise them to be feminine. Teach them how to be a good wife to their future man. Don't stop talking about, I got a shotgun. If any guy tries to take my girl on a date, I'm gonna blow his head off. Oh, really? That's toxic AF. What is wrong with you? You know, she's gonna hate you if you do that. Like, you should be involved in the process of her dating. Don't tell her that she can't date at all. Tell her that you should approve of who she dates. You know, like, so get involved in that dating. Get involved in that dating.
You're looking out for her best interest, and that includes having sexual fulfillment. Don't play dumb. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
So here's the thing on that topic. Okay, so how it worked throughout all of history. So I told you how it works, you know, today in the West, but here's how it worked throughout all of history. So childhood was considered to be 0 to 4. Adolescence was 5 to 12. And during your adolescence, they didn't just like brainwash you and stunt your growth with Disney and crap. And that's ironic. I thought Disney was just like, oh, it's a little too westernized, a little too feminized, a little bit too, you know, it was just like slightly wrong, but it's not. Disney is evil. Like, you know, like, and we used to love Disney, you know, like, so, but yeah, they're evil. And I think now today more than ever, people like know that. But Disney is an absolute tool from Lucifer. We're going to get more into that too, but they're openly wicked. They're openly evil. They're openly brainwashing your kids, you know, to not be moral, like to not be godly. So, but okay, so 5 to 12 was adolescence back in history. And then your teenage years, you were an adult. Anywhere from 13 to 20, you were considered an adult. You know, and at the youngest, it was 13. In Jewish society, that they still have a tradition today that honors that. 13 is either your bar or your bar mitzvah, where you're honored as an adult man or woman. So we think Yeshua's parents, like Joseph and Mary, were 15 and 16. Oh, no one's got a problem with that. Like, okay, so the Son of God's parents were 15 and 16. No one has any qualms about that. So the latest age possible, and they got married earlier too. But if you weren't married as a Spartan man in Spartan society in Greece by 20 years old, they realized how important it was for making babies to actually produce like more people in their society, like more Spartan warriors. They had a continual problem, unfortunately, with not having enough fully equipped Spartiates, hoplites. They would shame you and they would force you to take a wife at 20 if you hadn't taken one yet at 20. You'd have to get married at 20 at the latest in Sparta. So that's the oldest I've ever heard of. So every single culture, country, continent, and all of history till 100 years ago, they were getting married somewhere in their teens. Their teens, not 20s, not 30s, not 40s. What the French toast? That's weird. That's never happened before in the history of the world in any society, Eastern or Western. 13 to 20. Now you don't have to get married at 13, blah, blah, blah. I think that's like a smidge early. If they're ready or whatever, that's fine. But people should be married sometime in their teens. Literally, 20 should be the utmost latest of marriage. This is weird. We have a backwards, cringe society where people aren't married. People are perpetually not married. It's weird. It's unhealthy. It's detrimental. You're not gonna live a love-fulfilled, healthy, conservative, moral life where you're grounded. It's literally it's rooting out for anyone. Like it ruins men's lives. It ruins the kids' life. So women, if you don't care about men, which we know you don't, care about your kids. It's ruining your kid's life. You're ruining kids' life. And ironically, it's ruining women's life too, the most. Marriage is the most important institution for a woman. And they've always known that, and that's why they want it even more than men, because it benefits women so incredibly much. And you're asking so much from a guy. So if you're asking so much more from him than he's asking for from you. So you better be grateful for that man every single day of your life. So if a boy doesn't have a father, what is he involved in? He's either too feminized and lost, or number two, he's angry, rightfully so. He was like, oh my gosh, if the person that brought me into this world isn't here, and I don't know why I'm here, I'm hearing from my toxic mom that he just left because he didn't care about me, when usually it's the mom that leaves. You can look up the stats here with Kevin Samuels, like our best friend Sean is going to have a video on this. So we really wanted him to talk for like a long time about it, for like 2 hours or whatever, but he's set on doing like a 5-minute one, so that more people will watch it or whatever. But he's going to be featured in a video soon. He's a little nervous, but he's excited to do it. But we've been taught a lot of incorrect things, like in our society. So for example, like we were born and raised that like the idea that men are always bad. The single moms are heroes. No, if you're a single mom and you're not a widow, you're a deadbeat. You're a single mom, you are a deadbeat. You are a wicked bad woman. You are a bad woman if you're a single mom. That's one of the worst things you could do for all parties involved. Literally, for the kids, for the man, and even for yourself. You're a deadbeat. You are a deadbeat. Don't you dare have children unless you are married and you get the husband's consent. Let me say that again, because none of you can figure this out. Unless you are married and you get your husband's consent that he wants a baby at all. And number two, how many babies he wants. Don't you dare make a baby without his consent. Don't you dare make a baby without being married. What is wrong with you? Seriously, what in the French toast is wrong with you? You know you shouldn't be doing that, but you wanted a baby anyway. And you did something wicked because you're selfish and you didn't care. That is awful. That's the most awful thing I could hear. That's the most awful thing you could possibly do. Everyone throughout all of history has known that, including our country. It's not like you don't know that. You're just doing what you want to anyway, and you don't care who it hurts. How detrimental it is. So honestly, tell you the truth, you know what should happen if. And then, so guys, like, because women literally like intend to do this, like you need to be extra careful. So now we're gonna talk about sex. Because there's more sex education than ever before. A lot of parents are too embarrassed to talk to their kids about sex. Don't do that, parents. Don't do that. Like, talk to your kids about sex. I know it's embarrassing. I know it's awkward. Talk to them. Don't you want you to be the number one influence about sex? You want them learning from Disney and from the left and from the government and from schools and from Hollywood about sex? Or do you want them to learn from you? You tell them about sex. You make them feel comfortable enough to them, I know they're embarrassed too. You make them feel comfortable enough to come to you to talk about anything and all things sexual. And you provide them a healthy, godly, moral alternative. So here's how we're gonna do it. Here's what I recommend. People that go to church or in the Bible, if you don't allow your son or daughter to get married as early as possible, So we can just say 18, just to avoid that whole argument, 18 or shortly thereafter. Or if, in some states, if with a parent's permission, if you can get married earlier than that with their consent, great, awesome, do that. I know that I would have I would have loved to have a wife at an earlier age. Absolutely. And I know almost every woman would too. I'll tell you two different things that where men and women think the dating's exciting, but it turns up just hurting them, and it's not as exciting. But they only learn that until after it's all already done. So if you don't provide them a healthy alternative, a spouse, a husband or a wife, for those that go to church or synagogue or Bible studies, you literally are part of the problem. That's right. You are. They're not going to wait. No one's ever waited. They're not going to wait till they're 30 to have sexual activity. They're not going to do it. God designed us even when God himself was in the garden, either the spirit of Yahweh or possibly the physical body of Yeshua was literally having a tangible, fulfilling, loving relationship with Adam. He said, you know what? It's not good for the man to be alone. I'll create, I'll create another human. I'll create the opposite of him. Yeah, not as equal. The opposite of him, I'll create a woman. If God wanted women to be equal to men, they would have created Steve. He created the opposite of a man. Someone who was petite, someone who was soft and weak, someone who was nurturing and supportive. He did not create another man. He created the opposite of that. It's not good for a man to be alone. I'll create Eve. So if God felt, the need or the want or the inclination, the desire to do that back then, how much more important is it now when we don't live in the garden with God? So if you don't allow your son or daughter to get married at as early age as possible, then you literally are the problem. You're the problem for all this fornication and all this unplanned pregnancy and a completely ruined society. So families are the foundation, the bedrock, the vertebrae of society. All countries are based on the family unit. So in order to have that, you need a father. You need a husband and a father. You need a wife and a mom, and then if you choose to, kids. Obviously, we'll save that for another video, the kid topic. But kids are entitled to, and they need a father in the home. It's absolutely completely unacceptable to have a family where there's no father in the home. Women, that's entirely on you. You know where babies come from. We're going to talk about where babies come from because apparently, none of you know. But the reason why women are having babies, because they were all throughout history, they're used to arranged marriages and they don't want to wait, and they don't. They're like, okay, well, I know what I want. I want a baby. Here's what women's desires are in life, and they're not good. And you need to have self-control. Do all this in the proper context. A woman's desire in life is babies, money, vanity,
popularity,
and babies, money, vanity. I want to feel pretty all the time, and those are the top three. I think there's one more I was going to say. Those are the top three. Even more than they want a man, which is so wrong and cringe and awful, and mind-blowing. Guys have to be really aware of that. They want those three things, men, more than they actually want you. And and so you need to know that. You need to go in wide-eyed, and not freaking blue pill. You need to go in red pill. And make sure that that woman's number one goal is to be your best friend, your supporter, your nurturer, that she wants to be loyal to you for life, no matter what, no matter how she feels about it. And if her number one objective isn't to be your best friend, and is always trying to gain power over you,
she sees you as a means to an end. Do
not marry her. Absolutely do not marry her. Men, have a talk with with women before you're dating them. And talk to them about submission. And if they're not wholeheartedly embracing constant submission, your life's going to be a living hell, and you're going to get divorced. Do not marry any woman that is opposed to her being submissive to you. Don't do it. Literally, stay single. Your life would be so much better if you were just single. Either stay single or marry a wife who's wholeheartedly embraces the idea of submission. Otherwise, your life's going to be trash. Absolute trash. You're gonna be divorced, your heart's gonna be broken, your kids are gonna be taken away from you. And so don't do it. Absolutely don't do it. So, okay, so back to the churchgoers and the Bible study leaders. So, so again, you should be encouraging your kids, and you're not, none of you are. You know, you just embrace Western culture from Hollywood, the left, the whole 9 yards. Even if you say you don't, you do. You just embrace the whole thing, you know, like never even thinking, never actually thinking outside the box, looking at history, looking how God did it, never thinking. There's no thinking going on in church or Bible studies. You know, I've been, you know, going to churches my entire life. You know, and we used to go all the time. We used to go Sunday morning, like Sunday night, Wednesday night, and do like Bible study at school, at home, like all the time. Like there was one time where I was going to church like almost every day. Like after our most recent experience, we will never, ever, ever go to a church again. Because you know what churches care about? They care about numbers, popularity, fame. They care about making money. And if they tell you anything you don't want to hear, you're going to leave. And that lowers their numbers and their money. Churches are absolutely corrupt. They do a lot more harm than good. And they're teaching entirely incorrect doctrine. They don't teach anything of value. Churches are so lame. I don't think I've ever actually gone to a sermon, and I've been to every different type of church you can think of. You know, I don't think I've ever gone to a sermon and it was actually worth even talking about at lunch. You know, they just give a sermon about, you know, like friendship or something else that's just trash.
And unbelievers,
You know, I think you should be a better friend this week. That's all it's about, being a friend, you know, love and, you know, okay.
Acceptance.
Well, next week we got extra donuts and coffee coming in, so, you know, and we need helpers with that. Yeah.
Every single one. Don't tell me that your church is the exception to the rule. It's not. You're part of the problem. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Like, so they're just like, they just get your Sunday started off right. You know, you just go there for the coffee, and I love coffee and donuts, okay? But you know what? I actually want things to be taught there too. There's no teaching at all. I want stuff to actually be taught there too. The whole point is it's supposed to be a Bible study at church. Everyone's supposed to be reading this book and conforming their lives to it, not twisting the book to fit their culture. And that's what every church does and every Bible study does. And that's what everyone does. You know, it's so crazy. You know, I'll have to talk about this in another theology video. I already did cover in some other videos, but this is about dating though. So churchgoers, you know, Bible study people, Christians, like you should be allowing your son or daughter to get married as soon as possible in their teens. Otherwise, their fornication, which not so much anymore, but back when I grew up back in the day, like in the 80s and 90s, you know, they were talking about that a lot. They were really concerned with that. You're the problem for their fornication. Because they're not going to wait. They go through. We're going to talk about sex. So everyone goes through puberty at 11 years old, around 11 years old. And you know what that does? The hormones come in. Testosterone. Men have more testosterone and just a small bit of estrogen. Women have more estrogen, which makes them more emotionally unstable, and they have less testosterone. But testosterone causes sex drive. So God designed that. God designed testosterone to be in all of our bodies, go through puberty and experience that at 11. And you're saying that they can't act on it until they're like 30?
You're saying it's bad.
Yeah. Okay, so number one, nobody's waiting. I don't think anyone in the history of the world has waited voluntarily until that time. And don't and if they did, it's less than 1%. Let's stick with the majority. Stop gaslighting and using disclaimers and blah, 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 being disingenuous. Let's talk about the majority. The average age today people are engaged in sexual activity with is 15 and a half. Yeah, they both live at their parents' home. They both live at home, and they're having sex at 15 and a half. Okay, so the Bible talks about fornication. It doesn't talk about living together. That's like such an old school concept. People are having sex when they're living. Your kids are having sex when they're living in your house. Yeah. There's a will, there's a way. So they're going to have sex regardless. But if you said that they didn't have to wait till they were 30 or their late 20s, if you said that they could actually only wait until somewhere around their teens, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, they could wait that long. So how arranged marriages work is like the dad picked out the husband for the wife. Women have absolutely no discernment in choosing husbands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a high divorce rate. And let's supposed to talk about this right away. Okay, so here's the stats on divorce. So most marriages over 50%. End in divorce. And the people that are filing for divorce are women. 70% of the divorces, look it up, state stats on Google online. This is an undisputable statistic. 7 out of 10, 70% of the divorces filed are by women. And it's not because they're all getting abused and it's because of adultery all the time. No, I got the actual stats here. 76% of the reason is irreconcilable differences. They just didn't feel like it one day. They had an emotion. The magic was gone. The butterflies. They felt like roommates. Irreconcilable differences. They weren't being submissive. They weren't realistic about what marriage looked like. 70%, almost every single reason was irreconcilable differences. You know why that's unacceptable? Because dating exists. That shows you that the whole thing's a sham. You literally can date as long as you want. You can talk about everything in advance, make sure you're on the same page, blah, blah, blah. That's unacceptable. Women, ladies, females, that's unacceptable. Girls, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. You are unacceptable. Stop it. So men to change this, what we need to do is like a three-part system. Women aren't ever going to change this. If something's benefiting them in the moment, they never want to take accountability for any wrongdoing. They never take accountability. They never, ever say they were in the wrong. Number two, they don't have like the mental wherewithal or the courage to do so. It's got to be you. They're not going to ever do it. The good women out there, the very few women out there that are conservative, that are biblical, that believe in submission, they're soft. They're scared. They're too scared of the leftist hyena women out there. They're not going to do it. It has to be you, men. And if enough of you actually correct, rebuke, and boycott, they will change. They'll have no other option but to change. Yes, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to remind you to talk about the notion of soulmates.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about soulmates. Soulmates. So before we do that, okay, so the other percentages you might be worried about, 76% is irreconcilable differences. 19% is because of adultery. Only 19%. And since at least 2010, if not 1964, since at least 2010, a higher percentage of women have been more promiscuous with fornication, had more partners, and have actually been committing adultery on a higher level. It's much easier for a woman to commit adultery than a man. All she has to do is go on Facebook and say, "Hey, you want to have sex?" And the guy's like, "Sure, yeah." Single guys will be like, "Yeah, sure." Because like women love, and men, because of testosterone, we have more of it. We're positive of sex. And unfortunately, people aren't moral nowadays. So if they're in a dry spell, they might do it. Even with married women, they are doing it today. There's whole sites about it. There's a site that came out way back in 2006 called Ashley Madison. So I hear there's like a lot of married people on Tinder. It's so easy today. Like we're with the guy, they can't do that. They can't just say, hey, you want to have sex, lady? The lady's like, no, what the French toast? Like she's turned off by that. So it's so much easier for a woman to do that than a man. So every single woman, the guy has to like pretend like they're in love and they're gonna get married and then it will happen. But there's so much more time and energy and money and effort in that to happen. Okay, so 19% is because of adultery, and the women are committing more adultery nowadays than the men. So don't just say that it's all the men are cheating, blah, 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 blah. On average, women have higher body counts. 4% is due to addiction to substances like alcohol or drugs, and only 1% is due to physical abuse. 1%. And almost no men actually reports it when it's the other way around, when the woman's being abusive. Women have so much more freedom to physically abuse, not including mentally, emotionally abuse their husband, than the other way around. As soon as there's any kind of like physical or mental or emotional abuse coming from the husband, the woman freaks out, she calls the police, she goes to her family's house, like, bam, everyone's like, oh my God, let's give you all the resources and the help. It happens to a man, everyone's like, yeah, what a wuss. Why don't you just toughen up, man up, screw you. Like there's like, men never report any of the abuse that they ever get. And they constantly, almost all of them get mentally, emotionally abused every day. And then physical abuse too. But it's okay because the woman's weaker. It's okay to do that. Yeah, so much for equality. Yeah, okay, yeah, so much for equality. So Western men are the softest, most feminized, most benevolent men in the history of the world. That Western women are completely taken advantage of. And I'm sick of it. It's evil. And men, the leftist men aren't gonna do anything about it. So the 50% of you conservative men out there, you're gonna have to be the ones that are gonna do anything about it. The leftist women aren't obviously gonna do anything about it. They love it. They love this. They love the matriarchy. They love the power. They love the inequality. They love the abusiveness, the one-sidedness, the sexism, the misandry. They love it. The leftist men are too cowardly to do anything about it. Like they've been raised by a single mom, they're playing the long game. And so they've made their bed. They're going to do it. The conservative women, because they're women, are not going to do anything about it. They're too scared. They're too soft. They're too weak. They don't want like the backlash. They weren't designed for like to take that kind of vitriol. They're not going to do it. I mean, like Lior's the only woman that I've ever known that was willing to start speaking out on it. But like, that's pretty much the only one.
And that's
you know?
because I was
So-
deep in the rabbit hole of promiscuity and all the trash that comes with the dating culture, because it's in our nature to be sexually active at a young age, and girls want a boyfriend, and so the dating culture has made it so, because men would gladly take a wife from their father at a young age. People have come to the notion that like, oh no, my dad would pick somebody ugly for me or whatever. Your father is looking out for your best interest, okay? So, you know, men would be happy with a wife at a young age, and girls would be happy with a husband at a young age. But instead, because women have insisted through hypergamy on this dating culture, they're like, no, we're not going to have it. We want to pick our own guy, even though we don't know, you know, how to pick anything about anything. We don't know how to wear our hair half the time. We wear like 15 different outfits before we go out to get groceries or whatever. We can't be decisive on anything, but we want to pick the man to raise our children, even though we know zero things about history and morality. So I had a soft heart about changing my behavior, because I realized that whatever television was telling me and what all single women were telling me wasn't working. You know, single women aren't looking out for your best interest. Their ego is inflated to where they want you for themselves, because women feed off attention. They feed off of popularity and fame and power, and they love having their girlfriends with them. So if they don't have, if you get married and if you go off and you're happily married and they can't find and keep a man, they're going to try and get you to be alone so they can have somebody around them to feed into their like ego. And I was aware that all of this propaganda was leading to my demise. The powers that be that are influencing the media, which is really a conglomerate of like 5 rich people, they're not looking out for your best interest. They're looking out for your failure. And the failure of the family, of the nuclear family, reflects in the failure of the nation, because they come hand in hand. And I realized, you know what, this boss babe, bad bitch attitude and chasing money, chasing status, chasing a business is so empty. Whereas I could find a husband and have somebody who values me, my brain and my heart and my thoughts, and it's not a conditional relationship. And I had a soft heart to it. I wasn't raised this way. I was raised in a secular environment, going to high school with boys. Everybody's sexually active at a very young age. And because girls are looking for approval from guys, they think that they need to put out, because that's what will get the guy to love them. Because they know, you know, if I don't put out, then somebody else will put out, and that's what he wants for me. It's really a vicious cycle. But ladies, we're going to tell you also how you can avoid falling into that trap, that it's not men that have set this up for you. It's women, and it's the dating market that has set this up for you.
Very good, Leor. Awesome. I look at my notes, because we literally could talk forever without notes, and I want to make sure you don't forget anything and cover all the important stuff. So like to recap, nobody's gonna wait for the whole biblical community out there, you know, and I say that loosely too, because there's so few people like. I don't know if I said the percentages in the category 4s, but by my observations, there's about 70% of people are in category 4, and you can look up the categories. So I'll get you to watch that seminar. 70% are in category 4, 20% are in category 3. So most people are in category 3. About at most generously speaking, about 4% are in category 2, and it's less than 1% in category 1. So it doesn't matter how you identify what you say. Like with category 3, it doesn't matter if you go to church, it doesn't matter if you go to Bible study, it doesn't matter if you call yourself a Christian or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter if you call yourself a Jew. It doesn't matter like what you call yourself. It matters what you are according to God. It matters what you actually believe. It matters what you actually do, and it matters if God considers you to be a believer or not. And most of you are in category 3, most of you aren't. So like the whole church thing is a sham, you know. Especially the televangelists, and like some of the biggest people that are giving advice on relationships and dating are like the worst people ever, like Oprah Winfrey and Steve Harvey, Dr. Phil, such charlatans. They're such scam artists, and they care about their fame, they care about money. They don't actually care what actually works. They don't care about you. They don't care about you and your happiness and your fulfillment at all. Because again, that comes, ladies, from having a husband. Well, that's not a popular message today, so they're not going to tell you that. They're gonna tell you that you don't need to change anything. He's bad. It's all everything's bad with him, and you're just good just the way you are, and you just need to keep waiting until you find a man worthy of you. Blah 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 blah. And then yeah, women are like 90 years old, like, oh, I've been waiting for 90 years. Like, what the French toast?
I can get married at any time.
Yeah, like,
no, you can't.
Like, oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Like, men have more options and flexibility because they accumulate more money the older they get married. And every woman wants to get married. So like, men can wait longer, but women can't. Literally, like, as you get older, literally every year, every decade that you get older, actually your quality of prospects of men go down. You're less marriage material the older you get. So it's the exact opposite of what everyone's trying to tell you. And it's just because they want to make money off of you. Like, they don't actually care about you. They don't give two flying F's about you. So let's talk about some more topics so I don't forget anyone today. All right, soulmates and specialness. Again, this is why it's so important to have a strong, smart father in the home, leading the wife and the kids. Soulmates is made up. It has never been a thing. That's not real. Ladies, soulmates isn't real. Soulmates isn't real. It never has been. Honestly, like, the level of childishness to believe in a concept like soulmates. And even I believed in it too when I was younger, because my whole society believed in it. Everyone was talking about it on TV and in movies. All the women believed in it, obviously. Half the men believed in it. That's what everyone was saying at church and, like, at school, and like, everyone believed in it. And I'm like, God's gonna pick me out a perfect wife. That's how it works. That's not how it works. He doesn't say that anywhere in the Bible. You know how you know what God thinks? Is you read his book that he had written for us. That's how you know. You don't just sit there and think on your own. Oh, I wonder if I think at home for 5 minutes, I'm going to think what I want is what God wants. And then I'm going to tell everyone that's what God said, even though it was me thinking that. If you don't know there's a drastic difference between you and God, you don't know jack diddly squat. You don't know the preschool level of finding out truth in the Bible. God is vastly different than you as a human, especially as a woman. Especially. God is super holy and righteous. We're wicked as humans. God is a father. He's a masculine entity. There's a great documentary that I'm just going to give a shout out to that I want you to watch, and it's called The Third Adam. At first, I was looking at it, I was like, I don't know if this is something I'd be interested in. It absolutely, it's 4.5 hours. It's called The Third Adam, and it's about the divine feminine and goddess worship, this complete Luciferian, heretical, blasphemous cult, this anti-truth religion that we have in the West, that people have actually bought into throughout all of history. It's the religion that Lucifer set up. It seems like it's so many different things, and it's actually one thing.
1,000 faces for one thing.
Yep. So God the Father is a father. That's the reason why he picked that title, is because he most resembles a father. Yes, the masculine. God is 100% masculine. There is zero part of God that is feminine. Zero. That's straight from Lucifer. His son, Yeshua, God in the flesh, was a man. He picked not 6, not 12 women. He picked 0 women as his disciples. He picked all 12 to be men. Every single author of the Bible is a man. God is a firm believer in patriarchy. Why do you think Lucifer wants matriarchy so badly in our society today? Matriarchy is what has ruined our society. How has it ruined it? So, oh my gosh, we literally are, any day now, we could have a complete economic collapse. We will be so lucky if we actually make it until the end of this term, until the next president's term, if we don't have a complete economic collapse. We are over $30 trillion in debt. Do you know that, in the year 2000, in the year 1999, we had a $500 million savings account. Now, mostly done by Barack Hussein Obama, we have well over $30 trillion of debt. That's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. The private banks that we borrow money from, like the Federal Reserve, that's private, not federal. And the countries that we borrow money from, like China, are going to call the debt. It's going to be, at some point, the debt's going to be called, and then we're going to have an economic collapse. And it's going to be like the Great Depression, or worse than Great Depression. That's why. And so, because women they don't have a logical, historical mentality. They don't have a realistic, grounded mentality. They don't have a mentality that knows about numbers and math and addition and subtraction. They have a mentality where they think that the money's magical and it's just never ending. They always vote for more government spending, bigger government, because they want security and they want provision. That's why they always vote for that. They always vote for more entitlements, more spending, just like shopping. Women, they waste money shopping. Men don't do that. That's why women make better customers. That's why they're always marketing to women. I remember when I was in on business, like the best customers were women. You know why? Because they were impulsive. They would buy out of emotion to make themselves happier, to make you happier. They thought they would be happier if they bought this product that would make them prettier, blah, 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 blah. They're materialistic. Men are like, whoa, wait a second. If I don't take care of myself and my family, it's not going to happen. I need to save money and invest it and take care of myself. I can't rely on anyone else to do that for me. No one's going to do it other than me. That's why men are savers, and that's why more men invest. That's the only way you're going to be able to take care of yourself. So for the last 100 years, since 1920, like our society the government's gotten bigger, the spending has gotten out of control. Nobody cares, because people in Congress aren't representing us. All they care about is maintaining their own job, their own position, their own fame, getting reelected, their own money, blah, blah, blah. They got this nice little clique, blah, 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 blah. What's wrong with Congress is that obviously Democrats, we know what's wrong there. Everything wrong in the world, they're wrong on 100% of everything. And then you know what's wrong with Republicans? The corrupt ones that actually are in bed with the corrupt established Democrats, the established Republicans, those that are corrupt that go along with them because they're just worried about they're just worried about preserving the status quo and keeping this money trail going. So they don't want anything to change. They don't represent you. They don't represent you. They don't believe what you believe. They're not trying to make any changes based on what you believe, based on morality, based on family values, based on the Bible, based on anything true and real and historical. No, not at all. They care about themselves. That's why nothing ever changes. And you know why they hated the last president? You know why they hated Donald J. Trump? It's because he was one of us. He was an average, normal American citizen. He was the most socially liberal president we've ever had in the history of our country. And then the left hated him for that. You know why? Because, our country, literally, truly, every organization is run by corrupt leftist elitists. George Soros is one of the major ones. And of course, Bill Gates just showed himself to be that way, as well as Fauci. And there was some that were featured at the World Economic Forum. It's not like hidden, it's not conspiracy. They have public meetings talking about it, etc. But George Soros is one of the ones that has been called out and been famous for the ones going back decades. He literally, he pays Antifa, he pays BLM, he pays everyone for these riots to go there. He pays them like $11 to $15 an hour to be there for 7 hours and protest and riot and everything else. The left wants fascism, and they want this whole country to be enslaved. They want you enslaved, and the only thing that keeps you from being enslaved is a strong family, is a strong husband and father and family. Strong, independent, conservative families protect this nation from slavery and genocide. That's it. That's why they're so bent on taking the dads out of the home, taking the husbands out of the home, saying, women, you don't need a man. Ladies, a man has been your biggest benefactor throughout all of history. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Men literally do everything for you. Everything. When a home invader breaks in, is it the mom that goes to defend you, or is it the dad? Yeah, it's the dad, your husband. When there's a war to be fought, have women fought all of our wars, or do the men do? That's right. When the barbarians are coming in, it's the men that defend you. Did a construction crew of women build your house that you love so much, or did a construction crew of men? Yeah, a construction crew of men that you feel so lowly about. By the way, those construction jobs make a lot more than some white-collar jobs, actually. Yeah, it was a construction crew of men. Did women design the car, and do they build the car? Do they maintenance the car, or is it always a crew of men? It's men. Do women work in the water purification treatment center, or is it a crew of men? It's men. Do women actually do the electricity, the electric grid? Do they actually take care of our whole grid for us? No, it's men. Women, almost all women, the majority of women work either in retail or in government. They do not work in industry. If we had to rely on women to run the show, number one, they wouldn't. But number two, like we would be struggling to find clean water, and the water would be contaminated. They wouldn't even know how to purify it. And number two, we'd be living in manure huts. Literally the most wicked thing I've ever seen in my lifetime, the thing that has just enraged me so much, is women biting the hand that feeds them. Men do everything for you. Literally, men are basically slaves for your happiness, and you can't even say thank you. How wicked are you? How evil are you? No, it's not just like, no. The only way to fix the problem is to identify what the problem is, who is the most guilty of the problem, and then how to fix it. So anyway, back to soulmates. Okay, so no, soulmates are not a thing. They don't exist. That is the most childish, narcissistic idea that's ever been around. It's so toxic too, it leads to divorce. The idea of soulmates leads to people being unmarried, women being single for life, living and dying alone. And I don't care what some facetious woman says on Facebook, that literally is the worst possible fate that they could ever imagine. No woman wants to be alone ever, let alone for most of her life. And no one, especially women, want to die alone. But that's exactly what the idea of soulmates gets you. And I'll tell you why. So that it also leads to divorce. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't feel perfectly happy all the time. I got a divorce. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't feel this way. I should act based on my feelings. No, that's why you need a patriarchy. That's why you need a father in the home. That's why you need a husband, so that you're grounded. The longer a woman stays single without a man to ground her, she gets to be a complete wackadoodle. And the thing is too, is like none of them are immune from it at all. They're not immune. Even Lior was exactly like that. Like before I met Lior, she was a complete wackadoodle. She was totally lost. She was a Buddhist. She was a leftist. She had just come around. She's like, she came more centric, but she was a leftist her whole life. You know,
I was raised that way.
Her parents raised her to be atheist and leftist, so that's exactly what she was, and she couldn't find out the truth on her own. That's why men are so important for women. Like, it's men that do the studying and do the teaching. Women simply aren't interested in that at all. They have no interest in that whatsoever. They want to shop and they want to talk and gossip and they want to watch the Kardashians and they want to play with their kids. Like, they don't want to learn history, you know, like at all. So like. So with Lior, like, literally, and I'm not just saying this too, just because you're sitting here, but I have dated a lot. I have had like, and Lior literally is the only woman I've ever met that I approve of. She's the only one I've ever met that was good. That wanted to be a good woman, not a bad woman. The only one. Yeah, the only one. Most of you conservative women that think you're good aren't good. You're closet feminist, you're closet leftist, you're closet toxic, you're closet evil. Like, you know, so truly, like, so I've had, you know, I've had many relationships, I've had even more flings, I've had even more first dates, I've had even more first conversations. Like, I've been around the whole gamut, the whole block. You know, you're not talking to someone who's Amish. Neither of us were Amish. We dated, we did the whole thing that everyone else does. Because that's all we knew. That's what the society we were born and raised in was. And only literally, once you actually do all of that, do you realize how bad it was and why God and literally every other culture, even if they didn't believe in the Bible, was completely against that. And so, okay, so like with soulmates, you know, number one, it says that nowhere in the Bible. Absolutely not. Like, you don't get to pick your parents, you don't get to pick your kids. Like, Adam didn't get to pick Eve, Eve didn't get to pick Adam. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's completely backwards. God designed us to serve Him, not Him to serve us. Most of you think that Christianity is what you see on TV. What a joke. From Joel Osteen and Creflo Dollar and T.D. Jakes and, you know, like, Benny Hinn and all the other scammers. Not at all. Or like what you hear in church. It's feminist propaganda, made up bullcrap. You know, you know what? We're not swearing nearly enough in the video. We need to pick that up. So, you know, maybe we need to throw in some swear in there. But it's total trash. It's absolute trash. There's no such thing as soulmates. So, you know why that actually leads to like something worse. It leads to divorce. It leads you to being alone, because if you don't feel like this person is entirely compatible, which by the way is not realistic, it's not feasible. It doesn't make any sense. They're raised by a totally different family with totally different beliefs, or even if they are similar, they're going to be different. Like they're raised different.
Person.
Every single year that you get older, you become different. You know, you become different than everyone else around you. So the older you get, the more different you become, And it just doesn't make sense. You can't get everything you want on a list. When you're looking for like a spouse, you know, like you don't just get to order them online.
I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want this.
You're like, you know, creating your own person. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. What is wrong with you people? We forgot to talk about sex. We'll talk about right after this. That's not how it works. It doesn't work like that at all. You get another person that's completely different from you. They're different from you based on their gender alone. Oh my gosh, they're radically different from you based on their gender. And then number two, they were raised by different parents with like an entirely different like way of doing things and belief system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, like honestly, before Lior, I actually gave up hope. I was like, there are no women out there in the West that have any intention of being good. Their intention of being loyal, intention of learning and prioritizing important stuff. I was not very optimistic about marriage before Lior, but she is absolutely wonderful. So I'm gonna give Lior a public shout out. And hey, sweetie, yeah, like she is. I wish every man in the West had a wife like Lior, and it's by choice. She wasn't born that way. She didn't get that way on her own. You know how she got that way? Because I told her what the truth was, what morality was. I said, hey, this is my criteria for a wife, and if you want something different, if you don't want that, enjoy being alone, try to find some other guy, but this is how it's gonna be. And she had tried it every other way out there. You know, maybe we'll talk about that on another video sometime. But like our lives haven't gone perfectly and smoothly. You know, like you didn't go anywhere close according to our plans, and that's not how life works. So, but she decided from the moment that we met to be good, and she's been good every single day. She has so much emotional self-control. She feels all the estrogen and emotion that all you other ladies feel, and every single day she chooses, ladies, this is a word you need to get in your vocabulary. She chooses to be emotionally stable every single day. It's so amazing. Like with all the other women that I was with, that I dated, none of them practice any level of self-control, a fruit of the spirit. Hey, you ladies so much. The spirit and Paul, yeah. Self-control is the last thing that the fruit of the spirit should produce. And you're not practicing any self-control. Ladies, I use that term loosely. Females, women, you're not like, be a real woman. You know what being a real woman is? There's always talk, you're not a real man unless you do whatever I say, unless you're a Leroy, unless you're a beta sib and you're my slave. No. You know what a real man is? A real man's a patriarch. A real man is strong and smart. A real man doesn't let any woman actually tell him how to be. Does not get any teaching at all. From what he gets taught, he submits to God and other strong, smart, godly men. And he's allowed to have a little bit of individuality in there too, with his hobbies, no matter what that might be, as long as it's not immoral. That's good, you know. Like that's what a good man is, not determined by Luciferian leftist women, determined by the people that I just said, you know. So Lior chose to be emotionally. She chooses every single day to be emotionally stable. I've never seen that before. Every other woman chose to be emotionally unstable. Lior has chosen to be grateful because she realizes how much worse life is without a husband, or even a leftist, you know, beta man or whatever. But just being alone, like it's life is so much worse, you know, like without a husband. So she was grateful. She didn't bite the hand that feeds her. She's so grateful. And you know what? I've actually because of her gratefulness, I was willing to do things for Lior, you know, more traditionally and I've never been willing to do that for any other woman than ever before. Because she deserves it, because I feel inspired to. All the other women, they're like, oh yeah, you know how you get what you want? I don't cook, I don't clean, let me tell you how I got this ring. All you other girls out there are like, you know, I don't want no scrubs. A scrub is a man that ain't get no love from me, hanging on the passenger side in his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Oh yeah, you women are allowed to say you don't want no scrubs? All of you are scrubs. Women are scrubs, like absolute scrubs. Yeah, so and none of those women are happily married, by the way. None of those women that made any of those songs out are happily married. So
you know how a woman is emotionally volatile and has absolutely no self-reflection, self-control. She colors her hair blue, green, purple. She's got loads of piercings. She's got loads of tattoos. And ladies, like even some men do this, folks. This stuff is a passive way to try and fill the void inside of you. You know how, ladies, you actually gain fulfillment inside in your soul, learning something eternal, like learning about where you came from, where you're going. You don't know? Pick up a book and read. Watch a documentary. Talk about this stuff with your husband. It's really like it makes me want to take a brick to my head when I see how basic and superficial women are. There's absolutely nothing I can talk about. All they want to talk about their kids, their identity revolves around making babies, using their kids as trophies. Susie's going to get ballet classes, Tommy's going to get soccer classes. They have no identity other than their appearance, what they're going to do next to change their look, to feel like in a new phase, or, pop out more babies so they don't actually have to think about anything. Women and some men don't want to think about anything. So we discussed this, and it seems like the statistics is 95% of men don't know a thing about a thing, and 100% of women don't know a thing about a thing because and then 5% that do.
It's 95%, 2/3.
2/3. Oops. Yeah. So 2/3. The only reason women do know a thing about a thing is because they discuss it with their husbands or with men talking about it. And we're not talking about the exception, we're talking about the rule. And even the exception, ladies, stop making men your enemy. The reason women have made men their enemy is because they're resentful that they didn't get a husband at a young age. They got rejected. Women cannot handle rejection. Anytime they get rejected, there's literally zero introspection. What did I do wrong? What did I improve? It's just pointing fingers. And because they get rejected, they grow these levels of resentment, and then they get rejected again. It's like I said, it's this circle. It builds a wall, and they become hard. They have a hard shell. They have a hard attitude. They're not soft and lovable. And guys don't want don't want somebody to contend with. They don't want to come home and argue. They don't want to come home and slave in the house after they slaved outside. And all these households that don't have fathers in them, it's because the women have literally chased them out of the house. They're ungrateful. They're unappreciative. And they're emotionally volatile. They don't say, they don't know how to express their estrogen. They say, hey, I'm feeling emotional, nearing my cycle, I'm having an estrogen wave, so the man knows what's going on. Men aren't inside your bodies. Women, you need to tell them what's going on. And they just have temper tantrums and mood swings when the dudes are really cool and collective most of the time, all of the time. So, it just and because women are so emotionally volatile and they don't know what they want, that's why they've bought into all of these life coaches, into all of these superstitious, supernatural practices the divine feminine, it doesn't rhyme. They just make it rhyme so it sounds better.
Pink crystals, crystal balls.
Maybe if I
Ouija
shove
boards,
another crystal up my vagina, I'll feel better.
Native American Indian
Burn
dream
the
catchers.
sage.
Literally everything Buddhist and Hindu and mystical and magical, everything made up and total, bullcrap.
Yeah, numerology. It just it makes them flutter inside. It makes them think that there's something greater than them.
This is another reason why arranged marriages are so vital, why patriarchy is so vital, mandatory, why your dad picking your husband rather than you. You can't. You get to pick your husband and you divorce him 70% of the time. Yeah, you don't know what to pick for dinner. You don't know what you want to eat or what you want to go out for dinner, let alone in a husband. And there's this whole movie made about what women want, with Mel Gibson and everything, blah 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 blah. Women don't know what they want. Guys, you need to hear this. You need to have strong, smart men telling you about the nature of women, because women, number one, don't know, or number two, they're not going to be honest with you and telling you the truth because it makes them look bad. So women have absolutely no discernment. I have met one woman, not one. And honestly, Lior is relatively new to our faith. And there have been women that have been born and raised with our faith, and they're up to 100 years old. They have no discernment whatsoever. Women filter everything through personalized, emotional, fitting in and personal benefit. What do I want? I'm going to go ahead and manipulate the truth, manipulate scripture to make it be what I want, and I'm just going to feel good about that, and I'm going to be happy in the moment. Okay, yeah, that does make you happier in the moment in that day, but that makes you more depressed long term. Women have no discernment. Women have no discernment. No woman has any discernment. That's why patriarchy is absolutely mandatory. So again, honestly, that literally is a protective thing that God said. And when did we find out that women had no discernment? Even in the garden. Like, it's not that like, I talk about that in my other videos. The reason Lucifer went to Eve was because he knew that he could like emotionally persuade her to do something that she knew and that she wasn't supposed to do. They don't have discernment. So God required women to always be under the authority of a man. First their dad and then a husband, and it was never supposed to be any different whatsoever. Absolutely not. So like, women's skill is like God designed women with a very limited skill set. And that skill set is loving, supporting, and nurturing your husband first. First, not the kids, your husband. There would be no kids without your husband. Get it right, ladies. Your husband first, to love and support and provide him companionship. That's your skill set. That's what God designed you. That literally is your purpose. He literally created you to be the companion of the man. That is your purpose. That's why you exist. That's why God created you. That is the first and the middle and the last reason. And then, we'll talk about this in another video, kids. It's a whole rabbit trail, and it's a long one, and it'll be very controversial. Be sure you stay tuned to the kids one. But like, so 100% of women want kids. That's fair enough to say. Now, sure, some like younger leftist women say they don't, but like they say that all the time. And usually when they're around 30, they change. I've seen it happen before, and in my lifetime, and I've actually, I know women so well, much better than most guys, and I even know like women even better than most women know women. So I was my mom's favorite. I was my sister's favorite. I've had a girlfriend since I was in 5th grade. I had 2 girlfriends, and they just only lasted a few weeks. I don't know if that counts or not, but we said it did. So I've had a girlfriend since like 5th grade, and so and I've always, and the thing is like men naturally. They're designed to be more loving and receptive in bonding, and men like women more, and that was definitely true for me. Like, it's so funny, like, God hates women, he hates women, he hates women. Like, yeah, okay, good one, good gaslighting, good. And the truth is, interestingly enough, I like women more than men, actually, but it's because that I got to know them better, but it's because I know them that I actually understand what's going on in their brain and in their heart, and I know it's not good. I know it's bad. It's evil. It's selfish. It's sexist. It's wicked. They're ruining everyone's life, even themselves. They're ruining the men's life. They're ruining the kids' life. They're ruining even their own life, and they literally don't even have the mental third-party wherewithal to realize that and to know what works and what doesn't work and make a change and make a difference. So men, it's so vital for you to know, like, stop listening to women. So, in fact, literally, what a woman says, almost always, the opposite is what's true. And it's the opposite of what she actually wants. And they just expect you to know that, and that's normal. They should test you. So
shit testing all day, every day.
Yeah, exactly. It's called a shit test. It literally even is in common knowledge. And then I'm going to talk about, give a little sex education, because apparently, people don't know where babies come. People don't know where babies come from. And the truth is, they do. And so what I was going to say was, like, I've only met 2 women in my entire life that actually didn't want kids. One was actually, how do I know? Because one was actually 59 and she was married twice, and she chose not to have kids. She made the menopause without having kids, and then the second one is actually, I'm going to give a little intro. And actually, Lior is the only person that didn't want kids. So I met 2 women, and I've known countless. So it's way less than 1%. So since it's way less than 1%, we can round it up and just say 100% of women want kids. So, but for men, it's about 60% of men want kids, and about 40% don't. Almost all of them end up having kids because it's an ultimatum for the woman. Which is not good. That's a bad thing. It's very toxic. We'll talk about that on another video. But yeah, like, women don't know what they want for dinner. Women don't know what outfit to wear for an event. Like, they're indecisive. And you know what they want? They want the husband to be their dad. They literally want their husband to be exactly like their dad, make all the choices for them, but then they get to have sex with their husband, which they obviously can't with their dad. That's what every woman wants. 100%. Well, you know what? Your dad is your authority figure. You submit to your dad. So why are you trying to make your husband submit to you? And it doesn't work. There's no such thing as an equal partnership. Maybe with 2 men there is. With 2 men, you can have an equal partnership, maybe with 2 women, but that's not how it works with a marriage, because what happens when you have differences and they're the exact opposite choices. If the man, if you pick what the woman goes with, that's the man submitting to a woman, which is an abomination in the sight of God, and should be to every man that's conservative, that, you know, is strong, has a backbone, that has a brain. That's an abomination. That is a complete ideological transgenderism of society. The ideological transgenderism started way before the physical transgender. It started back in the 60s when, you know, the left and women started trying to transgender men.
The age of Aquarius.
So the transgenderism has been going on since the 60s, you know, first ideologically and then physically. I'm not surprised at all. This is where it was always going. This is a natural result of feminism. Feminism has started with like the 60s and like, you know, being really promiscuous, single moms, and went to the homosexual movement, and now it's gone from changing men into actual women, and some women changing into men. It's you know, so this is where it was always heading. And when I was actually telling people about this, like, you know, way back in high school, in the early 2000s, they said that was a slippery slope. They're like, no, it's never going to go that far. It's never going to go to transgender. I'm like, yeah, it is. There either are rules or there aren't. That's where it's going to go. You know, they said that was a slippery slope fallacy, and now we're here.
And now we have people identifying as cats. I wonder where that's going to lead.
So, I'll tell you what's not special: dating. There's nothing special about dating at all. So, like, you think if you have like a conversation with like 100,000 men, and then you go on like 1,000 first dates, and you kiss, and you have 500 kisses, and then you have like 50 flings. You have 50, you know, 100 flings, and then you have like 10 relationships, 10, 15 relationships, and you have one, and then you have 2 or 3 marriages, and you have like a body count of 20 plus, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever it is for you. You think that's special? And then be like, oh, hey, husband, well, you know, I've already said I love you to 50 other guys, and I was already married once or twice before. I've had sex with like 20, 30, 40 other guys, and then and I called all those other guys baby, and now I'm gonna do the same thing with you. You're gonna be guy number 51. Isn't that special? Like, there's nothing special at all. That's the least special thing I could think of. You know what's special? Arranged marriages. Yet you've been lied to in every single movie. It's on purpose. Hollywood, ultimately at the top of that is Lucifer, has lied to women, and because it felt good, because it manipulated your emotions, which you had no discernment about, it manipulated your emotions, and you let your emotions control the logic in your brain. You liked it, you bought it. Mm-hmm. Women can literally be manipulated into anything whatsoever, 100%.
They're masters of manipulation.
They can be emotionally manipulated into anything. That's why their dad and their husband was there to say, whoa, no, sweetie, I know that sounds good, that feels good, but no, that's bad. That's going to harm you long term. Don't do that. You know, so yeah, so dating isn't special at all. Dating is the opposite of special. Arranged marriages is what's special. So
talk about how babies are made.
Now, oh yeah, it was right on the list anyway. Okay, so here's how babies are made. All right, so
newsflash.
So like we have more sex education than ever before. More sex education. We have more contraceptives and birth control available than ever before. Available even for free, and yet the pregnancy out of wedlock, the unplanned pregnancy rate is higher than it's ever been. So we're gonna have a sex education talk right now. Okay, so number one, do not under any circumstances make a baby if you're not married. And you don't plan to stay with him for life, by the way. A marriage, we'll talk about what marriage is like. Marriage is a commitment for life. It is a unconditional commitment for life. It's not a boyfriend where you can just walk away if you feel like it. That's not what it is. If you can't commit to an adult for life that you picked, you don't deserve to be married. Don't get married. Do not get married. You don't deserve it. Like, you know, just have your never-ending flings. Marriage is a commitment for life, no matter what. That's what it is. That's the definition of it. So again, like in a divorce, like should only happen if there's an extreme scenario. Like the person, like, you know, like she went crazy and she's, you know, stabbed you in the back with a steak knife, or you know, okay, cool. If your life's on the line, fine, you can leave that marriage. But that happens less than 1% of the time. That's absurd. You know, you don't freaking get divorced because you feel like it, because you have bad emotions, because, you know, because you guys aren't getting along, because you're fighting, blah, 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 blah. Women, yeah, exactly. Women, you're picking the fights. It wasn't we were fighting. No, women, you were fighting. You were fighting. In fact, on the Daily Wire, they made I think it was Matt Walsh had an article, and it said that women are just malcontents. Literally, like, you have always had the easier, more beneficial, more privileged gender role, and you're never happy, you're never satisfied. Men, that's why you need to stop like being so gynocentric. Stop being so submissive. Stop being so beta and so simpish. Stop serving women with your life. You're supposed to, number one, be serving God. Number two, you are supposed, like, and again,
Teacher.
yeah, again, you should be learning important things and teaching them. And you can throw some of your hobbies in there too, but your life should not revolve around your wife. That's absolutely toxic. Like, oh my gosh, like, love her, but you need to correct her. You need to give her rules and boundaries, So like, I've heard so many girls say too that their parents were, go babe, you want to talk something before we go on?
Oh, just that women pick the fights. I've never seen a couple where a man goes out of his way to pick the fights, and it's when, and again, it's part of the shit testing. And I mentioned this in the Western Women Through God's Eye video. Like, they purposefully stand toe to toe to see if the man can overpower them, and because they, and they resort to emotional and verbal abuse. Unless they have the man submit to them, because Hollywood has given women an inflated self ego. They've just inflated the ego. Ego is never really a healthy thing, maybe like a little bit, but they've inflated it such that they want women to contend with their husbands. They want marriages to fail. They want people to resort to drugs and to be distracted and to buy more movies. They don't want people to learn about the truth. And they do that by telling the women that they're oppressed and that their husband isn't looking out for their best interest. It's just such a blatant lie. And they encourage women to be disagreeable. They encourage women to be argumentative. And women buy it because, like I said, they're most easily manipulated. In fact, they pay women to manipulate other women. They're masters of manipulation. All of these life coaches, these health coaches, no woman is running the industrious side of our nation, and yet all of them are life coaches and selling products and beauty, and because they love the inflated fame, and so they encourage women to be disagreeable and argumentative and to stand toe-to-toe with their men and to argue with them. And if the man doesn't submit to the woman, then, you should walk away. But then they're alone. And then they're 40 with kids and no man will date them. How about having a little bit of humility, ladies, and actually listening to what your man is saying and not seeing him as a means to an end? Men don't look at women as a means to an end. They're looking for a companion. They're looking for somebody to love them and to be intimate with for life. Have one loyal person in their life when there's a careless, cold world out there. And women truly see men as means to an end for babies, means to an end for money and for house, for a car, for all of these things. And for vanity. And as soon as they get everything they want, or they don't continue to get everything they want, meet their demands, the Hollywood elite politicians who are all in bed with each other have encouraged women and enabled women, like I said earlier, to take everything from that man. So men are really now women's slave.
Yeah, guys, let me have a talk with you here for a minute too. Is this whole concept of like shit testing? This idea has been out for a long time. In fact, it was probably before this, but the first time I learned about it was in 2006. There was this book called The Game, and it became a TV show. Like, the pickup artist and the guy that was writing it was Neil Strauss style, and he said that what women constantly do, what they've always done throughout all of history, and what they definitely do now in the dating market is, so at least the last 100 years in the West, is they shit test men. And then we're going to go back to the sex topic.
Dang.
They give men shit tests. Yeah, exactly.
You're right.
So what does that mean, guys? It's so important that you know that, because so many of you are failing it now because, like, your own moms don't tell you this. And the women you're dating aren't going to tell you this.
Yeah.
They're not going to tell you anything. They're going to expect you to figure it out on your own. And so, like, I didn't know this, like, in when I was in, like, middle school and high school, and I was like the total classic Prince Charming, but like, women want the bad boy. They want the guy with the edge. They were always shit testing, and I thought you were just supposed to be nice to a girl, and then the girl liked you back. You're like, No, not today. Not with the West. Not with toxic femininity. Absolutely not. Like girls are completely turned off like by the nice guy. They only want a guy with edge. They only got the guy that's a bad boy. And then they go after literally the worst kind of guy, and then like the criminal type. And then they're like, oh yeah, I can change them. And it's like this fetish that they have. It's this futile super fetish, which is why they shouldn't be picking their husband. Their dad should be.
I'll turn
Most
the
of them don't even
beast
have a
into
dad.
a prince.
Exactly.
It's all Disney-fied, like Disney up until you're 30.
Exactly. And then when that guy just smashes and dashes, when that guy pumps and dumps, when that guy does Netflix and chill and then ghosts you, you're like, oh, what happened? He was supposed to marry me. Like, you know, like every woman subconsciously is expecting an arranged marriage. She's going into dating. Women don't even know how to date. They can't date. They're completely incompetent at dating. Women go into dating as if it's an arranged marriage. So, well, two things here. So women want to achieve hypergamy out of dating. This idea called hypergamy. They want to get the best quality catch of a guy that they can get. That's not special, ladies. That's not special or soulmate-ish at all. So I've heard this phrase that like men are actually romantics pretending to be pragmatists, and that women are pragmatists pretending to be romantics. And I believe that it's true. I believe it's totally true. You know, they say all the right romantic words and they don't live that out at all. They're ruthless in the dating world. Absolutely ruthless. Like if you don't meet all these like completely shallow criteria, they don't want anything to do with you. Here's what women want versus what what men want. Women want the guy to be rich, materialistic, shallow AF. They want the guy to be hot. Yep, absolutely. Guys aren't going to be dating some ugly fat guy. They want the guy to be hot. They want to be ripped and shredded. Oh, there's no body positivity, no body positivity movement for men. No woman wants a guy who's obese or even fat. They want to be absolutely shredded. They want to get as good a looking guy as they possibly can. They want to be rich. They want to be hot. They even also require things that are outside the guy's control. They want because it sounds good in their mind. They want the guy to be 6 feet and above. Well, by the way, the guys that are 6 feet and above, that's 5% of the population. Congratulations, girls. So 95% of girls are just gonna like be alone. Cool. Awesome, congrats. And just to show you that like they say they want things, but they don't really like mean anything. Like the average height in America is 5'9". Most guys are 5'9", and then around there are slightly below that or slightly above that. The average height for a woman is 5'4". Why do you need him to be like a foot taller than you? Why is 5 inches on average not taller than you?
But I want him to be 6'8".
Yeah, exactly. So like, whereas men are so much less shallow than women. It literally is it's straight up toxic femininity,
superficial,
matriarchy, misandry, propaganda, 24/7. Men do not care if a woman is rich. They don't care if she has a job. She can have no job at all and they're fine with it. Like a guy wants a girl to be kind of cute and he wants her to be loyal to him for life and be nice to him. That's literally what guys want. That is like as basic as you can get. They don't have to have Jack Diddley squat. Where it's like, he's gotta be rich or at least make as much money as I want, as I think I deserve. Number 2, he's gotta be hot. No, or at least he's good looking. At least I have to be dating up in all ways. Number 3, he's gotta be 6 feet and above. Like, so, you know, like with online dating is all the rage now. And so like, even for me, so I'm 5'10 and a half. And when I listed my actual height on a dating site, 5'10 and a half, I got like almost like no interactions at all. I literally changed that to 6 foot. I got all the messages. When we met in person, they didn't know any different. They're like, yeah, he's taller than me. That seems about 6 foot.
Wow.
Or whatever. Yeah. Girls have all these ideas in their heads that aren't real, that don't work, that are toxic, that are shallow, that have no basis in reality. Like, and so, yeah, just a little, like every single guy's experienced that. Every single guy. Like, you know, like, and they can be like 4'11" too. Like, thanks for it, man. That sounds hot to me, yeah. I've heard other gay girls say that, yeah. Like, oh my gosh, like it's so cringe. Like, would you stop like caring about what every other girl's doing? And that every girl just cares what every other girl's doing. All they care about is fitting in and personal benefit. That's so toxic. That's so shallow. That's so cringe. That's so pathetic. That's pathetic. The hive mind, like you just like it's so trash. Like I thought when I was younger, everyone wanted to be an individual. Yeah, not amongst women. You know, like and even when they like they say they're an individual, like they all boil down to be exactly the same. That's the thing is like now.
Gender solidarity.
You know, No, I'm very different than most men. Unfortunately, I wish most men were like me. They're not though. Like, and then for like Leor, I think Leor does have some differences than other women, but most women and most men are essentially the same. Essentially the same. They think the same way. They like the same stuff. They operate the same way. So this whole idea of individuality and compatibility and dating to find your perfect person is really stupid. And even with the whole soulmate thing, like, you know, like you're gonna date someone who likes you back. You don't get to date who you want. You get to date who likes you back. And it doesn't matter what you want. It matters who likes you back. Like, so you get to pick only from the people that like you back. And only the people that are local. Like, you know, Leo and I's situation was different. We met at a distance, you know, we were several states away. That's not the norm though. You're gonna date who's local in your zip code. Or within a short driving distance, and women totally subscribe to that. You're not going to date someone all around the world because maybe you're soulmate, because the universe decided it. But the universe in that logic, those pink crystals are going to make everything happen for me. Like, like women, like, oh my goodness gracious, your brains don't work. Your brains don't work properly. That's not logical at all. That's insane. That's crazy. That's childish. That is insanely ridiculous. And that's why you need a strong, smart, how many times do I have to say that? You need a strong, smart dad and then a strong, smart husband to keep you grounded. Otherwise, you won't be like Leor. Like, Leor has been so incredibly grounded since she's been with me. But before she was with me, she was just like this. She was very Buddhist. She believed in everything magical. She believed in the universe, blah, 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 blah. She believed in all the things that other girls think. Like, you girls believe in astrology. How freaking ridiculous that you think that the month you were born means anything. But like, because your brain isn't logical, that's totally fine for you. It feels good, it's fun. That's why you need a man to keep you grounded, because you're a Looney Tune without a man, an absolute Looney Tune. You're a whack job. You're a nutcase. Why do you think every guy says,
persuaded in any direction, anything will persuade you, because none of it works. So you're willing to try anything. When really, like, the most ancient book with instructions is looking out for your best interest. And I was actually moving in that direction after I realized nothing worked. None of these solutions were true. No amount of money was making me happy. And I said, you know what? And I was affiliating with people who I think I could save or I could help, like beasts that I could think I could turn into princes by some benevolent, attitude. No, ladies, you're wasting your time. Like, that's never gonna happen. Look for somebody with strong morals. Hey, those 10 commandments? Those are a good place to start. Somebody who values those things, not somebody who breaks every one of them, who makes you think that you can fix them. And like the misandry amongst women, like, men don't have the type of gender solidarity that women have. It's all women solidarity. Even mothers train their sons, especially if they're single mothers, train their sons to be submissive to their next wife, because the mother actually has more loyalty to her daughter-in-law as a woman than she does to her own son. And that is so sexist. That is the core of sexism.
By far, without a shadow of a doubt, don't pass go, don't click $200, case set and match, period. Women are by far the more sexist gender. All I've ever seen in my 34 years is a one-way street of sexism from women. It's not about fairness, it's not about egalitarianism, it's not about equality, it's absolute, like, it's all about a one-way street of female privilege, exactly. And it's just evil. Like, literally, women actually prefer that their own son, his life would be ruined, detrimental, that he would suffer. They don't care about their own sons. They actually care about literally other women's lives being better at the expense of their sons. How freaking toxic. Absolutely outrageous. Like, talk about biting the hand that feeds them. And
I just wanted to say this last part is that women want men to submit to them. It's like so twisted. Another example of how they don't know what they want was going on there. They don't know what they want. Like, they want the man to be stronger, smarter, taller, richer, more handsome, all the things, right? But then they want him to be submissive. Like, they want him to be superior in all ways, and then they're power hungry. So this is the innate, like, this deep-seated resentment that women have for men, because they think men have it better than them, because they know that they think men have it better in them by virtue that they have to go to work. Like they have to slave to some dude. They think they have it better than that. They have to make judgment calls on finances. They think they have it better. This is brainwash. This is pure propaganda. So they have a deep-seated resentment, and I think this actually goes all the way back to the garden, because women were made second, and they resent that fact. It's for you to have a more godly, fulfilling life and a closer, more tangible, whatever you want to call it, to be able to enter the kingdom, put it that way, you need to serve your husband, because that's what you were designed for. And men need to serve Yahweh, because that's what they were designed for. And because women can't serve Yahweh directly without serving their husband, they have the seed of resentment. They resent that they don't have as a direct connection with the Father as the man does. They don't like that they have to submit to the man to get to the Father, just like Lucifer didn't like that he had to submit. So ladies, if you want to be godly, you need to serve your husband. You can't serve God without serving your husband. And women have a deep-seated resentment about that, and they have a deep-seated shame. And that's like the emotions that revolve around their cycle, their period, their blood. When they get that way, it's actually deep-seated shame that they feel, because it's a reminder. Because if it weren't for women, we wouldn't have any sin. And that's why you need to trust the husband. And that's why things are the way they are right now, because women let it into the world and men submitted to women. And that's why we are where we are. So we have to correct that mistake. So women, when you're feeling these feelings, know where that's coming from. It's deep-seated shame. It's ancient, it's ancestral, and it's there for a reason. It's to remind you of the grave mistake we've made. And if you want to correct that mistake, be a good, sweet woman to your husband. It's not rocket science. Stop listening to all these people that are actually looking to see you fail, all the fat, bitter, ugly women that are telling you to leave your husband so they can have a best friend, because otherwise they'll be alone. and love your husband.
Oh my goodness, ladies, like whatever you do not take dating or marriage advice from women. Ever, 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 especially if they're single. They want you to be single too. That way you can be friends with them and they're not alone. Like, it's so toxic. They don't want you to live happily ever after with a man, exactly what you want. They want you to be single and miserable and alone with them so that you can come over to their house and drink wine and gossip and cuddle their cat so that you're available for them. They're giving you the opposite of good advice. They want you single too. Single women keep other women single.
They want you just as miserable as them, so they don't feel so terrible about the choices they've made.
If you want to get and keep a man, get advice from, the source. How about a man? How about men? How about your dad? And dads, like, oh my gosh, teach your daughter how to be a good woman and a good wife for a future husband. Teach her to be good. Teach her to be submissive. Teach her to be, not be competing, but supportive of your husband. All the things, emotionally stable. Teach her to learn how it's important for women to exercise and develop their brains, etc., etc. Teach them to stop being so vain. Teach them that, it's in every single woman. It's not. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. There's all these base desires that we have in our gender of of men and women, but that doesn't mean that you should nurture it and let it get outside of control. So teach your daughters that being vain is not a good desire. That's not a healthy desire. Like, the end all in life is not being pretty and everyone like lusting after you and like worshiping you and blah, blah, blah. That is one of the most toxic feminine traits out there.
And then once you're married, you totally let yourself go. Like the irony in that, I'm gonna look pretty for all these guys, these strange men I have to date, but then once I'm married, no makeup, I'm gonna get fat as fuck.
And then they get divorced and then they look better than ever. How toxic. Why would any man want to marry you? Why? You're awful. You want to do them evil, not good all the days of their life.
And then you're married and you go for girl nights out. You go for girls' night out, dressing like a single woman to these single bars with colleges, expecting men to hit on you. This is first level adultery, and you think it's perfectly fine. This behavior of a college girl, like that's not an environment ideal for meeting anybody legitimate. Stop looking for people at bars, and stop. So these are the solutions for some. Like if you're 18, like 16, through 18, you should be looking for your lifelong partner ASAP. Stop being hypergamous. Stop thinking, I talked to this woman and she said, oh yeah, I had a boyfriend in college and he really loved me and he was doing great and he was going to be a doctor and he wanted to get married, but I didn't think I wanted to be a housewife. Newsflash, best role ever. I wanted to travel the world or maybe have a career. I'm like, cool. Where'd you want to go? I don't know. Okay, well, what do you want your career to be in? I don't know. She didn't know shididdly squat. She just knew that she wanted to have more, sleep around some more to see what else was out there. And that girl missed out on the best man and opportunity of her life. So you should be seeking that one person for the rest of your life as early as possible. And you should not be asking or revolving that, it should not be conditional based on children. That is like red light, red flag, do not pass go, as Joel says. That is a terrible sign, gentlemen, if a woman is asking you on the first date if you want a kid. That means she sees you as a means to an end. And your relationship with a husband should absolutely not depend on children. What if you find out you can't have children? You're gonna divorce him? It's absurd. And then, you have children and your loyalty is to them and not to your husband.
Yeah, women, you know you're turned off, like even if you're porn stars, you're turned off if a guy talks about sex on the very first conversation. Stop talking about kids and babies in the first conversation. That's cringe. It's the biggest turnoff in the world because you're interested in using him. What can you get from him? You're not even interested in him on the first conversation? What, the French toast? Why would he marry you then? Stop talking about babies on the first conversation or on the first date. and also marriage too. Like, oh my gosh, stop talking about babies and marriage on the first date. On dating profiles, every single girl has this in their dating profile, and it's so cringe and it's such a turnoff. Like, that's why girls, they can't handle dating. Girls were designed even more than men for arranged marriages. Every single girl, every single female's profile has at the bottom of her profile, or the first line or the bottom, no hookups. If you're interested in hooking up, you just move on. You just swipe the other way that, I forget which one it is. You just swipe right. You just swipe the other way because I do not hook up. I do not have sex. I don't have flings. I don't have sex before the first marriage. I mean, I'm up to 30 bodies by now. But yeah, I don't hook up.
But I'm saving myself for marriage. I'm a reborn virgin.
I don't hook up, but I've had 35 partners and I've never been married. But yeah, I don't hook up. So if you're interested in sex as a man, just move on. Like, girls, you just sound retarded. Absolutely retarded doing that. And it's such a turn off, too. Every guy is immediately turned off. Two things. Number one, every man has testosterone in them. You know what testosterone means? It does two things. It's like the, it's kind of like you want to, build and achieve, et cetera. And also be, being aggressive. And then also, too, the sex drive. So every single man feels positive about the idea of sexual activity. All right, just like every woman feels positive about the idea of love and babies and family and marriage and a princess ceremony at the wedding and a husband, well, they used to at least, blah, 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 blah. So that'd be like a guy in his profile so that your female brain can understand this analogy. Because I know how you think. You can only think about things, you can never put yourself in a man's shoes. No woman ever thinks about it from a man's perspective, where guys actually do think about things from a woman's perspective. Again, the more selfish gender, the more sexist gender, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be you females. Boop, that's you. Do better, stop it, change that. Okay, so that'd be like a guy putting in his dating profile, I hate kids, no kids ever, no! If you want babies, move on, because that's not happening here. Okay, no guy wants to have babies right away with most women. Guys only want to have kids, is like 60% of them want to have a certain amount of kids, however many they want, whether that's one or two, and only after they've been married for a while. They don't want kids in the first conversation. They don't want kids when you're just dating, when you're unofficial, when you're boyfriend, girlfriend, or when you're engaged. It's the proper time and place for everything. So that'd be like them saying, nope, I hate kids, never want to have any kids. I hate marriage, you're never gonna have a chance to meet me and your husband. And I absolutely hate the idea of love. You know what? No love, no love, no love. If you want love, just swipe left. girls would be like, okay, I'm swiping left. I'm totally turned off right now because that's everything I want. I thought that was the whole point of dating, was marriage, was love and marriage and babies. Exactly, women. The whole reason, if there's not sexual activity, then you guys are just friends. What the French toast.
Sexless marriage is the most miserable marriage.
Exactly. You're turning off every single guy, and none of you actually have any third-party wherewithal. None of you know anything about men. Men, I know for me, I was like, you know what? Like when I was at a young age, I was 12 years old, I was in 7th grade, and I was in the library. I went to the magazine section, and I flipped through actually like Men's Health and also like Cosmo, and I was like, I would talk with women, and I was like, I'm gonna be one of the good guys that I'm gonna be one of the kind of guys that every girl wants. You'd be like, oh yeah, I want to have that as my boyfriend, I want to have him as my husband, blah blah blah, and like he was, he was good in all the different ways, blah blah blah. Women don't do that at all. They're so incredibly selfish. They're like, how can this guy give me everything I want and me do the minimum or nothing for him to accept that? Like, that's awful. That's so incredibly awful.
Women are all about seduction, and men, because they are so basic, because most of them don't study history or scripture or anything, all they do is go to sports games and go to play fantasy football and go to frat parties and drink beer. They can't discern because they haven't read anything good. They read like science fiction. So they are easily seduced by women, and they've been raised by feminist mothers, and so they think that's normal. It's not normal.
Yep. So like if you saying I'm not interested in sex, that's not true. That's not true at all. Girls want sex. They just want everything as well. They want sex, but they also want everything. They want an arranged marriage. That's not dating. If you, like girls go into every single conversation with a guy thinking that it's going to result in marriage and kids and love and bullcrap. That's not dating. Dating is 99% of the time it doesn't work out, and less than 1% one time it works out with a guy. And if you can't think that way, if you aren't okay with that, you're not cut out to date. Oh my gosh, I just described every single woman in the world. I just described every single Western woman. Guys actually can handle dating. They understand that that they only are going to marry one woman, hopefully. Just one. And so that means that every other woman they talk to is not going to work out. And they're okay with that. They're okay with all the casual dating before marriage. And they're okay, having a lot of casual encounters, a lot of casual sexual encounters. They're totally fine with that. Girls aren't. Absolutely not. They,
it's against their nature.
Girls are only okay with sex if the guy is rich and he spends a lot of money on it, or if the guy's hot. Then they're okay. They're not okay with sexual activity. But if he's not super rich and he's not super hot, they don't want to have sex unless they're going to get all the other stuff. You see how women are asking for a lot more than men are from guys. And by the way, I would argue that sex is mutually beneficial or even more beneficial for the woman. The whole fact that women pretend to be anti-sex when they have more partners than guys is so incredibly disingenuous. It's so facetious. It's such trash. And here's why. Okay, we're gonna talk about sex. Get your kids out of the room. So why do I think sex is better for the woman? Okay, number one, women can have multiple orgasms. Men cannot. I don't care what old creepy lady you're listening to on TV. Men cannot have multiple orgasms. No, it's not a thing. One at a time. Women can have as many orgasms as they're willing to give themselves or have their husband give to them, keep going, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Women have twice as many nerves down there than guys do. Girls have 8,000, guys have 4,000 on the head of their clit versus the head of the penis. It feels twice as good. That's why women close their eyes. That's why they moan. And that's why they look like they're enjoying it more. It's because they do. They have twice the amount of nerves. It feels twice as pleasurable. And then they can have endless orgasms. They have 3 sensitive spots where guys, have basically 2. Women, there's the clit, there's the G-spot, and there's the nipples. All feel super pleasurable and sensitive to girls. And girls go crazy when you kiss their neck. That could even count as another spot as well. And girls they're obsessed with kissing. Kissing is sexually pleasurable for women. That's why they like it so much. So that's you can say that's 5 areas. For guys, it's they don't feel the same way when a girl's kissing their neck. It doesn't feel they're not as sensitive. Women, they sensitize themselves even more so with spa days and pampering and all the other things. Men are always getting harder and desensitized through football and lifting weights and all the other things out there, like manual labor. So they're a lot less sensitive than girls are. Even the lightest touch can just turn a girl on like crazy. So, but for the guys, it's pretty much the way that a guy orgasms is the frenulum. Most of you probably have never even heard that term before. That's how one-sided and gynocentric our culture is. The frenulum is what makes a guy have an orgasm. It's on the bottom side of the shaft, like close to the head of the penis, and there's like a small little bump, little ridge right there. It's called the frenulum. That's what makes a guy orgasm or not. That's the only thing that does. And then the nerves on the top of the head of the penis feel very pleasurable too. That they feel more pleasurable than the frenulum. There's 4,000 nerves there. So, yeah, sex is actually better for women than men. But the reason guys like want it more than women do is because we have more testosterone. We have a chemical place in our body that's natural, that everything that a woman loves about a man comes from testosterone. So like, you know, oh, it's so crazy. Women in our society are ranting and raving against the thing that benefits the most, the thing that they want the most. And then they develop these feminized men that they're totally turned off by. And they're like, where are all the masculine men gone?
Where are all the good men? You scared him off.
Like,
Not scare him off, but you chased him off.
You literally have made men less masculine than ever before, which is a complete turn off. That's what you don't want. And then you complain about all the feminine men in society when you literally are the reason why they're like that. So, okay, so sex is at least mutually beneficial. I would highly, highly argue more beneficial, at least twice as good for the woman. So shut the French toast up about how like, oh yeah, sex is good for men and sex isn't good for women. And by the way, like, you know, if you're like, I didn't get an orgasm or whatever, okay, how about you do some of the other stuff too, some of the foreplay too, and don't just jump in like they do in the movies. I just did this and it didn't work. Blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, how about some of the other stuff? How about some of the other stuff? Then that, like, how about you tell the guy what you would like, you know? And that's on you. If you don't get an orgasm or more than one, that's on you. Every girl should get like 2 orgasms or more every time. That's on you to not tell the guy. Like, it's your body, not his. And if he hasn't read up on it, or whatever, like, you know, men's health or whatever, how about you tell him? Tell him that. That's entirely your fault. You're complaining on Facebook to your girlfriends when it's your fault, when you literally could have told them and it could have happened. What a joke and a half. No guy would walk away from a situation be fine with not having an orgasm, because they wouldn't allow that. They would tell you, like, keep going till it happens. Okay, well, tell the guy that same thing. You know, like, so, anyway, what a fun topic. So since we're talking about sex, let's talk about how babies are made.
How many times did we start this?
Yeah, no, right. Exactly. You know, like,
but
you know, so we've been going for 2 hours,
like,
and I don't care. We're gonna make this as long as we need.
Babies happening out of wedlock is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
Because people's sexual activity out of wedlock is at an all-time high, because they keep telling you not to marry until you're later, but you're actually sexually active at a very young age. So this is how you prevent babies from happening, and AKA ruining your life.
Here's why almost every baby is brought into the world, because a woman's number one desire, literally from the time that she's a baby, is having a baby. You know, it's part of the estrogen that God created, and it has to be, self-control has to be placed over the estrogen, ladies. Yes, you are required, you should be expected to have self-control over your estrogen, just like guys have self-control over their testosterone. You don't make babies whenever you want. You make it only if you get and keep a man, and only if he consents to it, and only when and only the number that he consents to, or you don't get it. Like, okay, so you expect men to have self-control of their testosterone. Let me give you 2 examples. Number one of the sides of testosterone is like men, when they feel offended, when someone offends them, they want to get violent. They want to get physical, whether it be a man or a woman. Like, if some person offends them, they want to punch them in the face. That is the base form. A base is a word that's no longer used today. It means the opposite of virtue. So it's a bad thing, right? Base is the opposite of virtue. So that's the base nature of testosterone. Beat everyone up that you get offended by. And the second thing is too, because of sex drive, if you don't have self-control of your sex drive, like the base form of testosterone is having sex with anyone you want. Like anyone, you know, as much as possible, all the time, whenever you want, blah, blah, blah. So obviously you expect guys to have self-control. All of society enforces men to have self-control over the testosterone, the base side of testosterone that leads to violence and leads to like out of control sexual activity. So like rape in that situation. Like, yeah, you absolutely require men to have self-control in that area. But then when it comes to you, you're like, oh no, I don't have to have any self-control because I was born the lucky gender. Yeah. No, yes you do. And through all of history, like, men used to enforce self-control on women's estrogen. It's true that you have it. It's true that it can be used for good, but guess what? It can also be used for bad. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the West with toxic femininity running amok. There's no self-control over estrogen. There's no emotional stability. There is no groundedness in reality, in truth. And guess what? You don't have self-control when it comes to interacting with your husband, being submissive when you don't feel like it, and also making babies before you should. So here's how babies are made. It only can happen during ovulation. That's it. Look it up on Google. I don't think most of you, especially guys, aren't even
Right.
even women aren't even knowledgeable of ovulation as they should. Ovulation takes place between 12 to 24 hours in the middle of your cycle. So a woman has a period, and 2 weeks after that, there is literally 1 day of ovulation. Sometimes even half a day. 12 to 24 hours of ovulation, and then it's over, and then 2 more weeks, and she has a period again. You can only get pregnant during ovulation. It is 1 flippin' day. Look it up on Google. The medical industry will tell you. 1 day. So you literally have to do everything wrong. You have to be an absolute moron to have a pregnancy out of wedlock. So the reason pregnancies are happening out of wedlock is women actually want it to happen. This is what none of society is stating. Men don't have they don't know women well enough to actually know this. Women actually do, but they don't want to like spill the beans and call out women. And then there are 2 kinds of women. There are ones that are more responsible, that really leads, that actually they know that ruins their life. And then there are the irresponsible ones that are selfish, like, I don't care, I want the baby now, I'm gonna have the baby, I want a baby, I want a baby, I want a baby in my tummy. You know, they don't have self-control over it. You know, that's why we're gonna have this talk the way we're having it. So, okay, so these are the ways to avoid an unwanted pregnancy. So you don't have to murder it with abortion. Murder, it's freaking murder. You're slaughtering the thing that you're supposed to love and protect the most, ladies, and you're like, yeah, we want to kill our babies. We want to make them and kill them. How about you just not make them in the first place? Then you wouldn't have to murder it. You're evil. That's absolutely evil. No, don't miss words. That's evil. If you don't want to have to be in a situation where you have an unplanned pregnancy with no husband, how about you don't get pregnant in the first place? Did you know 99% of abortions, 3,960 abortions per day, are done out of convenience, are done because a woman was irresponsible and she just let a pee explode in her V while she was ovulating, and then she decided to kill the baby after that. Only 41% of abortions per day, less than 40 abortions, happen because of the health of the mother, because of rape, or because of incest. I think all conservatives would be willing to make a compromise with hey, how about we just, we'll go ahead, even though, by the way, that's not even a good, even despite that 1%. Okay, let's go ahead and leave that 1%, that 40 cases per day available. And I think almost every conservative would take that deal. Okay, no murdering the baby out of convenience, but we'll leave that 1% exception available for you. Then there's no case for abortion. There's 0 cases for abortion now. And what I think is, if you make a baby out of wedlock, and sure, we can include the guys too, but especially the women. If you make a baby, an unwanted baby, and you were going to go for an abortion, this is another way to cut down the abortions. Okay, let's say the current laws are abortion on demand, so you get your 1 abortion, you should be sterilized from then on out. Ladies, if you make a baby and you're not married, or if you decide to have an abortion, at that point you should be sterilized. If you can't practice self-control over your own body, you're bringing a whole nother person into this world, a whole nother soul, which, by the way, has a 95% chance of going to the lake of fire. So incredibly selfish and irresponsible. If you literally have so much incredible irresponsibility that you can't even not get pregnant, when you can only get pregnant 1 day a week, then you deserve to be sterilized. Problem solved. Okay, so all right, let's talk about what you can do to not get pregnant out of wedlock, unwanted, unplanned pregnancy. Okay, so number 1, obviously there's abstinence, but as we've seen, no one's being abstinent around the age of 15 and a half. So outside of abstinence, what do? Okay, you can do the other forms of sexual activity. Yeah, everyone knows about that more than ever. You can do the other forms of sexual activity. You can do a hand job, you can do fingering, you can do oral sex. You can still get your orgasm with someone of the opposite gender and not make a baby and then murder it. So and here's the thing, people that are pro-life, conservatives and Christians and everything, I think that having the other forms of sexual activity would be, rather than murdering babies, would be a good alternative. So if you really care about saving babies' lives and stop having the infanticide that we've had, I think we're up to over 63 million babies have been slaughtered. The Holocaust of the infants. absolute genocide and holocaust of babies. It's literally the ones that actually are sinless in our society. It's awful. And literally you would think that like men would be supporting this the most. Is actually women. That's evil. Talk about Luciferian, talk about satanic, talk about women. That's evil. That's evil. How about you just not make a baby in the first place unwanted, then you wouldn't have to kill it. And it's not your body, women, it's the baby's body. It's not your freaking body. It's a body growing within your body. It's a whole nother human's body. Evil, absolutely evil. So, okay, so
you can give it up for adoption if you don't want to kill it. But if you have a child out of wedlock, you have a child knowing you don't have a father for it, you can't support it financially, then you have to give it up for adoption. You deserve to be sterilized. There's just no mincing words. You can't even be responsible enough for your own body. You do not get to be responsible for anybody else's body.
And if a pregnant woman is killed, then that person is charged for a double homicide. The baby counts as a life if it's a murder, and then if it's wanted, but then if a woman doesn't want it, wants to kill it, then it's totally fine. Women, you don't have the right to kill babies, to kill other people. What the French toast is wrong with you? You don't have the right to kill anyone, especially not a baby that you chose to make. What is wrong with you? That's evil. That is effing evil. Oh, so, if you do want it, then it's a double homicide. But if she doesn't want it, then it's not murder at all. Then it's fine. Then it's her choice. It's health care. Do you see what a gynocentric, matriarchal, sexist society that we have in? Okay, if the woman does want the baby, then the guy has to pay child support for it, even if he doesn't want it. But if the woman doesn't want it, then she kills it. But the guy wants it, then she's allowed to kill it. The guy has no say. Talk about a sexist, hypocritical double standard. Women are by far the most hypocritical, sexist, double standing holding gender out of the two of us by far. So here's the thing. Number one, there should be no child support. That's it. Women are abusing the system. They know they can get money out of the government, out of all men at large, or out of their specific guy if they have a baby that he doesn't agree to. That would actually cut down on the number of unplanned pregnancies. If women knew they were going to be destitute poor, they would stop making babies out of wedlock. Women know that most guys are not going to be in a relationship with them, marry them. That's why most women, half of women, maybe 2 out of 3, have a policy of not having sex on the first date. Because then their body count's just going to get high. They're going to get heartbroken because women become emotionally connected at sex where guys don't. For guys, sex is physical. Sex isn't emotional unless they're married and then like their wife were to commit adultery. Then it's all emotion then. But other than that, it's physical for guys. But for women, it's very emotional. It's physical and it's emotional. So that's why girls don't have sex with a guy on the first date, because they know that most men aren't going to marry him. Well, guess what? If they knew that men were on the hook for child support, they would stop being so irresponsible and selfish and making babies out of wedlock. So the thing is, guys, you have to be really careful too. You have to be super, 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 super careful. Don't just trust a girl and take her word for it. Like, oh my gosh. So in order, what you should do: abstinence, other forms of sexual activity. And if you're going to have vaginal intercourse, people, girls and guys, wear a condom, pull out, and use birth control, preferably a stronger one. So in order of the weakest to the strongest, there's the pill, there's the NuvaRing, and then there's the Depo shot. So the pill is so weak that if you don't take it exactly on the same time every single day, it might not work. It doesn't work. That's how weak it is. So it's better than nothing, but it's not, but it's not guaranteed. The NuvaRing allows you to have your period every week. You take it out, you put it back in. That's actually stronger. That works a little better, and you don't have to worry about forgetting the pill. And then the Depo shot, now the one downside of it, like women, you're not going to get fat on these. That's such a cop out. That's so ridiculous, and what a joke. I've actually only known women to actually lose weight when they're actually on all of these because they were worried about it. But the Depo shot is you get a shot in your arm and it lasts for 3 months. It actually lasts for 5 months, but they say to get every 3 months just in case. That's the strongest. And one thing that it does do, it actually it messes with your hormones a little bit. So women, actually their estrogen is even worse. So they're actually more emotionally unstable when they're on these, especially the higher when they go, like the Depo shot. But again, these are all better than aborting a kid or bringing to a kid that doesn't have a father and ruining his or her life on this earth, and then probably for eternity too. Okay, so the literally the only way you can have a baby is if you have sex while she's ovulating, any other day you're not going to get pregnant. You have sex while she's ovulating. You're not on birth. She's not on birth control. You don't wear a condom, and you don't pull out, and you just ejaculate inside of her. You literally have to do everything wrong. You have to be an absolute moron. You have to be a jackass to get pregnant, to have an unwanted pregnancy. And what do you know? We have a massive percentage of people that do. I would say like I think the percentage is like up to 90% of babies aren't planned, even in marriage. You know, they don't plan it. That's wrong. That shouldn't be.
Careless and lazy.
Yeah, you know,
and yeah, it's just it is a really it's such a profound. I'm at a loss of the word. It's such a deep responsibility. It is arguably the biggest responsibility that should only be reserved for the most responsible people. If you have more than enough finances available, if you are able to homeschool it, if you have a space and an environment conducive of a healthy family dynamic. Otherwise, you should not be having a kid. Do not be having kids and then complain about them every single day. Ladies, we don't want to hear about how miserable you are or how annoying your freaking kid is. You chose to have him. Stop complaining. It's not fun. Like, all moms do on social media is complain and joke about how much laundry they have to fold and how annoying their kids are because they don't have an identity other than their kid, and they think it's funny because it's true. Why do you want to have something that annoys you? The child should be the joy of your life. You should be teaching it meaningful things, not be like so concerned with shoving material, games and toys and stimulus in it to where they ask you a question like, Mommy, why is the sky blue? And you don't know how to answer them. Mom, Dad, what happens when I die? And you don't know how to answer anything. You should be a knowledgeable individual before you bring a child into this world. And the last thing I just wanted to say right now is that women think that having a child is the most fulfilling part of their life because they don't know how to have a fulfilling relationship with a man. They don't know how to get it and keep a boyfriend because they're taught to be so annoying nowadays. Let's just put it frankly. Women are annoying for the most part. And so they don't know how to keep a guy or have a stimulating conversation with him that they're like, oh, I know what'll keep us distracted. It's a baby. And so their entire life revolves around the baby when, ladies, that is not going to fulfill you. That is not going to make you happy. It's not going to stimulate you intellectually, emotionally. It's not going to fulfill you physically. Like, no part of it can't teach you. You have to teach it. So no part of a child is going to fulfill you the way a husband does. The only reason you're doing this is because you are afraid to ask, like I said, the hard questions. You want to be distracted and you want to fit in. And you have nothing to teach the child. Oh, why are we alive? So we can have babies. Why are we having babies? So we can have more babies. What's the point of all this? I don't know. Just keep watching Netflix. It's like,
I just want to do what everyone else is doing. Because I just want to fit in. I don't think about anything. I just do. I just do what everyone else is doing.
yeah.
Like that's how you look. That's how you look. That's how you look to anyone with a brain.
And they love having something that needs you because you're not putting anything interesting in your mind. You just need something to need you. You need something to rely on you. And that's why, another reason why women are so flippant about leaving their husbands is they want something to need them and to obey them. And because men don't obey their women and men don't necessarily need their women to survive, women, again, are resentful and they prefer the attention they get from a child. They want that need, so they don't feel so helpless. It's like, really psycho, ladies. You really need to work on it.
All right. Awesome. Good job, Lewer. So now we talked about, like, where babies come from. They don't come from the stork, you know. And let me tell you why, like, so many babies are made that are unplanned, too. It's because this is a woman's thought process. For a guy, it totally is a horrific accident, you know. But for women, they either purposely or subconsciously, unofficially plan it. Women actually want this to happen because throughout all of history, we've had arranged marriages. So they could get married, they could have a husband, they could have babies at an earlier age. Well, guess what? Nothing has changed in humanity. From creation all the way to today, nothing has changed. We're exactly the same. So women still want to get married and have babies at the same age they used to. a younger age, but then they're not allowed. Guess what? They do it anyway. They do it anyway. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. You know, so like, okay, so women actually, this is their thought process. So, number one, they think that if they have babies early, then that's going to speed up the process. So that's another thing I was going to, like men and women have the exact opposite goals in the dating world. That's why dating is stupid. You know, that's why it doesn't work. That's why it's ridiculous. That's why everyone, especially women, guys can handle it, you know, better. You know, it hurts to get rejected, you know, here and there, but like guys can totally handle it. Women cannot handle dating. They get rejected one time, their high school sweetheart, like, or their high school crush doesn't reject them. They carry it with them their whole life. It's effing ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's insane. They're traumatized by every dating situation that didn't work out. Trauma. Oh, I'm so strong. Like, I'm so strong. You know, like, he's like, we're so strong, we're traumatized by everything, the smallest things. Oh my gosh, yeah, make up your mind, exactly. It's such a joke. Like, Western women are a joke, an absolute flippin' joke, an absolute joke. Like, other women think that you're stupid, you're retarded. They think you're a freaking clown. It's clown world in the West, you know, compared to the rest of the world. So, okay, so women think that if they make a baby prematurely with the guy, then it's going to speed up the process. What's a woman's goal? She wants to have the babies. In order to have the babies, you have to have the husband, right? In order to have the husband, you got to get married. You know, in order to get married, you got to get engaged. In order to get engaged, you got to go ahead and be official boyfriend girlfriend. In order to get that, you got to date. In order to date, you got to put yourself out there. You know, like today it's online dating. So that's just like a long process. And so they think if they get prego, then the guy is just magically become the perfect husband, the perfect dad. He's just gonna you just like snap into the perfect guy, and he'll just rise to the occasion, the challenge, and live happily ever after. They'll get whatever they want sooner. Guess what, ladies? That doesn't happen anymore nowadays. I'm gonna say it again. Ladies, that doesn't happen anymore nowadays. That used to happen back in the day when it was shameful. Absolutely shameful not to be a virgin. Shameful to have fornication. Shameful to have a baby prior to being married. That doesn't happen anymore. There's no shame in our society. Thank you, women. Thank you, the left. You know, there's no shame at all, which has messed up everything for everyone. So no, guys don't have to do that anymore. There's not that pressure anymore. They did used to do that in the 40s and 50s, and they haven't been doing that since the 60s, especially not in 2022. Absolutely not. So that doesn't work. Two, the way the girls pick guys, they have no idea. They don't have a type. They don't know what they want. They don't know like they literally go after for a guy that's hot. That's hot and edgy, like a bad boy. That's like not easy to get. Like, you know, that's why. So
they want the same dude that
want a guy
15 other women want.
Yeah, they want the same guy that every other girl wants.
And then they're surprised why
cringe.
He's like being, adulterous. Because every other woman is like spreading her vagina out for him because she thinks he's hot. Women want what other women want. They have no discernment.
Yeah. So, so the guy is not going to rise to the occasion and speed up the process and just marry you because he had a baby. That's not how it works anymore. So, should that be the scenario? Well, actually, what should happen is that you should have waited till you were married and got his consent, and then when you got his consent, you should have had babies. That's how it should have happened. But the thing is, though, if he didn't agree to be a dad in advance, no, it's right for him not to step up to the freaking plate and the challenge and blah blah blah. If you were willing to manipulate if you're willing to manipulate a situation and be unethical and not get his voluntary consent on whether he wanted to be a father or not, and clearly, if he's not married to you, he doesn't want to be a dad. Women want to have babies in just any scenario. Guys do not. They only want to have a kid after they're married, and that's only for 60% of them. The other 40% don't. You know, so that's the thing. So that's actually why women aren't more careful. So the conclusion is that's why women aren't more careful about making babies out of wedlock, because they want that to happen. That's their whole goal. You know, they either consciously or subconsciously want to make a baby, thinking that that's going to actually have the guy step up and marry him and provide them this whole dream perfect life that every woman's had throughout all of history, that we all used to get in the 40s and 50s, that women are getting less than ever nowadays today in the West in 2022. So guys, that's why you have to be so careful. Like, you know, Like, that's
If
why you
you
have to be
do
so
have a,
careful.
yeah, if you do have a baby out of wedlock, man, girl, you should be left destitute. You should have no support from your family. Definitely no child support, welfare, none of that BS. If women didn't have all of these finances backing them up, they would think twice as hard how they treat men and before pooping out a baby.
Yep. and so again, like what
Squeezing out. Sorry.
Leo was talking about. You're fine. Did you finish?
Yeah, I'm done.
A way to fix this problem is getting rid of alimony and child support. Like, alimony is extortion. It's financial rape. So a woman is entitled to a man's money that she betrayed, that she broke her vows to, that she lied to, that she left for another man, and that man still has to pay her. Why? I thought women were equal. I thought they were strong and independent. That literally goes against that argument 100%. Alimony is like, it might have made sense if the man cheated on the woman, and we're talking about the 30s or the 40s when they couldn't get jobs, they couldn't work, but actually more women are going to college than men, and actually on average women make the same or more than men. Women have actually started to make more on average than men. There are more women in female management than there are men. Women dominate the apartment industry and the hotel industry. Women actually dominate the law field. Women dominate entire industries now. Why? Because we've had all of society cater to that. We've had all of college, all of academia, the whole working world cater to women. That would have never happened on its own. We catered all of society to women. We literally gave them preferential selection in college, preferential treatment, preferential hiring selection in college. That's why. It's not because they're better and they're smarter and they're more competent, at all. Like, anyway, so the thing is, like, man, be careful because, like, so again, going back to those things before, like, in order of preference, men, abstinence. Number 2, other forms of sexual activity, hand jobs, fingering, oral sex. Number 3, pulling out, condom, birth control, preferably, all of the above. If you're gonna have vaginal intercourse, preferably that'd be better for all the above. Like birth control, contraceptives, and pulling out just to be safe. Like, but if a woman says she's on birth control, like, check it out. Don't just believe her. Check it out. By the way, she could have an STD too. Like, go get her checked. So you
realize she's ovulating.
Yeah, and then again too, it also not while she's ovulating. Like, if you literally just did one of any of those things that I listed, you wouldn't make a baby. And you're gonna have to be careful because women they're never gonna be the more careful ones, and that's why child support's wrong. That's why it shouldn't exist. Women aren't gonna do this because they want a baby as soon as possible. They even want a baby if they have to raise it by themselves. That's how much they want a baby. So men, you're gonna have to be the careful ones. You're gonna have to be the ones that are ultra careful. But women would be much more careful. They wouldn't divorce as much if we got rid of alimony. And number 2, they would be a lot more careful making unplanned, unconsensual babies if there wasn't child support. So it's like, I still get his money anyway, even if he doesn't wife me up. I still get his money. Okay, women, let me tell you how evil and how wrong that is. Should a man get access to your body? Should a man be able to have sex with you if you guys are no longer married? If if you have, oh my gosh, you don't even think, even if you are married and you have like bad feelings at the time, like if your emotions are fluttered, you don't think the man should be able to have sex with you. You're effed up 100% all the way. That's so incredibly evil. Should a man that you divorced have access, still should be able to have sex with you anytime he wants, even though you're not married? You'd freak the fuck out. You call that rape. You would lose your mother effing mind. That's exactly what you're doing to the man financially. You do not get the privilege and benefit of his money if you're not doing him good, if you're not reciprocating. It's a fair exchange. The man by far gives more to the woman, and the woman gives less, but she should still be giving something. Holy mackerel. Holy French toast. You expect men to defend you, even die for you. You expect men to make either most or all of the money. You expect, men to cater to your freaking feelings. Like you expect men to make money not only for himself, but for you and the kids. You expect men to chip in with freaking all the domestic chores too. You expect men to do all the social crap with your friends that he doesn't want to do. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You expect a man to be a slave for you and the kids and then enjoy being a slave. And you complain about all the hobbies he has that he wants to do. You complain about his video games. You complain about his sports. You complain about, going out with the guys, whatever it is. Like, you know, and so what is the guy asking for you to do in return? A lot less. Like, you know, so, he's asking you to be nice to him. Be emotionally stable every day. Be nice to him. Cook him dinner. Like, have sex regularly. Like, you know, say thank you. Be grateful. Do everything you can, like, to make his life, you know, easier and more enjoyable and more fulfilling. Be his best friend. Watch a movie with him. Learn and talk about important stuff, like the Bible and history. Like, for French toast's sake, you know. So, so men, just be really careful about the whole sex thing with women. Like, you know, just be very, very, very careful. And so, child support would be done away with, because if child support was done away with, a lot more women would go from the irresponsible side, the selfish side, the single mom side, over to the, okay, I won't make a baby until I have a husband, until he consents to it, because I know I'm on my own, and I know I'm going to thrust myself and my kids into destitute poverty, loneliness and poverty. Ooh, I'm going to not do that. That's why women were so careful throughout all of history, not making babies out of wedlock, because they knew that they wouldn't have all the benefits that a man provides, protection and provision and companionship and love, all the things. They weren't going to get money, like, you know. And so what do you know? Like, they were more careful about it. Wow. And the dating situation is so one-sided, because, like, a woman wants to be, like, courted and romanced and all the things. She wants to be treated like a princess. She wants to get everything that a woman gets in marriage. She wants him to view her as her wife and do those things, but then she doesn't want to view him as her husband and do those things. So she wants the man to spend, like, you know, yeah, equal my butt. Like, when was the last time a girl, do all girls in the West, do they all treat for first dates? No. That's a deal breaker for them. They're such gold diggers that literally, not only will they never treat, they will never do what guys did. Are women going to die for men? Nope. Are women going to make all or most of the money for men? Nope. Are women going to pay for first dates? Nope. Are women going to fight wars? Are they going to protect for you from a home invader? Nope. No. They would never do anything men have done. Women, you need an attitude adjustment. You are absolutely the daughters of Lucifer today. You could choose to be the daughters of Yahweh, the daughters of Yeshua, the daughters of God, but nope, you've chosen to be the daughters of Satan. And you'll pay the price for that if you don't change. They'll put you in category 4 or 3. God told you what to do. He expects you to do it. Would you think that your kids are godly if they didn't obey you? If they were just these little satanic kids and just disobeying you and just running amok and breaking everything in the house and not coming home when they were supposed to and not doing their homework and whatever else you want them to do? If they were just, like, being super, like, you know, disrespectful to you? Do you think that those kids would be godly kids? No. Well, when you do that towards your husband, you're not a godly woman. Even non-believers know this dynamic. They know this dynamic in Africa. They know this dynamic in South America. They know this dynamic in India, for example. They do it perfectly in India. They know how to do it. It's not even religion specific. This is reality specific. It's called gender reality is the term. Gender dynamics reality is the term that I've been using. You would never want to be a man, woman. You would never want to trade places with a man. You literally just want, as we said in our video, Men Be Like, you want to get all the benefits of the old and new gender roles, and men have all the cons of the old new gender roles. You will never let men get out of their gender role. Never. Money is a requirement. Girls want to hook up with the hot guy, but they won't marry him unless they want to marry the rich guy. Preferably both in one. Yeah, that sounds shallow AF. Nothing in that sounds special or romantic. So men, like, you know, again, like you have, no, so men, you have to be the ones to speak out. Western men are so incredibly cowardly. It is sickening. I have never seen it different. You know, like we coined these new characters. We're gonna make more videos, and obviously you guys have enjoyed them. They're the most watched ones we made. So we did 2 things. So first I talked about theology and history, and then, you know, Lior made a video on women. It was the most watched one, Western Women Through God's Eyes. And we made 2 comedies to introduce these topics. First I talked about it seriously. And I bet most Western women just rejected that video. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it because they're so evil and they're so wicked and they're so selfish. They're not going to do anything they're supposed to do that would be good for according to God, that would be good to men, that'd be good to their children, and ironically, in their medium and long-term best interest. They're going to just do whatever benefits them in the moment, power hungry, just in the moment, even if it ruins their own life, and they don't have the third-party wherewithal. They don't have the foresight. They don't have the historical knowledge. They don't have the brain to actually think about what they're doing is actually ruining their own life, let alone everyone else's. Man, this is why it has to be you. So leftist men are like, whew, they're not men. Like, if you're a Democrat voting man, you're not a man. Not a man. No such thing as a Democrat man. There are Democrat transgendered, males. There are Democrat trans men, trans women. Everyone that votes Democrat is trans. So for the conservative men have dropped the ball, though. Republicans are very liberal nowadays. That's why I get the biggest complaint with the Republican Party is you're too liberal. You're too feminist. You're too regressive. You're too backwards. You're too transgendered. You're too weak. You're too cowardly. I have never seen this dynamic different. Ever. Any man. You're all guilty of it. Like, you're all transgendered. You're all submitting to your wife. You're all submissive. You're all beta. You're all simpish. Like, a woman wants you to be a man. She wants you to be strong. She wants you to be masculine. She wants you to tell her what the truth is, what she is and isn't allowed to do. She wants you to set boundaries with her. So the women that were raised in parents that were like, they didn't have good parent dynamic, or their mom, they were abusing substances, or they were too leftist, or they were too lenient, or they were just a single mom or whatever, and they didn't set enough boundaries for them. I thought, when my mom told me this when I was younger, I thought it was cheesy. I'm like, yeah, that's just cheesy. There's no way that's the case. Because boys want more like freedom when they're younger. Girls don't. Girls want their parents to check up with them, give them a curfew. You got to be home by this time. I want to check to see who their parents are hanging out with. Like, women feel loved when their parents and their husbands set boundaries. They tell me, hey, this is the truth. I do it because we love you. We don't want you to get harmed, or we don't want anything unideal to happen with you, in any kind of cultural way or legal way or whatever. Like, women feel loved when they feel safe and they feel cared about, and that's when they have boundaries, and that's when men give them rules. And that's what the shit test's all about. So going back to the shit test, all right, so women are constantly shit testing men. They're shit testing men on dates. They're shit testing men in a relationship. They're shit testing men, like, this is the real talk. Shit testing men and we're rolling here. Man, we're just getting started. We haven't looked at our notes. We wrote all these notes down, and I was thinking so we didn't talk too long or get off track or whatever. Or if we forgot anything, draw a blank. But we can talk about this forever. But this is
body count too.
Yeah. But this is exactly how it's supposed to be. This is what we wanted. And I bet most of you are still watching at this point because no one is talking about this. No one has content like this. This is the most obvious thing to everyone with a brain. Every conservative biblical man, it's the most obvious thing ever, but even a lot of them aren't even tracking. So Kevin Samuels really brought this information public to light, and it seemed pretty suspicious that he just randomly died on one day because of some health issue, a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or whatever, just all of a sudden. It just seemed so fishy, and there were women that were cheering his death. How evil.
So many people wanted him dead.
That was the most evil thing in the world. It's really suspicious. I don't know what happened. Obviously, he was a cancer survivor, but he wasn't that old. He was 52. He was pretty healthy. He had a personal trainer. He was rich. He was eating healthy. And then he just died. And I wouldn't put it past some women to have hired a hitman and killed him, assassinated him. Same thing with our
poison or anything like that.
Yeah. Same thing with Rob Skiba. Our favorite biblical mentor and teacher. He was in his early 50s. He was super healthy. He believed in Garden of Eden. He was really healthy. He was exercising, and sure, I think he might have had some health struggles or whatever, but he died pretty quickly, pretty mysteriously. There's been, the thing that they said that it was about, no one's talking about it. It's pretty strange. We love him. I've seen almost all of his videos. We're still watching. I'm so glad that his wife and his son are carrying on the channel. Thank you, Sheila and, remember the sons? I'm sorry, Rescue Junior. I forgot your name, but thank you guys so much for doing what you're doing. Jeremiah? Mm-hmm. Jeremiah, thank you guys. I know you guys weren't built for public speaking, but I'm so glad you're keeping the channel on, and I've been a big fan of Rob's since late 2014. He's such a blessing to me, and I literally prayed, and I'm the last person to say something like this. I actually prayed out loud, very passionately, for God to share with me more truth, more information that I knew was probably out there, but I hadn't found it yet. And that's exactly when I found Ark Innovation Part 1 by Rob Skiba. And they said he died from some mysterious rare illness. It was like some form of Demonia?
Cardiovascular pneumonia. Something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there was like like a clear-cut autopsy and a clear-cut reason for his death, and no one's talking about it. You know, it's not anywhere on the internet.
You know a lot of stuff.
And I personally, my speculation is that he was probably poisoned as well. Like that he was assassinated. Like so many people, he knew too much. He was saying too many truths too publicly. He had too big of a following. You know, like his Archon Invasion had 1.2 million views. So you know, and the best way to stop a movement is if you kill the leader, you cut the head off the snake, leader over. You know, you can pick any leader that was like this. You know, Alexander the Great is one of them. You know, like you killed him and his whole empire disintegrated, and same thing with Julius Caesar, and that's the number one way to do it. And there's a bunch of other figures in history like that as well. But boy, so I really loved Rob Skiba since August 2014, and I really came to love Kevin Samuels. And he was like, men aren't even allowed to have freedom of speech nowadays. Equality, my ass. There is widespread matriarchy and misandry in this country. Widespread sexism against men. Men don't have any shows where they can talk about issues that affect them and the hypocrisy and double standard from women anywhere on TV. They have to take to the internet.
We got The View. We got The Talk. We got countless female anchors.
We got The View, 5 women. We got The Talk, 5 women. There's just so many shows like that. There are 0 like that on TV for men. There's 0. Absolutely 0. Who's the bullies? Who are the sexists? Women are absolute bullies today in the West. Absolute bullies. Yeah. They're fascists. They're absolute sexist fascists. Mm-hmm. You know, it's so incredibly wrong. It's so backwards what God designed, and they're being absolutely played like a fiddle by Satan. You know, but they accepted it though. They wholeheartedly have embraced Satan though. That's the thing. Even ones that go to church.
And they admit it too.
They do, and now they're actually openly admitting it. They're having like a lot of women are getting the snake tattoo, like the all-seeing eye on their body. Like they're obsessed with the serpent. They're obsessed with everything demonic, everything Buddhist, everything New Age, everything spiritual. Blah blah blah. They hate the Bible. They hate God. They hate their dad. They hate that they didn't have because of their mom. They hate their husband. Like they hate the whole idea of patriarchy.
They hate men
everything
because
good.
they got rejected. You know.
Yeah. So, and again, if we had arranged marriages, they wouldn't feel so incredibly like resentful and have all these mixed emotions and be so angsty and feel rejected. It's just angst continually. Just female angst all the way down. You know what would solve female angst? Having a dad and having a husband. Mm-hmm. So, and we made all the videos on it too. Women want to be God. They want to be God. They absolutely want to be God. Like, you know, like another analogy, women, like I'm gonna say like, you know, would it make sense for your children to be running the show in your household? Would it make sense for your children to be the leaders and you submit to your children? Or your women to be equal to you? Or I'm sorry, the children to be equal with you? And then if you said that, if you disagreed with that, and you said no to your kids, and you said, no, you gotta follow my rules, I know best, I know better. And the kids would just like have a 60 to 100 year, you know, 100-year war against you, be like, this is age discrimination! Yeah, we're equal! Child equality! This is ageism! So you with your feminism is like little kids, like brand new babies, saying this is ageism. You're discriminating based on my age. I'm equal or better than you are. That would be lunacy. They're brand new. They're inferior. They don't know anything. They're hoping that you as an adult actually know how the world works, know how true things work in the world, and you can teach them that. That's not how women are doing it today. But no, you love your kids. You would actually, the only people that you would die for, most women would die for their babies. They would die for their kids. You love them. That's exactly the way the husband views you. He views you as a child that he loves, even to the point of sacrificing his life, of dying for you. Every man that I ever know agrees to that. We're not excited about that. We don't want that to happen, but they realize that's our obligation. Your man is obligated to die for you, and you love that, and you don't feel any kind of obligation to him. You don't think you have the obligation to be submissive. Like, you think that your husband should love you no matter what, no matter how unlovable you are. What if he only loved you if you were lovable? Based on your mentality, that's what should happen. Oh, your husband should only love you if you're lovable and no other time. If you're being unruly, if you're being emotionally unstable, if you're too fat, if you're too dumb, you haven't been catching up on your studies, if you don't make enough money, whatever we want to say here, if you don't do the domestic chores well enough, if you don't have sex with him often enough or well enough, then he just doesn't love you. Would you be okay with that? Because that's exactly the crap that you're teaching other women. Oh, well, we'll be submissive if he has everything, if he's hot, and if he's rich, and if he's super tall, and, if he makes butterflies in my stomach, and if he's edgy, and you're toxic AF, and that's why you deserve to live and die alone. That's why you have no husband. That's why you have no husband. That's why you can't get and keep a man.
That'd be facts, though.
So, yeah. No, you expect your husband to love you, especially when you don't deserve it. Well, guess what, ladies? You're supposed to submit to your man, especially when you don't think that he deserves it. It's not based on conditions. It's literally based on that's what you're supposed to do from God. You know why? Because he's logical. Our brains are different. That's why. Our brains are different. Men are logical. Women are emotional. Women know how to support and nurture and love. They don't know anything else. Men know how to build and maintain. They know how to learn and teach and think. They can think about the future. Women can only think about today. That's all they think about is right now, today. Every day is a brand new day. Like, they can't think about anything in the past. They can't think about all of history. When was the last time you went on a date with a woman, had a conversation with a woman, and she was like, I'm a historian. I know all this knowledge. Let me share all this history that I've learned. Let me tell you about the pre-flood world. Let me tell you about Genesis. Let me tell you about Jasher. Let me tell you about, let me tell you about the Akkadian Empire and your Sargon. Let me tell you about the Greeks and Alexander and the Roman Empire and Julius Caesar and the Persians and the Carthaginians. Let me tell you about it. Let me tell you about World War I and World War II and American history and Revolutionary War and so forth. Yeah, never. They don't do that. They don't do the thinking. They don't do the learning and the thinking. They don't do that. They don't do that. They're not interested. They don't care. That's why women, that's why you submit and learn from the man, because you're not capable of it, nor do you care about doing that. I would love if women, I'm the biggest advocate of education for women. Women they don't care about it at all. They don't care about it at all. They only care about it as it relates to status and money. They don't care about actual learning. For the first time in my life, I actually, I make enough money to where, Lure doesn't have to work. And I like who would want to work? Work is slavery. Work is not fun, ladies. I think the men have it better. The grass is greener on the other side. No, it's not. It sucks being a man, ladies. You get to be a slave to your boss and your job. Then you come home and you be a slave to your family. And then you die. And then you got to go die for your family. If there's a war or there's a home invader. And no one cares about your feelings. The only two people that care about a man's feelings is his mom, if they have a good one, not a bad one. And then it used to be his wife, but since there's less marriages than ever, and since women don't do that anymore, not even his wife cares about his feelings anymore. Nobody cares about your feelings. It sucks to be a man. So again, that's the whole Eve mentality. The grass is greener on the other side. No, the grass is greener on the woman's side. It always happened through all of history. When you think women were oppressed and they didn't have all the privileges, women have always been the more privileged gender. The grass has always been greener on the female side. And it's been, it's so crazy, but women have more privilege than ever in the history of the world in the West. And they're more unfulfilled. They're more miserable than ever. 50% of women are on depression and anxiety pills. They're all lonely. They're all depressed. They all have anxiety. They're all angsty. You know why? The only thing that takes that away is a husband. How many times do I have to say it? Literally, a man is the key to your success, women. The key to your success, a dad and then a husband. You will live a horrible life. You will not feel loved. You will have no feeling of safety. You will have no sense of emotional well-being unless you have a man in your life. One man that you make special and feel loved every day of the rest of your life. Your dad and then your husband. One, not a bunch. Let me tell you how bad hypergamy is. And so you're like, oh yeah, I want to date so I can be hypergamous, so I can get a better quality man. Is that how you want your man to view you? Do you want him to be hypergamous towards you? Men have something similar, but it's not hypergamy though. It's promiscuity. So a man's base nature because of testosterone is promiscuity, and a woman's base nature is hypergamy. Both are equally as unloyal and wicked, and adulterous and cheating and wicked. Both are equally as wicked, equally as sinful. Like women, you think because you think I want his love and it's pure, and what men just want sex, which is evil. Really? Because God created it. God created it. It's just supposed to be done in one particular context and no other. Like, no, it's not evil. Like, and that's the whole thing too, is that church going, families, parents, and like Bible studies. That's why you've lost your kids, is because you never talk about sex. And you don't talk about how like God created it to be one of our most enjoyable, fulfilling things in life. So, so what men do in the dating market, in the dating world is, we're on the roll here, 3 hours. That's what I'm talking about. So, what men do, what their natural inclination is because dating exists, as a whole, because you don't have an arranged marriage, you don't have a wife that you can marry early on, because our culture doesn't do that anymore. Because of, characters like James Bond, and women themselves too, like women literally, they're so toxic. They literally take advantage of this. They literally think that and they absolutely believe in the standard too, that like a man being successful is how successful he is with money and with women. If a man doesn't have enough success with women, then they don't think that he's an attractive, desirable man. He's not a successful man. So there's so much pressure on a man, more so, to lose his virginity, to date, to have as many women as possible. And obviously, there's pressure from men to do that as well, like boys when they're younger, but also from women too. Women thinks that, oh wow, everyone wants him. He must be good in bed. He must be desirable. He must be hot. He must be charming. Like it's so cringe. Women literally want the same guy that every other girl wants. Well, guess what? That means you don't get a loyal husband then. Cool and awesome. And you're one massive groupie. You're a sister wife of the one top famous guy, like a celebrity. It's so cringe. It's absolutely cringe.
And a side chick.
Yeah, exactly. So you're a permanent side chick. That's what that makes you. It's so ridiculous. And then you think that you just magically think you're totally average, but you think that you're just magic is gonna happen, and that top 1% of man that's so special that every girl wants, like Elvis Presley or whoever it was back in my day, used to be like Brad Pitt. That he's just magically gonna choose you, and then he's just gonna say the attention from all the women he's just not gonna care about. No, he's not. If you're going to be toxic and so disloyal and so dysfunctional and so unhealthy, he is literally going to do what's to his immediate best interest, and he's literally just going to hook up with all of you, not commit to any of you, because he doesn't have to. Congratulations. Enjoy being a side chick forever. Like, every girl's a side chick nowadays. Every single woman is living a perpetual side chick lifestyle. If you don't, so like dating is like an interview. And so you both have to present yourself, and women totally do, like from the first message, the first date. If that man isn't acting like a husband, they're like turned off. I don't want to act like a husband. Okay, so, are you acting like a wife? You have to act like a wife from the first message, from the first date. Or else the guy's like, oh, she doesn't seem like a wife. I'm not going to marry someone who's not wife material. Exactly the same way that you view the guy. Like, oh, he's not sounding or feeling or acting like a husband. I guess he's not husband material. Oh, no, I'm not going to be a wife until I'm actually married. Well, then guess what, lady? You're never getting married.
Facts though.
You're never getting married then, lady, if you don't act like a wife before the wedding ceremony. I'll submit to the right man if he's good enough for me. Lady, you're not good enough for anyone. You have no husband. Lady, if you're not married, you're not good enough for any man. What are you talking about? What do you think? You think that you're the only one that has standards and the guy can't have standards either? Like, none of you ladies meet up to any guy's standards, but guys are realistic and they understand, like, okay, well, I have to pick from what is available. I have to pick from who likes me back. And if this is the only woman that like me back, I get to pick from that. And it's either that or being alone. Women, it's not the choice between a better man and, your current man, who's totally awesome and good enough, but you want something better. That's not the choices. The choices are doing a man and no man. That's the choices. That's the choices, ladies. So just like you don't want your man to be hypergamous and have slept with everyone and you think, I'm sorry, promiscuous. You don't want your man to think I want to hook up with all these different kinds of women, different ages, different ethnicities, different body types. Yeah, you're equally as slutty. You're equally as promiscuous. You're equally as whorish. You're equally as much of a harlot. I'm going to list all the terms on here. So you're equally as slutty when you're trying to always get a better and better and better man. It's never good enough for you. That's such a wicked thought process. You know what you should have? You should have a thought process. You know what the key to happiness is? Gratefulness, humility, modesty, loyalty, being grateful for what you have, not always thinking about what you don't have. Better and better and better and better and better. More women today in the West are dying alone. Is that the faith that you want to have? God is not picking out your husband for you, ladies. You are.
No, God's not going to send
Like-
you somebody special. God's not going to send anyone for you. It's up to you to accept and submit to the men that show interest in you.
So, and like, okay, so here's what like both genders say. So like, you know, the genders have opposite goals, like in dating. Like a woman is looking for, she's looking for like babies, money, you know, got to be strong, hot. She's looking for marriage, right? And a guy is literally looking for, you know, he's looking for hookups, one night stands, because usually they're not good enough to do more than that, or like a fling. A guy is looking to have as much exciting porn star sex as he can for as long as he can until he gets burned out on that, and then hopefully he can find a good wife at the end of all of that, which obviously never happens, you know. Like, and women, what women are looking to do, they're looking to be hypergamous and go through this like faux courting situation where they get all the benefits of a marriage without giving the guy any of the benefits of a marriage. The girls are looking to hypergamous and be courted and have all these guys dote on him and simp on him and spend all this money, all these different suitors. Yeah, women are not only as slutty as guys are, they're more slutty than guys are, and it's not okay. Yeah, I'm slut shaming you. Damn straight I am. Absolutely. Every Western woman's a slut. Almost for the most part. Like, you know, and so, you know, wow. So yeah, that's what every guy wants. Yeah, he wants his wife to, and then the thing is too, is like everyone that you had sexual activity with before your spouse, like no one, like I don't know why no one's talking about this or no one's feeling like this, but I felt this way ever since I was in high school. Like my first girlfriend, like I was 17 and she was 18, and I found her at church, and she was the most conservative and biblical and wholesome and modest girl I could find. She was from another school. And she already had 3 long-term boyfriends before me and had sex with all of them and said I love you to all of them, and I didn't feel special at all. And that was really like, that was a really point of like being like heard and like mixed feelings, emotions and everything. And like, yeah, that's the situation. Yeah, like, you know,
So your body
unbelievable.
count, your
So-
body count counts.
every person that you had sexual activity with before your spouse counts on someone you committed adultery against your spouse with.
And maybe,
Oh, it only counts and then tell when you guys were together to afterwards. Really, who made up those rules? Because no one in history has ever thought that way until the last 100 years in the West. Or actually since the 60s, the last 60 years in the West. No one has thought that way. Virginity was absolutely required. It was required by God. It was required all around the world in India. Virginity was absolutely always required. Required, absolutely required. Everyone that you've had sexual activity with, and yeah, women trying to keep their number artificially low. It's not just the guys that you had vaginal intercourse. Every single guy that you were naked with, all the forms of sexual activity count as a sexual partner. So, you know, like every, you know, guys, when you're asking women about their number, and you absolutely should, because that reflects on her character, that reflects on her lack of self-control, that reflects on her virtue, that reflects on her morality, that reflects on if she can even be loyal to you or not. You can, as they say, you can multiply everyone's number by 3. They only ever count their vaginal intercourse partners because they're trying to artificially keep their number low. Every single person that you're with before your spouse is someone that you committed adultery with. That counts as adultery. No, well, the West doesn't look at it that way anymore. No, we don't look at it that way anymore. Like, I understand that the Western culture, you know, doesn't look at it that way anymore. Doesn't mean it's not true. The West is retarded nowadays. Like, like the West believes in impossible things nowadays, like evolution. We're gonna have a great promotion. Actually, 2 things, like real quick. I'm gonna have a whole separate video. I'm just gonna reference you like Kent Hovind, my first most famous biblical speaker on Genesis. His video, part 4, Lies in the Textbooks, it talks about the 60 most commonly pieces of used evidence for evolution and debunks every single one of them. Part 4, Lies in the Textbooks, by Dr. Kent Hovind, Dr. Dino, Kent Hovind. He's had that available since 1989. It's for free on YouTube. Debunks how ridiculous, absolutely moronical, not only unlikely, but impossible the theory of evolution is.
it's a great seminar. Highly recommend.
So I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. He does it better than anyone else ever could, you know. So I'm just going to refer you to that. But like the West today believes that 3 billion years ago, it torrentially rained on the rocky surface of the ancient earth. And from that, after millions of years, it produced the first primordial soup, and that was the first form of life. So Leora, how long does it take for it to rain on rocks for life to form from that?
It'll never happen.
It's a trick question. It's impossible.
It has never happened.
It's a trick question. It's impossible. It doesn't matter how many trillions of years, how many zillions, gajillions, $1 million. It doesn't matter how many zillions of years you give it. Truly a made-up number. Like, you're never gonna get life from it raining on rocks. That's what evolution teaches. They believe something impossible. It's called organic evolution. That non-life can transform into life. It's not only unlikely, it's impossible. That's the religion that retarded Westerners have adopted. The two most famous religions in the West would be, to tell you the truth, you know, I would say that it's actually like it's pantheism. Pantheism is like Buddhism. It's called New Age, you know, spirituality is what they call it today. It just repackaged Buddhism. So I would say Buddhism and then atheism. And I think a lot of people they say that the category 3s, they say they're Christian, or they say they're Jewish, you know, mostly Christian. They say that they're Christian, but they're really just a Buddhist. They believe in so much false doctrine. They're so emotional. They're so compromised. They're so loony. Like they're so unbiblical that they're just Buddhists. So the top religions in the West would be Buddhism, atheism, and the Bible, Christianity. And the irony of all of that is the real biblical faith is what we call Messianic Judaism. It's ironic, like it's not Judaism, it's not Christianity. It's ironic, like it's so crazy. I came to this realization the other day is that I was raised as a Christian. That was like a good term, but Christians are a meme. They're a joke. Absolute meme. Like Christianity has so much false doctrine, and it all comes from like the Council of Nicaea, Council of Trent, Council of Carthage in the 300s AD. It comes from Constantine. The Roman Catholic Church is what Christianity was based on. So the way that Christianity has been practiced for 1700 years, it is indeed a false religion. It's a complete false religion. The biblical faith from Yahweh, God the Father, and Yeshua, the Son, the Messiah, it's Messianic Judaism. And it's so ironic, like in Judaism, and according to God, a Jew is someone who believes in the entire Bible, all of Scripture from Genesis all the way to Revelation, and accepts their Jewish Messiah, which would be Joshua. So if according to God, if you don't believe that and practice that, you know, according to God, a Jew is someone who believes in the entire Bible. And so ironically, everyone calling themselves a Jew today is not actually a Jew. It's not a race. It's not an ethnicity. It's a faith. Judaism has always been a religion. Look at my seminar, Christianity and Judaism, for more on that. But but all we know is what people call themselves and how they identify, and it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter if you call yourself a Christian. All that matters is, do you qualify based on God's standard to be a Christian? Category 3s do not. Category 2s do. Preferably category 1. But almost everyone calling themselves a Christian is not one. It doesn't matter how you identify. You think you're gonna trick God? Like, I'm just not gonna know if you just identify like that. You'll just fool him. You'll just be fooled. No, you're not fooling them. You're not fooling anyone. You're fooling yourself and the people around you. You're not fooling God. You're not gonna fool him on Judgment Day. The true biblical faith is Messianic Judaism. How many Messianic Jews do we have? Less than 1%? Way less than 1%? Almost no one can get to the truth because nobody cares. Like, they just care about what I always say, fitting in and personal benefit. Everyone's corrupt. Everyone's ignorant. Everyone's apathetic. They don't care. They care about shopping and the Kardashians. They care about beer and football. They don't care. That's the boat that we're in. And that's one of the reasons why we're making this video is very few people care about theology nowadays. But this is something I wanted to make my whole life. This is something that we talk about every single day. We wanted to make forever, for 20 years. So, okay, so again, men and women have opposite goals in dating. Go to.
I just wanted to say that even evolutionists know that their religion is so ridiculous and impossible that now they've resorted to ancient aliens. Plenty of history videos on it on the History Channel. They'll talk about it. Even the top scientists, astronomers, cosmologists, evolutionists say, oh, well, aliens, I guess we would have had a creator from another planet, which they've never seen before. So it's just bonkers. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Right. So, Oh boy. Oh, that's gonna be a good topic for another video, and we'll refer you to Rob Skiba for that one. That was fantastic. It's called the Mount Herman Roswell Connection. How all of this is talked about in the Bible. It all ties in with the end times agenda. It's that's a fun topic. So, but like men and women have the opposite goals of dating. So like men want to check off their list and be as promiscuous as possible, and have all of this fun variety form of sexual activity with a lot of different women, and if they could, threesomes and the whole 9 yards. Okay, so and a woman's goal is to be as hypergamous as possible and have all these men take them out to all these fancy dinners and make them feel pretty like a princess, and then pick the best one at the end of all of that. And so for men want to spend the least amount of money possible, preferably none, and get all the exciting sex from all the different women. And women want the men to spend as much money as possible, making them feel like a princess, like a queen, like a goddess. It's truly goddess worship. It truly is blasphemous and heresy. They want men to treat them like a goddess, and then and to preferably give no sex, or only the sex if the guy is hot enough. Yeah. Both are equally as toxic. And so, women, you can't demonize men for one thing. That's all we hear from our society. Oh, the men are bad. The men are bad. The men are bad. I'm going to give you an example to show that it's the women. It's absolutely the women. More women are doing more bad stuff than men are. And again, it's just a trash system. It's not working. Most people are alone. They're gonna die alone. Most people don't get married one time and stay married. Most people have just a ridiculous amount of partners before they're married. Most people, because of the women again, have bad marriages because they're always fighting. They're never grateful for what they have. They always need more and more and more and more and more and more and more. So this is what each party wants in the opposite gender. Women want their husband to be exactly like their dad. Be their dad, but then of course they're able to have sex with them. That's what every single woman wants. Doesn't matter what kind of woman it is, every single woman wants that, wants exactly that scenario. And they expect their husband to do that. Oh, but then they're not okay with doing the exact equivalent in the reverse. Again, yeah, your hypocrisy, your double standard. What every single man wants is he wants the woman to be like his mom. The only person that actually truly loved him was soft around him because he could actually share his feelings with. To be his mom, but of course, two differences. Number one, instead of submitting to your mom, he wants her to submit to him. And also number three, that he can obviously have sex with. That's what everybody wants. And unless you're willing to do that, you're not going to be married. Cool, rant and rave against it all you want. Go ahead and make all your videos and all your posts on Facebook and be alone and miserable. You don't have the results you want. Why do you keep doing what you're doing? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So that's what every guy and every girl wants. Let's see here. Look at that. Checked off a bunch of these. Okay, so let me give you an example of even more so what we were lied to. So one of the lies that's been going on for a long time that Kevin Samuel so thoroughly dismissed, and it is true across the board too, but it's the most telling in this scenario right here. So our best friend Sean, we have him over all the time. We've been best friends for 3 years, and he's gonna make a video about this. But he's an awesome guy. He's a gentle giant. He's black. And we're like twins. And so he introduced me to Kevin Samuels. And Kevin Samuels was the guy, the reason I like him, he was the only guy that actually developed a decently large following. And it had to be on YouTube. They would never allow this guy on TV. And he was so incredibly gentle and reasonable and fair and long-suffering and patient. But this guy was, quite the catch from one's perspective. He was tall, he was rich, he's pretty handsome. He's pretty good looking, and is an alpha male. He's thin. He's not overweight, and so literally he could play the field. He can do whatever he wanted. And he decided to actually help our society because it was so incredibly deteriorated. So Kevin Samuels is black, and again he just mysteriously died recently, not too long ago at all. And he was talking about since 2017 he started talking about men. How men can be better, especially within, it applies to all genders, but especially within the black community. And then he was anonymous, no one cared. And then he started talking about women and actually doing live streams with women and giving them advice And they all came on so lost in the same trash, feminist propaganda, selfish mentality. And he'd have to correct them every single time. And he couldn't actually hardly change hardly any of these women's perspective on live talking to him. He would have to hang up on them. They were so incredibly rude, disrespectful, absolutely stupid, no results at all, not married, and like had no, they wanted a husband but had no desire to change at all. Like, but you know what though? But he was getting the message out there. He was affecting a lot of men. And guess what? There were some women that were in the comments that were changing actually. They totally had an attitude change and their lives were better for it. About 1 out of 3 women and pretty much in the comments only decided to change. Well, that's a whole lot better than 0. So he's been one of the only men in recent times that was willing to actually say, hey, you know what? I think what we're hearing is wrong, is false, is not true. So here's the stats that Kevin Samuels completely showed. Okay. So he was speaking specifically to the black community because the black community adopted feminism the most, even more than white women. White women adopted it the second most. So white women are actually going in the exact same direction that black women are going. This is so important because we want to have a society where we have like just a wholesome environment. We don't want all these crimes happening. We want good neighbors. Like, we don't want murders. We don't want theft. We don't want just radical promiscuity. We don't want adultery. We don't want all this kind of crap. And unless we talk about the stuff that we're talking about now, it's going to get worse. You know, we don't want our economy to collapse and have like, you know, have that a depression worse than the Great Depression, which is exactly where we're headed. So, and people aren't even allowed to talk about these topics anymore. You know why? Everyone's a coward. Like, men are so cowardly. They're so afraid. Like, men aren't, is because they've been browbeat by women from the day of their birth. The day of their birth, they hear nothing but a one-sided story of female empowerment and female privilege and misandry and matriarchy, and they're taught that that's good, and then they get lied to about what happened to their dad that's not home. If you literally come out to be good and you're raised by a single mom, you are the exception, not the rule. That's a miracle. If you come out to be like Ben Carson, that is a miracle. That is the exception, not the rule. We're not going to address the exceptions, not the rules. We're not just going to have a million disclaimers. We're talking about the overwhelming majority. So here's the percentages. So 77% of black moms that have a baby do not have a husband. 54% of white women that have a baby do not have a husband. That's outrageous. That is an abomination in the sight of God, in the sight of anyone with a brain. You know, so now here's the thing. Now here's the thing is we were all taught, everyone in our country was taught, oh yeah, that's because the black men aren't going to marry them. They don't want to marry them. The black men are bad. And I didn't know any different. You know, so I believed it too. You know, we all believed it because we didn't know any different. Come to find out, it's the black woman that has brought that situation out entirely, 100%. So 35% of black men are married. So they're not participating in that problem. 50% of black men are single and childless and in the middle class. Eligible bachelors, 0 kids. 50%. Only 15% of black men are baby daddies. They have kids and they're not married. 77% of black single moms are getting pregnant, are having sex with 15% of the guys that are considered like gangster and hot, you know, and they're like, you know, like drug dealing types, like athletes, you know, rappers, etc. You know, or just like they call them Pookie and Ray Rays is the term. 77% of black single moms are having sex with 15%, only 15% of those toxic player, you know, black men. So yeah, that's the woman's problem. That's women. They're not picking the other 15% of eligible bachelors, the black men that are kind and loyal and good and virtuous and middle class and single that have no kids. It's the woman's problem.
Good to them.
Exactly, and they treat them like trash, and everyone knows, you know, like poor black men, literally, poor black men. No, like you know, because like they've just been like now the Pookies and Ray Rays absolutely should be demonized. The ones that are committing 7,500 murders in cities like Chicago out of our 11,000, yeah, absolutely they should be demonized. But those were raised by single black moms. Single moms raise trash kids, absolute trash kids. The boys become criminals or overly feminized and too weak, and the women become overly promiscuous. They turn out like trash. So and the black women refuse to change. So men, what you need to do is you need to correct them. We already know they're gonna just reject their correction. Number 2, you need to rebuke them. That's something that I'm not seeing any men doing. You need to rebuke them strongly. And number 3, if they reject that, which a lot of them will, you need to boycott them. Do not marry a woman that doesn't wholeheartedly embrace being submissive. That would change the tune real quick. It's only because all of you men enable them that they're allowed to do this. So yeah, sure, the women were the aggressors,
And
over
then
the
vet
last
them.
100
Don't
years.
take their word for it.
Exactly, venom. Exactly. So, and with the whole shit testing thing, I've always had a best female friend, and they even admit this. They want to. Their toxic ideology is they want to be able to fight with their man, to feel like they have a voice. That's toxic. You should never want to fight with your man. They want to be able to fight with their man. They want their man to fight back with them and overpower them, and then they want to have makeup sex. That is the creepiest, most pathetic, toxic thing I've ever heard. That truly is what almost every woman wants.
Ladies, get your shit together. What the heck? What the fuck? Literally,
Oh man, yeah. So, oh man. But yeah, that's what they want. Ladies, guys don't want that. They don't want to fight with you. They don't want to fight with their boss and their coworkers and their customers all day and just have their best friends, supposed to love them most, come fight them at home. They don't want that. They're not going to marry you if you do that. They want peace and tranquility and love and acceptance. They want to feel safe and relaxed. They don't want you bitching at them every time you come home. They want you nagging at them. They want to feel freaking safe. What in the world? They want to feel loved. They want to feel comfortable. What in the French toast? I got that line from Kevin Samuels. Instead of saying the F word, we can say French toast. And there's still gonna be some women like, oh my God, he said French toast! Ah!
I know what he meant.
He said the F word. He's a bad man. He's a Christian. It's so funny too. It's such a manipulative term. All of these category 4s and 3s that have no interest in being godly, have no interest in being biblical, have no interest in being a good woman. Otherwise, they'd be submissive to their husband. They'd be grateful and respectful of all men. There's been so many women oh my God, you question the matriarchy. You said French toast. You're not a Christian. Okay, number one, I never said I was Christian. Number one, you shouldn't be a Christian. That's false religion. It's Messianic Judaism. We never said we were Christians. We're Messianic Jews. Number two, you've never had any interest at all in being a good Christian woman, a good biblical godly woman. Otherwise you'd be submissive. Otherwise you'd be modest. Otherwise you'd be humble. Oh my goodness, flippin' gracious. So
I met women in the church who said, Leor, I don't think I need a man for my salvation, for my entrance into the kingdom. In fact, I think because God made women to be their helpmate, men need women to enter the kingdom. I was like, you are a daughter of Lucifer. You literally twist it, because Lucifer can't come up with anything himself. He just twists everything that already exists. And you are single and you don't have anybody. And that is a testament to your ideology and your outlook. I mean, just take him for granted. When the shit hits the fan, ladies, all your therapists, your customer service, your human, what's it called?
Human resources.
Human resources, your product placement job, your influencing role, your OnlyFans, whatever it is you do, that's going to go out the window. So don't think too highly of yourself unless you're doing stuff that is required for maintaining a clean, civilized nation, like construction, like plumbing, like electricity, and managing these things. When women are involved in these types of industries, their role is purely administrative, secretarial, and you asked for it. I would have never I don't know what was going through your mind that you were like, I'm so bored and I don't know what to do with my life, and changing diapers isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be, that instead of actually, if you're helping your husband in a business, that's a different story because he's leading the family and providing for all of these things that you wanted. But if you just thought that going to work in the office and getting dressed all day is going to make you more fulfilled than changing diapers, you're delusional. Read a book, watch documentary, talk about something interesting you're having when you come home, do something. And oh my gosh, that really, I just remembered I lost it again.
So you'll think of it.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Jump in when you do things like that.
It always happens.
So and the crazy thing, we'll make another video about kids, but most of you aren't qualified to be parents. You're trash parents. Not all of you should be having kids. It's such a massive, huge responsibility.
Oh, I remember.
like honestly, go to.
Okay, before I forget, is that, nobody's perfect, and we're not saying men are perfect. We're just saying they're not nearly as bad as women make them out to be. In fact, women are much worse than they make themselves out to be. But I truly believe that men wouldn't be nearly as sinful. Again, this ties into sin. Women let sin into the world, and men let women into the world. But men wouldn't be nearly as sinful if it weren't for women being so damn demanding. Men bear false witness, they lie to get promoted, they sabotage one another to get a better job, to have more money, to appease the woman. They cheat because women withhold intimacy from them. They kill because they usually are jealous and feel betrayed by bad, evil women. They're disrespectful to mothers because mothers don't respect their fathers. So truly, if women would humble their asses down and not be so demanding of children, many children that require a lot of money, and would just be super content with their husband and with whatever that they have, there wouldn't be so much crime and so much sin in the world. Just ladies, stop being so demanding, and you'll see a great change. Okay, that was it.
Oh no, you're fine. Oh my gosh, we did actually cover a lot of stuff that I wrote down, so I'm glad for that. As it's going longer, I just want to make sure we didn't forget anything, like some of our best points or whatever. But we did off the top of our head. We remembered almost everything.
You did Little Mermaid. That's a great example.
And we're talking about Little Mermaid. It's like, oh, that's gonna be good. You're gonna love. We're talking about the Little Mermaid girls. Yay! Little Mermaid Disney time. So okay. So women have like a never-ending list of what they want from a husband. Like, yeah, I just gotta have all these things, man. And women are like, can I have one thing? Can you be nice to me for like, no. You're like, oh yeah, women are so good. Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, women are angels and women and men are demons. Okay, yeah, no. The truth is, in the West, I would say about 90% of men are good, and about 10% are bad. Ish.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And about 99% of women are bad, and about 1% are good. And I'm being generous with that 1%. Yeah, it's women that need to change. So when we can get like at least 60% of women to be good, and only 40% are bad, then okay, cool. We can chill out, and we don't have to talk about it anymore. But until that, we're going to keep talking about it until it changes. Preferably 100% of women would be good, but let's at least get to 60%. We're at less than 1% right now. Okay, so what men, this is what you'd be looking for in a wife, and women, this is all men are asking for, and you can't do it, and you refuse to do it. These are the two most basic minimum criteria in marriage. One, to be loyal for life. Women aren't doing that. 70% of the time they file for divorce. They can't even do that. There's no point in getting married if you're not loyal for life. Two, wholehearted submission. Almost no Western woman is doing that nowadays. That's the only, and that takes care of everything else. We could list a bunch of stuff, but that truly, if you're doing those two things, honestly, I could just say be submissive, because if you're submissive, you're loyal. So men just want a submissive woman. And that would be loyal for life, that would be kind, that him doing good, not evil all the days of life, that'd be fair, that'd be emotionally stable, right? So that covers everything. So men are just looking for a woman to be submissive, and men have really dropped the ball on it. They don't even realize that they should actually be requiring that in marriage nowadays. So that's the one other thing, women, be submissive. That literally covers all the topics. And then what women need in a husband. Ladies, here's what you actually need in a man. Not your whole freaking ridiculous bullcrap list. You just need him to be virtuous, because that covers loyal for life. You need him to be virtuous. That's it. That's it. Virtuous. That's it. No, you don't need him to be rich. You don't need to make him any certain amount of money. He doesn't have to be any certain height. He doesn't have to be at any certain level of hotness. He doesn't have to provide you any certain amount of kids. He doesn't have to do domestic chores. He doesn't have to have a fancy title, be famous, and have a job. He doesn't have to be romantic. He needs to be virtuous. And guess what? Almost all of them are. Almost all Western men are. Now, sure, I would like more than to be virtuous more, in the biblical aspect, as far as what they believe, so they can teach you better. With history, too. But they're doing a better job at it than you are, that's for sure. A much higher, a much higher percentage are. Even the men that aren't believers, they still are virtuous. And you aren't. So you want a husband who's virtuous. So what does that mean? Just as a few, okay, loyal to you for life, virtually every man is. loyal for life. You want him to be like strong, ideologically, mostly. Ideologically, mentally, emotionally, like even more than physically. So you don't want him to be a beta simp, like a weak leftist beta simp. But like not every guy is gonna be, the strongest, that strong, but as long as he's not like, a completely leftist transgender beta simp, then that's good enough. And so loyal for life, strong, and like smart. You want him to be smart, like, he's gonna be, any man's gonna be smarter than any girl, but like, you want him to know, at least I figured out, like, preferably that the Bible is God's book. And obviously, like, but most of you, like, not everyone's gonna find a believer, so like, but a woman with a man, even a non-believer, is gonna be better off than one who's not. Like, I have never met one single woman in my entire life that had any kind of discernment, that had any kind of study, and that actually found any truth on her own. I've known women that literally were born and raised in the church, and they had a good dad, and they had a good husband, and they haven't been able to find out any significant, they haven't been able to figure out all the truths in life. They have no discernment. They filter it through this feminine, emotional lens and everything.
Does this feel good? Okay, it's true.
Exactly. Women thank you, Leora. Like, women determine what's true based on what feels good. That's not how you determine what's true or not. It's not based on what feels good, it's based on what's true, what actually happened in the past, how God wants us to live in the present, what he said is going to happen in the future. It's not based on how you feel. How you feel, it's true that we have feelings, it's not true that those feelings are representing anything real. That's a completely secondary issue. That's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter how you feel. What matters is what's true and what's good. So the guy just has to be virtuous, and that doesn't mean all the crap that you think it means. Like, it means him being a boring, nice guy, a guy that literally just is loyal for life. That's almost all of them. They want to commit adultery on you. That's it. That's flipping it. That is it. So the woman needs to be submissive. The man needs to be virtuous. And he doesn't have to be perfect. As long as he's trying. He just has to be trying to be virtuous, because you're not going to achieve submission 100%. We damn know well you're not. But you have to be trying your darndest. You have to be trying your very best to be submissive. If you slip up, okay, cool, catch yourself. Your guy gives you grace, gives you love and grace and forgiveness, and you try better. The next time you try again. The guy's not going to be virtuous all the time, but literally, as long as he's not a freaking mass murderer or a freaking meth addict, that's good enough. It's ridiculous,
What are your standards?
Your standards are trash. The last thing you would want is is your man looking at you like, yeah, she's not good enough. She's not pretty enough. She's not sexy enough. She's not good in the bedroom enough. She doesn't do domestic chores good enough. She doesn't make enough money. That's a lot. You just want to show up and be like, here I am. Here I am. Will you love me, please? Yeah, that's what you expect. That's what you want. You want the guy to love you no matter what, despite all of your flaws. Well, why should he do that when you're not willing to do that for him? He shouldn't. Oh, but you want it, you require it though, right? Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's see if there's anything else that or all the topics that I might have skipped over and missed. Little Mermaid. We're gonna talk about the Little Mermaid. So women don't have any discernment at all. They grow up with the Disney movies. Like, the Little Mermaid is almost every one of their favorites. And they literally think the Little Mermaid is real life. They live the rest of their life looking for Prince Eric, thinking that they're Ariel. We just watched it again recently. We're like, oh my gosh, every Western woman thinks this is real life. This is why they're like this. No discernment. That's why you, and honestly, tell you the truth, parents, that's why you shouldn't let your kids watch Disney. Because your boys realize that that's just fairy tale, it's fantasy, it's entertainment, it's fiction. Girls, their brains cannot distinguish the difference between fiction and reality. They can't. They can't. They can't. Yeah, girls like us. Yeah, they can't. Women can't distinguish reality and fiction. So they watch the Disney movies at their most impressionable young ages, and they think that that's true, and they carry that with them the rest of their life. And their life turns out horrible because they never realized that that wasn't true. Because their brains were totally receptive, a sponge, and they just thought their parents were going to teach them the truth, and they watched that on the video like, oh, I like that. That feels good. I like that. I like that. I want that to be true. Oh, it's not? No, I'm going to pretend like it is. I like that. That's when the way Western women are, that's exactly the way that any smart man views you. So now on Little Mermaid, babe, would you like to tell about Little Mermaid? Or
the basic premise of The Little Mermaid is that she wanted something that was not tangible, and she disobeyed her father. Her father was looking out for her best interest, but she said, Dad, you don't know what I want, and you're wrong, and I don't want to do what you tell me to, but you know who is giving me what I want? The witch next door. So I'm going to disobey my father and go to the witch next door, who's a sorcerer, who's a witch,
Lucifer,
who does
you know.
witchcraft, aka Lucifer, in the form of a woman who has a very catchy
Her
song.
father was
who shakes her
representing like
titties.
God.
You know, she loved Ursula's song. Everybody loves Ursula's song, very catchy. And she said, "Oh, you want basically my soul to get what I want? Okay, I'll do that. That sounds good." And of course, you know, the bad Ursula dies at the end of the movie and Ariel gets everything she wants, but that's not real life. That's not the aspect of real life. And women have adopted this. They say, oh, Dad's not looking out for my best interests. He's just a big meanie. And even the father, Poseidon, whatever, you know, he submitted to his daughter's will. He was like, oh, I'm just a big old man. I don't know anything about anything. And she nearly caused the destruction of everything, but of course Disney can't have the reality. They gotta give it a happy ending. And she got her Prince Charming Eric. She got Eric despite not opening her mouth. She was pretty enough and cute enough, and he treated her to all the things, and he let her sleep in a big beautiful bed and gave her a feast, and she didn't need to say a blessed word. And that's exactly what women are hoping for. They're hoping that their looks and their charm will seduce them into the man's castle, that they can get any Prince Eric despite their heart and their mind, that they can disobey their father and go to the witch, and the witch will give them what they want, and that everything will happen it'll be a happy ending. But 99.9% of the time, basically 100% of the time, unless there is a change in the woman's heart and a turnaround, that will not happen. You don't get to kill the witch gets your soul, and you don't get the prince. Mic drop. Like,
Boop.
and this is in multiple
So-
movies, over and over again. Same story. They're
Same
like
plot.
the feminist agenda is not hidden. Like Mulan. Oh yeah, like I'll just beat everybody and get the prince. Okay, sure. Right.
It's so crazy too. Like, women have seen this like plot in movies for so long that they actually believe it. They're like, oh yeah, just like women can kick ass, yeah. They just like use his body weight against him. Like, the whole thing's a lie, and that's like I've been able to get into so many different movies. Like, the first one that I noticed it was in was like Lara Croft Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie, and I was like, you know, like, okay, this is completely unrealistic. I can't really get into it because it's so farcical. It's so incredible.
Oh yeah, this
It's so
120
incredibly
pound chick is
fraudulent.
gonna like freaking beat
Yeah.
up this 220
Yeah,
pound guy.
like men are like
heels.
men are like an elephant, and women are like a mouse. The mouse isn't going to use the elephant's weight against him. The elephant's gonna step on the mouse and it's dead. Like, you know, like, like, it's amazing too. Like, women are like so strong too, and most of them don't have a stitch of muscle on their body. They don't lift heavy weights. They don't eat like how are you strong? Like, you know, like, we're so strong. That's so cringe. We're so strong. We're so strong. We're so strong. We're so strong. Just believe it. We're strong.
My
we're
body
strong.
can expand and
We're
contract
strong.
to
We're
like
strong.
squeeze out a baby.
We're strong.
That's
We're
nothing.
strong. You know, like
That has nothing to do with you. Your
That-
body was designed that way.
you're like, no.
It's the only thing you can do.
Men are strong.
Yeah.
Women are weak. They're soft. God specifically designed them to be that way. You're soft and weak. Men are strong. Stop culturally appropriating. Like, stop transgendering. You're not fooling anybody. You look like an idiot. You look like the laughingstock of the world. No wonder, like, no guy wants to marry a woman that's completely delusional, that has no grounding in reality whatsoever. You know, So, like, what a joke. So Ariel, let's talk about this movie. Like, listen to me, like, that's the favorite part of the whole movie. We can talk about Disney and Ariel. So Ariel, so like her sisters were prettier than her. Like they all like, went along with the crowd and fit in, and they were like bimbos, and and she was different. She was like all artsy and edgy. She was different. She was like smarter and better and adventurous. So Ariel was different. Every single one of you girls think you're different.
She's adventurous, right?
Every girl thinks she's different, and every single girl is essentially exactly the same. And you know what actually makes a girl different, especially in today's world? If she actually chooses to be good, if she chooses to be smart, if she chooses to be godly, if she chooses to be submissive, if she chooses to be good. Almost no way. If you want to be different, choose to be good. Lior chose that. She wasn't before I met her. She chose to be that way, and now she's different than all the other women, and she's good. Like, just keep being evil if you want to be like every other woman. Just keep doing what you're doing. So like with Ariel, with the Little Mermaid, okay, so that's how it starts off, right? And she's disobeying her dad, and that's considered like a good thing. No, that's the first step towards destruction. Her dad wants to keep her safe. Her dad knows about the real world and threats. He knows better. He knows the best for her, and she doesn't. So, girls, you're not Ariel, and there are no Prince Erics out there. There are no Prince Erics out there. It's fake. Like when boys, I'm gonna keep talking about Little Mermaid, but like when boys, we grew up with Batman and Superman and Spider-Man. I did, and I loved it. But boys, they like it. It's fun. Boys don't actually think that they're gonna grow up to be Batman or Superman or Spider-Man one day. They don't actually think they're gonna grow up to be Batman. So I think it's a bad idea to have all these like toxic lies like told to our kids, and then it's like, especially girls are so susceptible to everything. Like the Little Mermaid is like Santa Claus. It's a lie that parents tell their kids, and it feels really good at the time, and it's absolutely not true. So what would you say about a grown-ass woman that still believed in Santa Claus? You got to a certain age, she still believed in Santa Claus. You would think that she was mentally retarded, right? You think there's something wrong with her. This girl's autistic. She's on the spectrum. Like, she has an IQ of 70 or below. This girl's like, her brain doesn't work. Okay, the Little Mermaid. Everything you believe in was soulmates and God or the universe, and picking out your Prince Charming, your Prince Eric, like astrology, your pink crystals, all that crap, your dream catchers, like all of that falls into the Santa Claus category. That's not real. You can't figure that out because God created your brain to be different. He didn't create your brain to be like a man's brain that's logical and distinguish between truth and reality, unfortunately. Now, you can if you have a dad teaching it to you. If you have a dad keeping you in check, and as soon as you get a little crazy into the pink crystals, you're like, no, sweetie, that's not real. She's like, oh, okay, thanks, Dad. That's what your husband's for, too. Your husband is dad number 2. It's your dad to keep you from going into the crazy field, like astrology and the pink crystals. Oh, sweetie, that's not true. It's not? No, it's not. Okay, thanks, honey. Yeah, your husband is there for keeping you from getting absolutely loony. So, Little Mermaid. Okay, so then she like she's like her kingdom under the sea is just not hold this for a second. It's just not good enough, right? Under the sea. So she gets all these trinkets. I got trinkets, a bunny, the plenty. I got oodles, cadoodles, but I want more. So she's got this whole freaking like tornado. Like little ribbed canyon with all these little cadoodles that fall off the ship. So she wants what she can't have. Like, women are malcontents.
I want more.
Yeah.
Never enough.
Exactly. So she literally is a princess. She's the freaking like most privileged position to the most privileged man in the entire mermaid kingdom, and she wants more. More. Like, it's never enough for women. How would you like men to feel that way? How would you like your sons to feel like, you know what, Mom, you're not good enough. I want a better mom. I want a bigger house, Mom. Why don't you make more money for you instead of your house? Your food's not good enough. I want better food. You don't take me on vacations enough. You don't buy me the most expensive video games and all the things like my other neighbors do. I don't have good enough clothes, Mom. Why don't you get more of that for me? Mom, you don't clean up enough. Mom, you're not loving enough. Like, what if your kids treated you the way you treat men? The way you treat your boyfriend, the way you treat your first date, the way you treat your husband. You would just flip, you would go berserk. You would go crazy on your kid. You'd spank the living crap out of him. You'd be so angry. You get an angry face and you would start yelling and you start spanking and all the things, tying him out. You're going to be grounded the rest of his life. if he kept saying that you were never good enough as his mom and you literally sacrificed your whole life for their benefit, for his or her benefit? Well, guess what, ladies? That is what your husband has done for you. That's what your dad has done for you. That's what men have done for you throughout all of history. And you can never put yourself in a man's shoes. You can only imagine it if you're thinking about you and the kid and your shoes when it's done to you from your kids. That's a perfect analogy. Women, you're not supposed to be an equal partner to your husband. You're not physically or mentally or emotionally equal in any way, shape, or form. You are supposed to be the supporter, the nurturer. Guess what? You're more privileged that way. You get more love. It's a better freaking role. You would never, ever, ever want to do what men do. All the way 100%. So going back to the Little Mermaid. So she's like, oh my gosh, I got all these trinkets from the ship. I want to go be a human, blah, blah, blah. Her dad's like, that's not a good idea. Humans kill mermaids. She's like, oh no, I know better than my dad. I'm a couple years old and I'm a girl. So yeah, I know better. So like, I know my dad's like strong. He has experience with humans and he's smart, but I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. So she defies her dad. And their dad does what he's supposed to do. He corrects her. He's like, oh, really? Okay, cool. You're going to defy me? Almost got yourself killed because she does a little ship thing with Eric. And then he destroys her little canyon in the statue, blah, 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 blah. So she's disobedient to her dad right away. So who does she go to? So her dad figure is like God. Look, ladies, the reason why God gave us examples, everything God does in the Bible is an example of how things should be in real life. The reason that God is a father is because you are supposed to be interacting with him like children. We are children compared to God, like vastly inferior, but he loves us to pieces. But he's going to discipline and correct disobedient children. That's the analogy. We're like children to God. We don't get to decide to disobey. We don't get to decide that. And if he does, we get disciplined. Now, like Joshua. So the example there, and women love this example, and it's an overly feminized example. You don't know what this means. But in the past, thousands of years ago, they knew exactly what it meant. You don't even know it's right there. You pick and choose. It's so incredibly corrupt. You pick the verses that say, oh yeah, the husbands have to love their wives, and then you just completely gloss over. No pastor will read from church or in a Bible study, women submit to your wives. We have 36 verses. Yeah, oh my God, I don't know what I said. It says, wives, submit to your husbands. Wives, submit to your husbands, as unto the Lord. It says it at least 36 times all throughout the Bible, from Genesis all the way to the end of the Brit Hadashah. That would be the New Testament, based on your nomenclature. So the ones that actually qualify, not all the believers, are going to be actually the bride of Christ, of Yeshua Messiah. Only category 1, only the ones that submit to him well enough during this lifetime. So only category 1, less than 1%, 1.4%. Where do I get these numbers from? Well, in Revelation it says that the martyrs are going to be 100 million, 10,000 times 10,000. That's 100 million. Out of 8 billion humans today, that's 1.4%. Now those are probably the martyrs throughout all of time, so that's even less than 1.4%. But oh my gosh, you just talk to anyone in the world, you start talking about details of the Bible, and you realize real quickly that they're in category 4, most of them are category 3, not in category 1 or 2. So, anyway, so it says that Yeshua is like your husband, and we are like the wife. Does that mean we're equal to Yeshua, to Joshua? Are we as equal? Does he submit to us? Well, that's what women think. That's what women think in the West now. It's heretical. Saying that you shouldn't submit to your husband. Saying that you're equal and you're a partner and we should have mutual submission and she should submit to me, actually. That is heresy. That is blasphemy. That makes you a bad woman. That makes you absolutely disqualified based on the biblical criteria. That is not a conditional, that's not an optional doctrine. That's absolutely an unconditional doctrine to accept. So the category 1s, and this would be mostly men, are the wife to Yeshua. That's how incredible, and we obviously know he's God, he's the Messiah. So we obviously know how incredibly superior he is and incredibly inferior we are. That's the exact dynamic that a wife should have with her husband. The way that a wife should interact with her husband is like the oldest daughter, like a 17-year-old daughter. That's exactly the dynamic that should happen in the household. Between a dad and a 17-year-old daughter, the oldest daughter is how a husband and a wife should interact. not an equal, not a contender, blah, 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 blah. So like, and again, if you have a problem with that, cool. Then let's have your kids be equals to you. Your kids are running the show. You submit to your kids. Otherwise, it's ageism, it's discrimination. Otherwise, you hate children if you don't let children be your equal or your superior. It's absolute lunacy. Like, the way that animals interact with kids, right? You know that gap? The way that kids interact with their mothers and with all other adult women at large, it's supposed to the way the women interact with their husband and all men at large. That's the exact same dynamic between men and Yeshua. That's the exact same dynamic between Yeshua and God and Yahweh. Yeshua and Yahweh. No, men and women are not right here. No, women are here. You just want to be God. You want to be God of everything. You know, God's not going to accept that. He absolutely is going to reject you like you rejected him. He created this. He told you how to do it. You're sticking your middle finger up to God when you don't do this. So back to the Little Mermaid. So, okay, so she she literally goes to the devil. Oh, I wonder who did that. Eve. So, so Ariel goes to Ursula, Lucifer. It's like, yeah, I'll go and sell my soul if you give me feet and I have a chance at Prince Eric. Because that's worth selling my soul over. So for you women, that'd be someone who's rich and famous. Some freaking celebrity actor or whatever. Like, you know, with the hypergamy. She wasn't just fine just to settle for one of the nice mermaid men. No, she needed Eric, the prince of the whole country. Okay, women, like, even there's no princes anymore, or kings. Even if there were, one woman would get that. Or guess what? It would have a harem of people. No woman got, what, one prince or one king? Like, look at Solomon. Like, you know, Solomon didn't have one woman. He had 300 concubines. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines. He had 1,000 women. Solomon had enough women for him to have a new woman every single night and not come back to the same woman until 3 years later if he was having sex with one woman or concubine every single night. Yeah, no one woman got Solomon. That's not that's not how it works. Like, women, you literally think that like your standards go up and your options go up like based on the prettier you are, you're like, oh, I don't have to accept the lowly men anymore. I can get the top of the top. The more you make money, you think your options go up. The more you go through college, you think your options go up. Blah 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 blah. The more your fitness goes low, you think your options go up. Well, same thing with men. Like, you know, like if like a guy that, you know, I was just talking to like Leo the other day about it, and like all women want a guy that's either a 10 or a 9 or an 8. Like, no women want guys that are between like 1s and 7s, unless the girl's like a 1 or a 2, then she'll go for a 7. Women always want to date up. It doesn't work. Women, you're trying to date outside your league. Date within your league or die alone. Women always want to date up. That means men have to date down. Nobody wants to date down, preferably, but a lot of men do. You know, like, it's not going to work that way. It's not going to work that way. So if you guys are all going for the guys that are 10s and 9s and will settle for 8s, okay, cool. So then those guys aren't going to settle for any of you because all of you want them. They're not going to settle. They don't have to. They're not going to. They're going to just sleep with all of you, not commit to any of you. Is that what you prefer, rather than one virtuous, loyal, kind man that loves you for life? Really? Is that what you want? Cool. Be a side chick the rest of your life. Awesome. Be miserable. Die alone. Enjoy. But like, for men, like, men are totally fine. Like, every man would like to date one step higher, but like, guys are totally fine dating within their league. And also too, guys understand that because of hypergamy, like, a lot of guys are okay dating one step down below the league or whatever. So, but nobody wants the men that are between 1s and 6s. That's the majority of men. None of the women want that. So, and like men are willing, like, to you know, depending on where they fall in the count, they 10s, 9s, 8s, and like 7s. But like, if they're a 6, they're willing to date a 6, or if they're a 7 or whatever. But like, if a guy is like a 7 or above, he doesn't want to date a girl between 1 and 5. So like, then cool, like, nobody gets a spouse. Stop dating out of your league. Date within your league. So that's the biggest problem. Like, girls are like, yeah, men are trash. Like, that's because you're shooting way out of your freaking league. That's what all women are doing. Date within your league. Like, you know, like when guys that are like poor and ugly and geeky try to date like hot girls, women are like, yeah, no. That's what guys are thinking about you. When like you want everything better, and like then you wonder why those guys turn you down. You know what guy you should have? The guy that you're not attracted to. The guy that's nice. The guy that's geeky. The guy that's not edgy. The guy that's straight edge. The guy that doesn't give you butterflies in your tummy. The guy that's boring. Blah, 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 blah. All the guys in your friend zone. That would actually be a good husband for you. And your dad would have picked one of those out. And you know what? You could have actually started your life a whole lot earlier. You could have actually got everything that you wanted within reason. You could have got so many more things that you wanted, and you wouldn't have had to live and die alone. So with Ariel, like, she sells her soul to the devil so she can get 2 legs, so she can be hypergamous and get Eric. Disobeys her dad. And so what does that do? Like, that actually, like, Ursula, like, basically turns her dad into that little worm or whatever. She doesn't care as long as she can get Eric. As long as you get the prince. Like, what Eric simps immediately. Like, he could have any girl in the kingdom, and he's like this one, like, average little redhead shows up on shore. Like, he's like, oh my gosh, because you exist, I am going to court you and marry you. Like, that's not how it works, ladies. And you're the one that wanted this scenario, this situation. Like, where you could pick and choose, and like nothing was special, and you're literally dating. You're treating people like products, not like an eternal soul that's valuable to God or valuable to you or your parents. Like, you've turned the dating market into like going to the grocery store. Like, I like that. If not, I'll just trade my husband in for like a better product. That's what I'll do. Ladies, you're not gonna get a better product. Like ladies, if you have a kid and you're not married, you're done. You're absolutely done. No man wants or should take care of you and your trauma and your kids. If you make a kid out of wedlock, you either, like, you're just done. Like, you marry your baby daddy or you get nobody. Almost no man, and if a man does it, he's gonna be like the ugliest of the ugliest, and you better just like worship the ground he walks on if he's willing to marry you after that. Like, no man, like, men either want their own kids or they want no kids. They definitely don't want some kids that you made with another man that you're gonna treat as your kid and he can't discipline him. That's gonna say, even though he's doing all the things to be a dad, all the cons, he doesn't get the benefit of that kid looking at him as his real dad. Like, Western, you're just freaking trash. You're absolute trash. And you would never do that for a guy either. You don't want to date some guy that's got kids from another baby mama. You don't want baby mama drama. You want your own kids. You don't want some other guy's kids with some other woman's kids. That they're gonna have that same dynamic with you. You're not my mom, even though you're doing all the things to be their mom. You're not my mom. You're not my mom. You literally aren't even willing to do the same things that you expect the guy to do for you. And you're like, yeah, it's about equality. Yeah, sure it is. Yeah, it's about equality. Yeah, sure it is. Okay. Yeah, good one. What other lies do you want to sell us today? It's never been about equality. You don't want equality, you want privilege. You want a one-way street of receiving without having a two-way street of reciprocation. Even what you give the man is so much less, but at least you were giving something back in the day, all the way up to the 50s. And the 60s like, you know what? How about we give the man nothing and make him still do everything he was supposed to do and do nothing that we're supposed to do nowadays? So so with Ariel, she literally like almost gets her dad killed. She almost gets killed and sells her soul. She'd be turned into a worm for life. She'd go to freaking Hades, and Sheol. She almost gets Eric killed. All the men on the ship, like her family doesn't care about any of them. Almost gets Flounder and Sebastian killed. Like, it's all about her. All that matters is her. Like, she's singing that song in her little cave, like, I want more. Like, wanting more is toxic. It's bad. And women, it's awful. Be grateful for what you have. Like, there's always going to be someone that has more than you do. Always. Like, unless you're Elon Musk, you're going to have someone that has more than you do. So, and guess what? If you live in the West, you are richer than anyone who's ever lived throughout all of time for the most part. You're dramatically richer than anyone else in the world if you live in the West. Why are you hating on the West so much and like glorifying other cultures that don't anywhere close to have the prosperity that you do? Their men aren't as benevolent as we are. You don't have the prosperity that we do. You don't have the safety. Oh my gosh, there's no feminism over there in a lot of other countries. Why don't you live in Afghanistan and then complain? Wear a burqa, get stoned for adultery and get beat for showing your ankle. There's slavery right now in Africa. Nobody cares about it. Nobody cares. There's concentration camps right now with the Uyghurs in China. Nobody cares. Because if I can't see it, then it's like it's not real. Like, you don't care. All you care about is personal benefit. All you care about is selfish personal benefit at all times. All you care about you. You only care about yourself.
Virtue signaling.
Yeah, all you care about is yourself. You do not care about other humans. You don't care about your husband. You don't care about your dad. You don't care about your brother, your son. You don't care about other people in the world. You don't care about other women in the world. You don't care. So, you know, like how women are the most virtuous gender. Oh my gosh, barf, my ass. Absolutely not. Not even freaking close. You know, so like, you know, men, you need to start caring about other men. Because like if they have nowhere to go, they're just going to simp. They're going to beta simp. Like, so, you know, and so like simp is a word in common uses nowadays. Some of the old generation might not even know what that means. Feel free to Google it. It's like a crass term, but it's totally legit. And basically what it means is like, it's just another like a great acronym that demean beta, means submissive. Like they're submitting to some woman that it's not like they're a sugar mama or they're a 10 is super hot. They're just submitting to an average woman just because of the matriarchy that we have today, the feminism, you know. So it's such a great word nowadays. And almost every single man today is indeed a simp. Effing simps. So that's what we're in our country. So Ariel, and then at the end of the movie, it's, oh, you know what? She was right to disobey her father. She was right to make a deal with the devil. She was right to almost get everyone killed. She was right because then she got Eric in the end. And that's how it always works out. Women, what the French toast? That's not real life. There's no princess anymore. You're not a princess. That's a fictional movie to make money off of you, to make little girls happy. Like Star Wars. Little Mermaid is like Star Wars. It's like Lord of the Rings, like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. It's not real. It never has been real. It never will be real. It's not real. It's not real at all. People like Eric would have had, like Solomon, they would have had 1,000 different women, and you would have saw him one time in 3 years. The whole thing's a fantasy. Your brain wants fantasy. Let me tell you how. You know, women too, they're always going for the guy that's edgy, that's hot, that like are players, that are successful with women, that are like charming, like, but that's not a husband. And then you complain, you're like, oh, I'm traumatized, the guy didn't marry me. Ladies, that's literally like men going for porn stars and strippers and toxic women, promiscuous women. It's like men going for porn stars like, wow, she's exciting. She looks and sounds sexy. Like it's going like a guy going for a porn star or a stripper, which by the way, some dumb ones do. And then blaming always like, oh, why didn't you go women? Like, why didn't you go women? Because she chose to be bad and you knew that and she wasn't going to change for you. And because she's not a good woman. She's bad. Like you look at those men and women and you think that those men are stupid. Okay, you going for the Pookie and Ray Rays, you going for the edgy hot guys makes you stupid. Cool, they're gonna pump you and dump you, they're gonna Netflix chill and ghost, they're gonna smash and dash, one night stand. Like they're gonna have a fling with you. They're not marrying you. You know why? Because you're nothing special. You're average. You offer nothing that any woman offers. You offer the exact same thing, which is nothing. A whole bunch of entitlements, super-duper average. You don't offer extra loyalty. You don't offer extra submission. You don't offer, like, you're not skilled in the bedroom. You're not offering them your virginity. You're not offering them awesome domestic skills. You're not offering them amazing friendship.
Loyalty.
Yep, I said that. Loyalty. So, like, you're not offering them an awesome brain, and you studied all this history and politics and philosophy, and you're going to teach this guy history, you're going to actually know what he's talking about. Like, you're not offering them anything. Why the hell would he marry you when you're not offering anything different than what any of the other 4 billion women are offering? Like, when women say that they're so strong and they're independent, they literally have achieved what the minimum average guys have achieved. And they're like, oh, I'm so strong and independent. I got a job and I make my own money and I have my own car and I have my own apartment. Oh my God, I'm the catch. I'm the bee's knees. Lady, that literally is what every guy's done throughout all of history, even the crappiest ones. Wow, so now you're average. Wow, you're flipping minimum criteria. Every guy's done that. What are you talking about? You're strong and independent. Really? Could you create your own society could you survive without men in a society all on your own that wasn't civilized and maintained by men? No, you couldn't. You're not independent of men at all. Neither your father nor your husband, or if you don't have one of those, at men at large, an entire society of men is actually making life comfortable and easy. You become so spoiled. You don't even have the mental wherewithal to even know the difference, to even know these things. No, you could not. You're not independent at all. Literally, independent in woman is like an oxymoron. It's the complete opposite of what you are. You have zero independence whatsoever. You rely on an entire society of men that are making the world comfortable and easy and convenient and nice and soft for you. So, so you're not independent. Number two, you're not strong. You're not strong at all. Like, girls want to go to curves where there are no guys because they're so conscious about their pudge. What a joke. Girls are on their cardio machines. They're not lifting heavy weights. They don't take extra protein. They're vegans. They don't want to take extra protein, like, because they think it's masculine. There's nothing strong about girls at all. What a joke. How cringe. How effing cringe. You know, like, I mean, that's like guys going around, and if they're like poor and they're homeless or they're living at home with their parents, saying that they're rich and they're not, and they're just saying, you have to say that all men are rich, and they're like, or else, you know, or and you have to say all men are rich, all men are hot, otherwise then you're a bigot. You're a body shamer. If you don't say all men, you know, you're just mean and you're evil if you don't say all men are hot. Yeah, women don't subscribe to that at all. Oh, so every woman's pretty. You know what that means? If everyone's pretty, it means no woman's pretty. Pretty is literally a subjective adjective term. And in order for someone to be pretty, you have to know what ugly looks like. She's pretty because most women aren't pretty. If every woman's pretty, then no women are pretty. Like, it just, you know, like, the overly feminized, childish, thought process we have here in the West is absolutely, like, infuriating. We're rocking and rolling. 4 hours, I keep going, not even looking at the notes. Woo! You know, we're having a great time. This is awesome.
Wow.
We'll probably wrap it up, you know, in, we won't make it 5 hours, probably make it
Yeah.
a little bit less. But, so again, like, how are you strong and independent? You're not. You're gaslighting. You're gaslighting like you always do. You're not. You are weak and you are dependent. And you're so self-conscious about that. You are so incredibly, you know, self-conscious about that. You're so insecure about that fact that you're constantly proclaiming what you're not, thinking that if you say it often enough, then everyone's just going to believe it, or it might be true. You're overcompensating. Women are the biggest overcompensators that there ever lived in history. Out of any creature that God ever did make, they're the biggest overcompensators. They're always overcompensating. Overcompensating. Like, stop it, ladies. Oh my goodness, stop it. So, and then of course in the end of The Little Mermaid, the dad realized he was wrong and apologized. He's like, yeah, you were right. You had more wisdom as a little girl than I did as an old, strong, smart man. And then, you know, like, and then she gets to marry Eric, and then all lived happily ever after, and, you know, everything was fine, and Ursula died, and all the mermaids that sold their soul, you know, as worms. This should be a cautionary tale, and women are like, no, this is the way to success, you know, like all the women that you're glorifying are awful. That's like men glorifying drug dealers and mass murderers and, like, you know, like dictators, and like the women that are considered successful today in the West and that you're glorifying, awful women. Women like, you know, Cardi B making WAP, and every woman like that. And then the thing is too, is there's no such thing as like, oh, there's a whole category of good women over here and a whole category of bad women over there. And if you just raise them differently, even in the society, they're just gonna turn out different. No, women want to fit in even more than guys do. Women have no independence. Women are absolutely gonna fit in, and they're gonna monkey see, monkey do. Whatever we're putting across as a culture, it doesn't matter if you go to church. Church doesn't even teach anything different anyway. The women that go to church are just Western women. They're just American women. They're American secular women. They're leftist and feminist as well. They're not different. Whatever we're putting out in our culture to society as a whole is exactly what they're going to take on, believe, and actually imitate and perpetuate. So, like, so again, Cardi B and WAP. Every woman thinks that, like, oh, that's the pinnacle of success. So I'm going to be just like Cardi B and WAP. Guess what? Cardi B doesn't have a marriage. She's like, she doesn't have a lifelong marriage where she's fulfilled. Like, you know, like I think her guy cheated on her like not too long ago because she wasn't cooking and cleaning, you know, like, so like, but those women aren't happy. Like, women are miserable in LA and Hollywood. You know why? Because it's really the simple, old school, modest, little things in life that actually make you fulfilled. Like living a quiet, you know, small, independent, humble, appreciative life that makes you happy. It's not having to be a slave 24/7 from a boss that makes you happy. That will make you happy. It's having to not deal with a bunch of other toxic female coworkers that makes you happy. It's literally feeling secure under like a husband's protection and like teaching and provision that makes a woman happy. Being with a man, just literally having a man in her life just calms down her estrogen. Women are afraid all the time. They're so nervous. They're so incredibly unconfident. They're anxious. Yeah, they're anxious. Anxious, kids were using it wrong when I was little too, but anxious comes from the word anxiety. It means fearful and nervous. Women have anxiety 24/7. They wouldn't if they had a dad and a husband. So, real, if, although they don't make sure I didn't forget anything, babes, you can go ahead and say anything if you'd like to this whole time. And then I think we'll talk to you now, like what you can do.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna give some like positive. We already talked about what the problem was. Now we're gonna decide, hey, how do we fix this? What you can do based on your age, to try to fix it. All right. Did you have anything you want to say? Or
No, that's. I think we should do.
Let's write that. Okay, cool. Awesome. We talk about. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're younger and you haven't, you're younger and you're a child or an adolescent or a teenager, you're in school and you haven't, gone too far down the process. And if you have a dad, if you know your father, and if you are in contact with him, if he's still alive, have him pick your husband for you, or absolutely get his permission. And if he says no, it's for good reason. He's not trying to keep you from love and happiness and something good. It's because you don't have any discernment and he does. He's a man. He knows men better than you do. Women don't know men at all. They think that everyone's a girl. It's so amazing. They don't understand guys. They're like, I don't understand guys. They actually say what they mean. And there's no ulterior motive and agenda. They're not trying to work an angle. Then they're not trying to have all these alliances, and they're not gaslighting all the time. I don't get it. Women don't understand men at all, and men are completely and entirely simple. We say what we mean. There's no agenda to it. And the thing is too is let your dad pick your husband for you. And if you say no to it too, if it's not between that guy or a better guy, it's between that guy or no guy. If you literally knew you were going to live and die alone, would you say no? Would you say no to the guy that your dad picked for you if the option was no one? No, you wouldn't. You would say yes to that guy. Just remember, when the dad offers you a choice, so dads, start doing it. Your daughters aren't going to do this unless you do it. You are a failure and a crappy ass father if you're not doing this. You're not taking this advice. You're literally part of the problem for why women are the way we are, for why, so many wives divorce their husbands, for why their daughters turn out to be the stripper type, the Cardi B type, for why they get pregnant out of wedlock. If you don't provide them an actual historical, godly, conservative, realistic alternative, then you have no one to blame but yourself. Yourself for them going to that path. So, don't be too picky. He just has to be trying to be virtuous, he doesn't have to make any certain amount of money. Didn't have to play football. Guys, also too, I played all the sports growing up. I played 2 varsity sports. Baseball was my longest and my best and my favorite. I had the best batting average on the team. So I used to watch all the sports, the Cleveland Indians. Oh, they're not even the Indians anymore. They're the Guardians. Yeah, whatever. Chief Wahoo, screw that. They're the Cleveland Indians. Cleveland Indians were my favorite baseball team. I used to watch all the sports too back then. But honestly, unless you're making money from that, that's a waste of your life. Guys, watching sports is just as stupid as women watching the Kardashians or going shopping. It truly is a waste of your life. Truly. If you do, keep it in moderation and realize it's worthless and it's just for entertainment. But, oh my gosh, would you study some history for goodness sake? Would you study some Bible while you're at it? Gosh darn it, if you don't lead the example and show what you're supposed to be doing in your life, women are gonna be completely lost like they are today. They're not gonna. So if you're young enough, have your dad pick out your husband for you. Men dads, be supportive about the process. Stop just saying oh yeah, I want my daughter to marry me. I don't want my daughter to marry anybody. Look, she's gonna marry somebody, and if you don't pick, she's gonna marry someone you don't approve of, you don't like. So be supportive of her getting married as soon as realistically possible. Otherwise, oh yeah, you know what your daughter's gonna do? Your daughter is gonna be the village bicycle. She's gonna sleep with everyone. She's gonna have her heart broken. She's gonna be traumatized. She will get to a point where she's not even white material anymore, and then she gets divorced and she has 1 to 2, 3 divorces. Then she has all these kids and she's not married. Is that what you want for your daughter? Or do you want her to be with a man that you actually approve of, that one that you picked? Okay, so pick out pick out a husband for your daughter. Guarantee you the like daughters are going to be excited about it. Like, you know, and then again, like, and enforce rules in your house. Like, there has to be negative consequences for bad female behavior, or they will continue to have bad female behavior. How do you get people to have good behavior and not do bad behavior? As a society, as a government, as a family, as a spouse, or like as a family, as a dad. Number one, you reward good behavior and you punish bad behavior. If you reward bad behavior, or there's no punishment for bad behavior, you're going to get more bad behavior. If there's no reward for good behavior, they're going to stop being good. It's the same exact way you raise a pet, you raise a kid. Guess what? That's the same way that like you have your wife and like you raise her. Like, everything that she knows comes from you. If she doesn't know anything, that's because you're not teaching her. That's because you're dumb too. You know, like, now sure, everyone has personal responsibility. She should be learning on their own, but they just don't. They just don't. So, okay, so now if you're a little bit older, like if you're not living with your dad anymore, if you don't know him, or he's dead, or, you know, like if you're old enough or whatever, like if he's still alive, you know, like even if you are older in your 20s, like go find him, ask for his advice, like, you know, like have him try to, like, guarantee you dads would freaking love this. They would absolutely love this. They would try to find a guy, like, you know, at church, or, you know, some place that they know of, like maybe one of their neighbors they know, friends or something, or possibly even at work or something. But like go get your dad's help. Get your dad's help. Your dad wants the best for you. Your dad wants the best for you. There are two people that want the best for you in life. It's your dad. Oh my gosh, your dad, and then your husband. They have the knowledge, they have the discernment, and they want the best for you. And clearly women don't know how to do that on their own, or they would be doing it right now, and it's not. It's worse than ever. It's a total shit show. The dating world is a shit show, and who will tell you this is like women the most, but they think it's a shit show for the wrong reason. They think, oh, these guys aren't perfect tens. I don't have enough money. They ain't tall enough. They're not romancing me enough. Nah. Like, you know, like, but again, like, but at the end of the day, like, you know, if they had an arranged marriage husband early on, like, the thing is, too, dating is literally just a prerequisite for divorce. So for dating, like, you date around, right? You're being promiscuous. You break up with someone as soon as you feel like it. You train a woman to be like that for so many years, for so many decades. She's gonna do the exact same thing in marriage. As soon as she doesn't feel like it, she's out. As soon as she doesn't feel like it anymore, she breaks up with you, divorce. You're training women to be unsuitable wives and to get divorced if you have a dating system. They just keep doing it. They don't just turn off dating. They have to keep that dating mindset all throughout their married life. So they wouldn't even be thinking about that hypergamy if dating didn't exist and they were just happy to have a husband rather than not at all. They'd be thinking, how can I be a better wife for my husband? That's what they'd be thinking. So now, if you don't have a dad, or like if you're older or whatever, like, and if you get to a certain age, like, oh my gosh, if you get to be 30 and you're not married, that's because no one will have you. Like, you're not marriage material, you're a bad woman, nobody wants you. Like, if you get to be 30 and older, literally take the first man that offers, the first man that will have you. If you were desirable, you'd have a husband by now. You're not, because you're a bad woman. There's only one reason why a guy would marry you, because you're bad. You're a bad woman, case closed, you're bad. You're completely unrealistic. You're selfish. Your demands and entitlements are outrageous. They're not fair. You know, like, you're not offering that guy a reciprocal offer. So, and if, and so, you know, and then that whole process should be a relatively quick period of time. Like, oh my goodness gracious, that way, and also too, this is so beneficial. Girls wouldn't have to date a guy for 5 years or whatever. They could get married so much sooner. They both would be incentivized to. So both parties are getting what they want. Guys could have sex at an earlier age, and girls. Like, you know, oh my gosh, like every boy and girl wants to have sex at an earlier age. This way they actually could, in a healthy, conservative, godly context. And two, a wife would get a husband earlier. She would get a husband. And all the wonderful benefits that come from that at an earlier age. And that's what every woman wants. This is actually more beneficial for both parties. So like the two things that the parties would have to sacrifice, men would have to sacrifice promiscuity, you know, which does appeal to their base testosterone. Like they're checking off the guys, like guys, it's worth it. The whole promiscuity thing, it's not until like It's not worth it. No woman is as pretty and as sexy and really has any skill in the bedroom at all, like you think. Like it's always gonna be disappointing. They're gonna expect you to initiate all of it, like the whole 9 yards. They're not gonna initiate anything, and they're gonna resist every step of the way and pretend oh, I've never done this before. I'm a good girl. I'm a virgin, even if they have 50 partners. So guys, it's not worth it. There are no women out there that are really good in the bedroom. Number two, you know when actually sex does become enjoyable is actually when you've been with that person for a while. When you guys have been having sex for 6 months, and you can teach them what you like. Then that's when a girl becomes good in the bedroom. She becomes fun and skilled and talented, blah blah blah. But until then, I don't think any women are good in the bedroom, and maybe except porn stars or whatever. But they're doing it for the money and they're acting. So just don't do it. I know that seems like the most appealing thing in the world. Oh my gosh, I don't want to be missing out on everything. You're not missing out on anything. You're not missing out on anything at all. You're not. You think you are, and it's not true at all. So, honestly, the best sex you can have is actually with one woman that you actually teach what you like, what turns you on, and it's actually more, and you can have it more regularly, and it can actually be higher quality. So. Honestly, sexual activity from dating, hooking up is trash. You don't want to do that. And then for women too, you think that you can and that it's possible and that God or the stars are going to give you a better quality husband, hypergamy. You think you want to be hypergamous. And at the end of the day, there are so many women that are 30s and 40s and 50s. You do not want to be single when you're in your 30s, when you're in your 40s, when you're in your 50s, when you're in your 60s, when you're in your 70s, when you're in your 80s, when you're in your 90s. The most horrible fate that a woman could imagine is living and dying alone. But that's exactly the fate that most women are experiencing today. Living and dying alone. So women, they're the choice is that you only get to pick from a husband who likes you back. And it's not ethical to date more than one man at a time, like a lot of you are doing. I've actually known women not too long ago that literally dated 2 guys continually for hypergamy. One guy was hot, but he was poor. And the other guy, well, he was like a fitness model. And then the other guy was older, he was richer, but not as hot. And she dated them for an extended period of time. It was over a year, it was a year and a half. And then the rich guy ended up proposing to her, and then she ended up telling her other hot boyfriend, and he was obviously devastated. Women, in movies give you that false idea too. Oh yeah, just one girl and there's 2 guys and they get to pick. That's toxic. That's slutty. That's promiscuous. That's evil. That's wicked. You would never want a guy to do that to you. Go ahead, Tony.
You know what one movie is all women's favorites is Pretty Woman. Yeah, she's a dumb prostitute who gets picked up by a rich CEO, saved, catered to, dined and wined and dresses and diamonds, and then he takes her to New York with him and just makes her a princess.
Never happened in the history of the world.
Give me a break. Women love that movie. They love that movie.
Yeah.
That tells you everything you need to know about women.
Women, you don't deserve to get treated by a lady if you don't act like a lady. You don't get to be treated like a virgin if you're not a virgin. If you are a whore, you deserve to get treated like a whore. Well, imagine how that works. Woo! You don't treat a guy. If a guy's not rich, you don't treat him like he's rich. If he's not tall, you don't treat him like he's tall. If he's not ripped and sexy, you don't treat him like he's sexy. It's freaking ridiculous. You're absurd. You're trash. You get treated what you are, not what you just demand. Not what you just one-way street hypocritically require. You get treated like what you are. If you want to be treated as a good woman, as a classy lady, then you actually have to be a good woman and a classy lady. You can't be trash, because I'm female, I deserve to get all the things. No, you don't. No, you don't. Number one, it's a harsh truth in life, but it's so incredibly true, and guys figured out pretty early on. So, number one, you're not entitled to anything. Anything at all. When you're born. You're not entitled to anything. Anything you get, you should be grateful for. You're not entitled to anything. According to God, you're entitled to go to the lake of fire, and that's it. You're not entitled to jack shit.
Nope.
What's that percentage? Mm-hmm. Low battery. Is that 10 or 20%?
10.
10? Okay, all right, I'm going to wrap this up. We're at 10% of our battery life. on our iPad.
So
here.
Julie, what would you tell women who don't?
So men,
Yeah.
So men, first of all, like you need to correct, rebuke, and boycott women. Like definitely for the love of God, don't marry a bad woman. Don't marry any woman that's not wholeheartedly embracing submission. Don't. If a woman has too many partners, don't marry her. And I know it's impossible to find a virgin nowadays, but so just if she gets over a certain number, just deal breaker. Just don't do it. Because she can't be loyal. And then she gets in that mindset she can never be loyal to you ever. It'd be nice if the number was lower, but if the number gets to be 20 or more, just no, just don't marry that. Don't. But yeah, also too, she has to have a dad. If she did not grow up with a dad, do not marry her. Biggest red flag. Your life will be a living hell. She's going to divorce you. She has no idea how to interact with a man. She doesn't realize that men are good and the key to success. So if the woman didn't grow up with a dad and feel great about her dad, feel wonderful and loved and protected and all the things and was submissive to him and have a great relationship, and if her body count is we could talk about the number, but if it's 20 or above, just no, let her die alone. Men, if you don't boycott these women, they're never going to treat you better. They never will. You know what women did? Women realized that they've been doing this for 100 years. They've been getting together and correcting men and rebuking men and boycotting men, and they've gotten all of their sexist, satanic demands for 100 years. Why? Because all you had to do was say no, and you didn't. If you don't provide consequences for it, if you don't say no to women, and there's a whole movement now called in response to the hypocrisy and double standards that women are doing in the dating world, it's called MGTOW. It's called men going their own way. Because women are offering such a one-sided, shitty deal to men that they're this is not even worth it. This whole minefield is trying to sift through a barrel of 5,000 bad apples for the one good one. It's just not worth it. I don't want to get rejected every single day. I don't want to get treated like trash. I don't want to get cheated on. I don't want to have my life ruined. I don't want to have my kids taken from me. I don't want to have 50% or more of my finances that I worked for taken from me. I don't want to get mentally and emotionally and physically abused by a woman. I don't want to do it. So there's a whole movement started called MGTOW. It's going more mainstream now. But it has to get to a significant percentage before it really puts a pinch on women. It would have to get to around 1 out of 3 ish. It would have to get at least mainstream to 1 out of 3 men were doing it. 1 out of 3, maybe 40% have that significant effect. So men, you need to correct, rebuke, and boycott bad women. The Cardi B types. Your average, typical Western feminist, matriarchal, sexist, unsubmissive woman, you need to boycott them. Absolute boycott. Do not marry them. So if you feel the need to, I preferably would rather you have nothing to do with them. I preferably would prefer you to have no interactions with them whatsoever. But if you can help sell yourself in Netflix and chill, okay, fine. Just don't marry them. And for the love of God, don't make a baby with them. At least be very careful about that. So, and then women are oh, I don't know why a man's not marrying me. At some point, the thing is, we'll never figure it out too. Men have to tell them. Even though they're living and dying alone, they're still blaming men. They're that's the men were bad. These aren't good enough. Nah. You have to tell them. Guys, stop being cowardly. You're so scared of women. It's pathetic. You have to tell them, hey, you're a bad woman. Here's why. And here's who you should be. Correct, rebuke, and boycott. Send them Leor's video. Send them this video now that we made. Send them the Becky Leroy video, women be like and men be like. Correct, rebuke, boycott. Correct them. If they spout their mouth off after you correct them, rebuke them strongly. If they spout their mouth off from that, to boycott them. Boycott, 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 boycott. Block them on Facebook. Don't give them any money whatsoever. Boycott them. Don't date them. Don't date them. Surely don't marry with them. Don't have a baby with them. So get her dad involved, in the dating process, and then stay with him for life. So again, dads, you have to lead the charge in the homes. Go ahead and try to do a situation where you can pick a husband for your daughter, and men, you want to make sure that dad is active in their daughter's life and they have a good relationship. Otherwise, they're gonna have a bad feeling about men. Oh yeah, you know what men are, even though it's their mom's fault. They're almost all dads want to be involved in their kid's life, but their mom wouldn't let them. So she was toxic. She left the relationship. She blames the man anyway. She might have even cheated, but she's gonna say the man's bad every single time. what the women are saying nowadays, they literally all parrot the same thing. It's outrageous. Like, women just hear buzzwords and they just say what other women are saying, like on Facebook. This is what they're parroting nowadays. All men are narcissists. All men are toxic. All men are cheaters. All men are bad. They're not loving. Like, they're literally just saying, and the ironic part is actually women are gaslighting. That's exactly what they are today. Almost every Western woman's a narcissist. Almost every single woman's abusive. Almost every single woman's a cheater. Almost every single woman is bad and not loyal. So it's ironic that they're guilty of the exact thing that they're accusing men of. But yeah, correct, rebuke, and boycott. If you don't do that, and like, be there for other men too, like, be a good brother or a friend to other men. Stop just not caring about other men because you're just so lost with your own job or your own family, or, you know, calling your own mom, or like, or, you know, like, even with your own, you know, your own wife and kids. Like, be there for other men. Like, other women are for women, not as, not like 100% on as well as they should be, but they are more than we are. Like, actually care about men's feelings, you know, because you know what happens when you don't care about men's feelings? Men commit suicide. That's what they do. You know, like, men, you know, they don't feel like, they feel like they have to get away because they have no men to turn to that care about their feelings. They have no support. So men start being there for each other and start getting together and, like, realizing what the problem is and how to solve it. Do you want to talk about that?
I just wanted to say, ladies, if you have made mistakes in the past, and you've been promiscuous, or you had several partners, and you realize the error of your ways, as you should, and now you find a guy that you're interested in, and you want to make sure that he's interested in your heart and your mind. You want to be a good woman, and you don't want to, you know, risk being intimate and having your heart hurt. Just be frank. Use this language like, I really like you and I would love to engage in sexual activity with you regularly in a healthy manner. Maybe we can wait like 3 months or until you meet my family to know, so I know that you are interested in me personally, or if they're not interested in you, ask why, change, correct yourself, but don't just be like, no sex ever. Show the man you're interested in him. Check up on him. Care about his feelings. Not, did you eat today? What you doing today? Just like, have an actual conversation. Care about the guy. If you don't want to, if you are very interested and he wants to participate in sexual activity, make it known that you are interested and you want to have a healthy sex life. And just ask him if he's willing to wait a little longer, not a year, not, 5 years, so don't be ridiculous, but this will expedite the process, get the tough questions out of the way, and make a real change in your behavior and your mindset.
Right. Women, the way you don't turn off every single man, like, the way you actually get a man is, like, speak to the two things that he's most interested in, and it's most rare nowadays in hearing. So, number one, tell him about how you wholeheartedly embrace submission, and you can't wait to be submissive to him, and only him for life. No women are saying that. That would set you apart dramatically. Number two, you don't be all negative about sexual activity. It's not even true. You're just like, like, you do want to have sex. You want to have amazing, romantic, passionate, rough sex with a man. You just want all the other things too. So stop literally giving off the exact opposite vibes and information that you actually want. So here's how you could phrase it. Every man wants you to feel positive about the idea of sexual activity, just like you want him to feel positive about the idea of a relationship, love, marriage, kids, all the things, right? If he came across right at the bat, like, look, I'm just looking to hook up, I don't want any of those things, you'd be completely turned off. Well, you're turning him off by saying, I hate sex, man. The guy's like, what's the point of this relationship? I'll go play video games with my friend. I'll go watch sports with my friend. That's what makes it different, ladies, is the sexual aspect, so, and you actually caring about his feelings and you submitting to him. Otherwise, like, he just has, like, some enemy in his home. So, so tell him, hey, I'm really positive about the idea of sexual activity with you and only you for life. Really, truly. I want to have it regularly. I want to have it to be exciting, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do all kinds of fun stuff, role play, whatever. But here's the thing, you wouldn't want me if I did that with every guy. You wouldn't want me if I did that with 100 guys, 100 partners. So I do want to do that as soon as possible. But And I would love to move as quickly as you're comfortable. Like as soon as we're married, then we can do that. So, and we can, or engaged, at least engaged. Hey, you know what? As soon as we're at least engaged, preferably married, but at least engaged, then we could do that. And so the guy would have a totally different feeling about that. He would understand, that would make sense. You would actually look like a good woman. You would look like a logical woman that's not a wackadoodle. Guys have figured out that that girls are just bullshitters. When girls have sex, they have sex either on the first date, the second date, or the third date. A lot of them have a policy not to have sex on the first date, but literally all a guy has to do, if he has any skill with women, and he knows women, is that they're not anti-sex. They just do that to try to filter through the guys that have no intention of even pretending like a relationship would happen. So you know what all the rest of the guys do? They just pretend a relationship's gonna happen. And then you think it's going there, and then you have sex early on, and then they just walk away if you're not very attractive, or if you're not wife material, you have nothing in your brain, you're too selfish, you don't want to be a good woman and submissive, all the things. And then you just stack up bodies like crazy. Because if you're going to be stupid and unlegit and illogical, the guys don't mind playing you. You deserve to get played. You're either waiting till marriage and you actually are a virgin, not some born again virgin where you have 50, 100. I literally have had women tell me this, where you have 50 plus partners. You're I'm a born again virgin now. No, you ain't. Oh my goodness gracious, no, you aren't. Marry any man that will have you. Shut up. You're either virgin or you're not. As soon as you've had sexual activity, you're not a virgin, and all sexual activity counts. Oh yeah, well, I gave 50 guys BJs, but I didn't have put in my V, so I'm still a virgin. No, you're not. No, you're absolutely not. It's about sexual purity. It's not about whether you put a P in your V or not. What a disingenuous, facetious workaround. So say, hey, you know what? No, I don't want to rush you. You can date me for as long as you feel comfortable to realize that I'm loving and submissive and loyal, and that and that I'm the real deal, and that I have something in my brain, and that I'm emotionally stable. That's the number one thing, ladies. You could be. It's a choice. Now I know you struggle with it because you're the weaker vessel, like in 1 Peter chapter 3:7. It doesn't mean that's an excuse for that. I think it could be, 1 Peter, it could be one of the other ones. But that's no excuse. You have to try. You absolutely have to try. So, hey, you can date me for as long as you feel comfortable to see that I'm emotionally stable. You know why guys don't marry women? It's because they're not wife material. It's not because they're commitment phobes. You have nothing in your brain. You're not submissive. You're not convincing him you're going to be loyal and do him good and not evil all the days of his life. You're not wife material. You have nothing different than any other woman. Hey, I'm just an average woman. You want to marry me? It's no, why would I do that? Do you have anything in your brain? No, but I don't need to. Okay, all right, enjoy, have a nice day. So they're okay, so what are you good for? So guys have no problem, they don't have the hang-ups that girls do about hooking up, about sexual activity. So just say, hey, we can take it slow as long as you want to feel comfortable with me. But if you don't want to take it too long, because you do want to get to the sexual activity, that's okay. I want to too. We'll just have to get married first, because I don't want a high body count. And so and if you're not willing and women stick to that, you're right. You're gonna have today. You're gonna have a lot of guys saying no to that. Guess what? That's exactly what you want. Because those guys, you're not wife material to them. You're not good enough to marry. Trust me, if you're good enough, the guy will marry you. But most girls aren't. So the guy's not going to marry you if he has a problem with that. But don't make it 5 years. Trust me, that would speed up the time. That's gonna filter out all the guys real freaking quick, and that's gonna speed up the dating process, the whole courting process, real flipping quick. But on the plus side, don't make him treat for everything. Until you're married, and then he consents to it and you agree to it, and then and then you do everything else, literally everything else around their house, all the domestic chores. If that's the deal, if the man's making all the money, you better do all the domestic chores and not complain about it, including the outdoor chores too. Mow the lawn. His job takes up more hours and it's a lot harder. Do the landscaping, whatever, blah blah blah. So, but until that happens, where our battery's at?
It's pretty low.
Pretty low. Okay, all right, I'll wrap this up. Yeah, until that happens, offer to treat him out on a date, or at minimum treat 50-50. Unless you're committing to marry him, that's the reason guys don't want to spend money is they don't want to spend money on women that aren't their wives. That's going to have a woman's is supposed to be an investment, but there's not an investment today. Not if you don't marry him. if you just walk away and you're hypergamous and you just dump the guy, then it was a waste of money. It was a waste of time, energy, emotions, and money for the guy. That's why guys figured out real quick, I'm not going to take you out to a steak dinner that costs $100 total. I'm going to take you out to the lake where it's beautiful and romantic and free. We're going to go for a walk. I'm going to take you out to a Starbucks. So you think it's fancy. You can buy whatever you want, and it's still only $5, $5 or $6 or whatever. You know, and then like that's why guys don't take you out to dinner anymore in a movie. How about you treat? Now, I'm pretty sure you'd feel the exact same way. You aren't even willing to pay for yourself, let alone for him. What a hypocrite. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, so like, again, like, if you are going to have a guy pay, like, you better be frugal. You better be okay with doing stuff for free or doing something inexpensively. And you better be grateful. And you better plan on marrying him. Otherwise, like, you know, pay 50-50 or you treat yourself. How about that? How about that? You know, how about a little bit of fairness involved? Oh, yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, girls don't want any fairness at all. So, okay, we're running out of battery life here. We like to talk for another 5 hours. It's already been 4.5. I better wrap this up. So, did you want to get anything that I missed about what they can do better to fix the problem?
Yeah, I really have to. I don't want it to shut.
Okay. All right, guys. Our longest seminar yet. Holy mackerel. But this is only part 1. We'll do a part 2 of dating. So thank you so much for tuning in for Western Culture Through God's Eyes. We're Joel and Lior. If you made it this far, woo! Thank you. We appreciate it. You know, appreciate you guys like wanting to know the truth, wanting to do better, wanting to improve, and just resisting this Luciferian culture that literally is ruining every single one of your lives. Ironically, especially women. You know, but also obviously the men and the kids. So, well, that's all for now, and we are excited to see you next video.